Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Signed. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Signed. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber.
seated. Just a moment as we wait for a couple more members just to come in and get quorum. Point of order, Ms. Kennedy.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday at the sitting during the statements around Casson Park, Mr. Philip Brett made a statement saying that it was not the DUP Culture, Arts and Leisure Minister who forced the then committee, who was forced before the then committee for trying to bury a report that related to safety concerns. Now, I invited the British Cabinet Office to investigate those allegations, which were proven incorrect. I just want to have that put on the record. I am, like other members, well attuned to the cost and throttle politics, but I believe that went well below what was acceptable, and I wanted that recorded in Hansard. Thank you.
The member has put that on the record very clearly, and that should be a conclusion to the matter. First item on the order paper is member statements. Usual rules apply. I call Declan Kearney.
I want to congratulate St Ernest's GAC Moneyglass on the opening of its new pitch and facilities at Lough Road on Sunday. Agus Came Starrow, Contussi.
Historic stake forward.
This is a club which has been at the heart of Moneyglass for 75 years. Agus Tasha go Humlin Fitchafucha, Le Seal and
Went through the life of the local population.
Social fabric of the Moneyglass community. And this new pitch and facilities at Lough Road are the culmination of many, many years of diligent planning, hard work and extensive fundraising by this club and all of its members right across the 9 counties of Ulster and further afield. And it was a personal joy for me to see how much pride older members of the club and younger members had on this occasion. It was a wonderful event. Moneyglass GAC a Chion Corria is an exemplary model of community volunteerism, the ethos of the GAA. Sheishan Bun Cloch Common Luclas Gale.
The foundation of common Luclas Gale throughout Ireland.
Foundation of everything that is best and good about the GAA and for the future. The pitch and the projected facilities which will flow from Sunday's opening will secure the future for generations of young Moneyglass Gaels. So, games Gachrach, Erne,
success on the club.
Moneyglass GAC, all of the best luck that it deserves for the future and for the next 75 years to come. Goramila, Mila Moigat.
Call down for size.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am frustrated to rise once again in this chamber to bring to attention the state of the roads in South Down. This is raised to me every single day. We are not proud in any way to have some of the worst roads in Northern Ireland, and they have been for some time. But last year's floods caused complete devastation to parts of our roads. The fact that now, almost 11 months on, we still have 2 major road collapses from the floods, unrepaired, with no communication to users on when they will be fixed, is a disgrace. The A2 Shore Road at Rostraver and the Kilkeel Road out of Hilltown are both busy main through roads operating with significant traffic. Under traffic management, they remain reduced to 1 lane, and this causes daily huge disruption to locals, to business, and it's put off tourists throughout the summer. Our road services are also a disgrace. The entire main road from Kilkeel to Newcastle needs resurfaced. I welcome that a small portion is getting resurfaced starting this week, but we need so much more. I am inundated with constituents asking me why can these roads not be resurfaced? Why are the roads that are damaged not being fixed? And why are the people in South Down being left behind? I am as frustrated as all of them. I travel on these roads every single day myself as well. We need urgent attention to fix our damaged roads and to get resurfacing to our major through routes. We deserve this. The people of South Down deserve better than what they're getting with their roads. They pay their taxes just like everyone else, and they deserve not to be left behind.
John Mulholland.
Speaker. Today, on International Day for the Eradication of Poverty, I want to address the desperate lack of an anti-poverty strategy in Northern Ireland. Despite the urgent need, we still have no clear plan to tackle poverty, especially child poverty. I'm tired of hearing vague promises like we are progressing at pace or actively considering the development and delivery of the strategy. They're just words on a page. For us, this is about real people struggling to make ends meet, children going to school hungry, families living with anxiety because of poverty. Our failure to prioritise a comprehensive poverty strategy in the programme for government sends a devastating message to the 24% of children and 18% of working-age adults currently living in relative poverty. The absence of a dedicated anti-poverty strategy is a glaring failure to address the needs of those who need our support most. The last child poverty strategy ended in May 2022, and since then we've seen a significant rise in child poverty. In 22-23, 24% of children lived in relative poverty, up from 18% the year before. They aren't just numbers, they represent thousands of children in our communities who are going without the basic necessities of life. The NIAO's report on child poverty in Northern Ireland highlighted that the annual cost of child poverty here is estimated to be between £825 million and £1 billion per year. It isn't just a financial burden, it's a human crisis. Children living in poverty are 4 times more likely to develop mental health issues by the age of 11, setting them up for a lifetime of disadvantage. And without a strategy in place, we are failing our children. And the consequences will only snowball as they grow older. And we need to ask ourselves, what will it cost us to do nothing? This should be at the forefront and underpinning every policy decision that we make. One of the most urgent issues driving poverty in our community is the 5-week wait for universal credit. It's not just a bureaucratic hiccup, it actively pushes people deeper into hardship. Imagine losing your job, leaving a difficult or abusive relationship or becoming unwell, only to hear that you have to wait up to over a month for any financial support. That wait is devastating, and it forces people into debt, leaves them dependent on food banks, and even drives some into the hands of paramilitaries for loans. It's more than a delay, it is a flawed design that throws families into crisis. The challenges keep coming. In 6 months, the welfare mitigation so many rely on, like the benefit cap, are set to end, leaving families exposed to the harshest realities of welfare reforms. And without these protections, many families will face drastic cuts to their income. I want the Executive and the Department for Communities to act decisively now. We urgently need comprehensive and multi-dimensional poverty strategy that prioritises our children, supports our working families and commits to reducing the staggering human and financial costs of poverty in Northern Ireland. Thank you.
Members, I want to make a member's statement this morning in relation to the deplorable and absolutely unacceptable announcement around the city deals that was made very late last week, actually Friday night. Just for context, members, because not every member may know, the Mid-South West region is a collaboration between Armagh City and Banbridge and Craigavon, Fermanagh and Omagh District Council and Mid-Ulster District Council. The package that was being and has been worked on very diligently by very many people within those areas comprises a funding commitment of £252 million from the Executive and the British Government. And just to give a context, the terms of agreement were to be signed for that deal in October. The invites are already being prepared as we speak and were being prepared. All of that work was in place. The Mid-South West region has 12 project proposals, and they have the potential to deliver additional jobs, drive growth in output and wages, increase in visitor numbers and spend, and provide a population magnet as further people are attracted to come to the region. And these economic benefits will be quantified within the process. So, in order to drive our public services, we clearly need to improve our economies. This and these are a central part of that process and must be considered in that context. The areas that were being looked at were enabling infrastructure, regeneration and tourism, boosting innovation and digital capacity. Some of the projects included robotics, automated packaging, agro-bio-innovation centre, green energy district and innovation programmes and huge industrial capacity around Desert Creek and Cookstown. To give further context, members, the Mid-South West region makes up half of the land area of the north. And it is home to 26% of our population and 35% of our businesses. So that is the scale of what we're... It also is by far the longest border region, with 489 kilometres of the border corridor being included within that area. So figures regarding gross disposable income show that we are also 3% behind the average, and that is an issue of huge concern. So I just want members, in the context of those city deals, to consider the impact that all of that will have in a region that provides a huge economic engine for the entire area. We're very proud of our engineering and manufacturing sector. It's world leading. Our district is one that is always looking for new opportunities, and people have been working diligently and assiduously to make this happen, and they absolutely must happen. And I know the Finance Minister is working to address those issues, and I wish her every success in those efforts.
Stephen Dunn.
Today to highlight the very important issue of road safety and the tragedies unfolding on our roads all too often. A total of 71 people lost their lives on our roads last year, the highest annual number of deaths for 8 years, which is truly shocking indeed. And 41 people have already sadly lost their lives on our roads this year. Meanwhile, PSNI figures also show that 880 people were seriously injured on our roads in the same year. What these stats do not begin to represent is the immense pain and suffering behind each number, whether it be the loss of a dear friend, family member, or the permanent mental or physical trauma from a serious road traffic collision. Each death and serious injury on our roads causes incredible harm and heartbreak right across our local communities and across every part of Northern Ireland. The Department for Infrastructure has now launched its road safety strategy to 2030, alongside an action plan for 24-25. This strategy sets ambitious targets to reduce these numbers, and also by at least 50% by 2030. And I very much welcome this strategy coming forward, and I know we've talked about it quite a number of times within the Infrastructure Committee, and importantly the action plan coming forward and the various targets contained within it for safer roads, safer vehicles and safer people. And I think that's something that we can all certainly get behind today. However, we do need much more than just another strategy, and it's important that every effort is made to ensure that these targets are met. And it was disappointing that a number of key targets from the previous action plan were not met, particularly around mobile phone legislation and also an important review around drink driving legislation. With statistics showing that between 18 and 22, 377 people were killed or seriously injured on our roads as a result of taking drink or drugs, it is vitally important that there is a collaborative approach taken by the Departments of Infrastructure, Justice and the PSNI to discourage and punish these very dangerous and destructive practices, given the severe impact they're having upon our road safety. Another key aspect of our road safety strategy centres on safe roads, and it ties in well with what my colleague from South Down has already highlighted about how our roads network must be improved, and it does need real investment to promote road safety and prevent unnecessary collisions. And we have unfortunately seen many of our roads right across the country neglected by the department, particularly in recent years. One prominent example within my own constituency in North Down is indeed the A2 dual carriageway between Bangor and Belfast, which carries over 35,000 vehicles every day. And that is an example of an area with potential for accident black spots. And the Minister has committed to a road safety review of the A2, and I would implore him to continue on that and ensure action is taken. So I think it's important that we highlight this issue, and we all certainly have a responsibility to share the road to zero. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, last week I stood up to pay tribute to a wonderful community event in South Belfast, and I'm delighted to say I'm able to do that again this past weekend on Sunday. There was an event in Botanic Avenue, which is just around the corner from my constituency office, Open Botanic, and just about a month ago, just over a month ago, we saw horrible, appalling, shaming scenes on Botanic Avenue and in that part of inner South Belfast. It didn't represent the people of South Belfast. It didn't represent any of the communities who call South Belfast home. But on Sunday past, we did see the true diversity of South Belfast. Botanic Avenue was closed off to traffic. It was, amazingly, another glorious sunny day, just as we had for the events in Ormeau Park and at Finaghy a week or two before. And on Botanic Avenue, we saw just a huge range of the diversity. We saw the Anaka Collective, we saw samba bands, we saw flamenco bands, we also saw flute bands. Pride of Lagan Valley were there, and the Finnehy True Blues. We saw the representing the Belfast Bands Forum. We, as I said, we had Friends of the Field who do wonderful work in terms of conservation beside Botanic Gardens. It really was, frankly, a beautiful, inspiring insight into the diversity of South Belfast and how the plurality of that constituency and that place work so well together. And it was a glorious day. It was a family day. It was cross-community. It was diverse. And yes, it was sunny. There was great food on offer, and there were great experiences. And I think why that's so important to me is I'm very, very proud to represent that constituency. But I'm also proud to live in that community, to work just around the corner on University Street, walking down Botanic Avenue on Sunday. And I nearly had to put on sun cream. It wasn't quite that sunny as it was in Ormeau Park the week before. But it really reminded me of the wonderful shared community that is South Belfast. We had, as I say, we had the Belfast Bands Forum there. We had, as I say, the Anaka Collective. We had representatives from right across the community, and it was just really an inspiring, wonderful day and a reminder of the best of South Belfast and indeed the best of Belfast as a city. Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak about the sad loss of a friend and former council colleague, Jerry McLaughlin, who was laid to rest on Friday. The nature of this place and the short time available to organise meetings and deal with constituency matters greatly impinges on our ability to attend funerals and ad hoc events. But I would like to record my sadness at his passing and my gratitude for having known Jerry Mc for many years, long before he or I became councillors. Jerry McLaughlin is etched in my good memories bank. I knew Jerry when he worked in Diamond Sawmills and in the old DOE, long before I became a councillor. In fact, Jerry was the first person to shake my hand the day I was elected in a by-election. He had a reputation for helping his fellow workmates, and his record working for all as a councillor was well known and appreciated. A tireless community worker, in his younger days he was a leading member of the Windsor Boys Club in Coleraine, where he educated children in the art of boxing, along with the late Billy Murphy and the late John Hart. His love for his wife Bernadette and his family was unending. Bernadette was a shining star in his life, closely followed by his children, his grandchildren and his great-grandchildren. I was privileged to play a small part when he and Bernadette renewed their marriage vows on their 50th wedding anniversary. Jerry's late father served in the First World War and was severely injured, but thankfully he survived that terrible conflict and returned home. In memory of his father, Jerry was one of the first, if not the very first, SDLP councillors to attend Remembrance Sunday. When he and I attended our first official Remembrance Sunday together in 1996, we also travelled to the Somme battlefields. Jerry McLaughlin was a kind, loving, loyal man whose word was his bond and his integrity was beyond reproach. He was a gentleman, a family man. He had so many qualities, and I was proud to have known him as a friend. I have fond memories of our times in council. As two working-class guys, we had much in common, and a friendship that rose above all else, especially politics. A few months back, Jerry and daughter Stephanie visited my office. Despite his illness, right away, Jerry adopted a boxing pose. We had a good laugh, a bit of crack, and again, another memory was made that will never fade. Jerry will be greatly missed, not just by his family, but by the many constituents he helped over the years. I too will miss Jerry. My life has been much richer for having known Jerry, and I extend my deepest sympathy to his wife Bernadette, children Donna, Kathy, Jerry, Colette, Dominic, Gemma, Stephanie, Gary, Richard, Amy and the late Louise, and to the immediate and extended family circle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Kelly Armstrong.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with concern. And my concern is that the Minister for Infrastructure and the Department of Infrastructure have announced that the Strangford Ferry crossing will cease for 5 weeks from the 14th of October. Now, this has a huge impact on the Strangford constituency, particularly those of the Upper Ards who use that ferry on a daily basis to get to work, to access hospital services, and particularly now that children are back at school, the hundreds of children who cross every day to access school in Downpatrick or Ballynahinch.
The fact that there was no formal announcement of this other than appearance on Traffic Watch and on social media yesterday is astounding. I would have thought that something so devastating as having a ferry removed for 5 weeks would have called for a meeting with local representatives or the local community. And when I've spoken to a number of members and business owners in the local community yesterday evening, they confirmed that they didn't know about this either. I think that it's time that the Minister for Infrastructure clarified what the impact will be to the community around the Ards Peninsula and Strangford of the removal of this ferry for such a significant period of time. I understand that the reason for it being off for 5 weeks is to do with health and safety repairs required at the quays. I'm not sure if that's at Strangford or Portaferry or both, but it would be nice to have known in advance. There has been a significant amount of work done on the roads around the peninsula area for a very dangerous A20 road, and I'm very grateful for that, but it all seems to be happening at once, and there will be a negative impact to the businesses either side of the lough. I ask that the Minister for Infrastructure perhaps meets with myself and my other colleagues from the Strangford constituency to discuss this. But what I would say is TransLink has an opportunity here, that while a passenger ferry will be provided, albeit a limited service, that there could be a connection made from the Strangford side so that a bus for those workers who usually take their car to be able to travel to work in Downpatrick. If we had have had the opportunity to meet with the Minister or the officials in advance, we could have arranged all of this. We could have taken the sting out of the news that the ferry will be taken off for 5 weeks. The peninsula can feel like a very isolated place, and I have to say, Mr. Speaker, the announcement yesterday has made it even more isolated. It's a shame that this type of information cannot be shared more clearly with the public and with elected members before the decisions are taken. Thank you.
Peter Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First 1,000 days of life, from conception to age 2, is a critical phase. This has been widely recognised by clinicians, psychologists and researchers. During this time period, crucial foundations are laid for a child's future development. If a child's body and brain develop positively, then their life chances are considerably improved. However, exposure to stress or adversity during this phase can result in a child's development faltering and in some cases falling significantly behind their peers. Left unaddressed, adverse childhood experiences, or ACEs as they are more commonly known, can stay with children throughout their lives and can even be passed on to future generations. Intervening more proactively in the first 1,000 days of a child's life can improve a child's health, their emotional development, life chances, and more importantly, is just the right thing to do. Excellent work has been carried out in this area by Way of Trust and others over the last 10 years. Sure Starts across Northern Ireland are crucial in this regard, and I would like to pay tribute to the one that operates in my constituency of North Down. I would also like to recognise the excellent work that Kilkilly Women's Centre and North Down Community Network do alongside young mums in the Bangor area. Positive interventions that are put in place during the first 1,000 days are classed by economists as invest to save initiatives. In other words, whilst clearly needing funding at the outset, these prevent more expensive interventions later in a child's life. I would especially like to welcome the Education Minister's announcement in May of this year that there will be an additional £25 million for early learning and childcare in Northern Ireland. And this is exactly the sort of an invest to save measure that I'm talking about this morning. However, this is primarily a health department issue, as they have the legal varies for this stage of a child's development and life. I would therefore strongly encourage the Health Minister to look again at this area and prioritise spending accordingly, as I believe it will reap benefits in the long run. In my view, special attention needs paid to both the numbers and the frequency of midwife and health visitor support. I hope this type of initiative commands the support of the entire House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The proud son of North Belfast, a Manchester United fan and a Northern Ireland fan, it gives me great pleasure to pay tribute to our retiring captain, Johnny Evans. Unfortunately for me, Mr. Speaker, that's where the comparisons between me and Mr. Evans end. but Johnny has played for Northern Ireland on 107 occasions, captaining Northern Ireland since the retirement of Stephen Davis. Jonathan made his debut for Northern Ireland in 2006 against Spain, and as that famous song goes, Mr. Speaker, you will know the result of that match when Northern Ireland won their historic victory 3-2 in Spain. Mr. Speaker, despite Jonathan winning the Champions League and the Premier League with Manchester United, on his retirement he said his proudest achievement in football was wearing the green shirt of Northern Ireland and representing his country. And for me, Mr. Speaker, that is what the Northern Ireland football team is all about. It brings people from all backgrounds and all traditions together under the unity of that badge, playing for and hoping to get the best result for our country. Jonathan never forgot his working class roots from Newton Abbey. He never forgot those who helped him in his teenage years, and the fans, Mr. Speaker, will never forget him. Jonathan showed that despite what part of Northern Ireland you come from, despite coming from one of the most socio and economically challenged constituencies in Northern Ireland, one of the most difficult wards in Northern Ireland, you can proudly represent your country. And he should be an inspiration to any boy or girl anywhere in Northern Ireland, that you can proudly wear the shirt of your country and that the whole of Northern Ireland will always be behind you. Thank you.
You can take this opportunity to congratulate Ravara Pipe Band on the recent success at the World Piping Championships in Scotland last month, when they returned home from Glasgow as the 2024 Grade 2 World Champions. Ravara Pipe Band has had a long record of success locally, and it's fantastic to see their incredible achievement on the world stage more recently. During this summer alone, Ravara Pipe Band has won in the respective Grade 2 at the Heart of Down Champions, the Ulster Band and Drum Corps Champions, the All-Ireland Band and Drum Corps Champions, the Ulster Band and Drum Corps Champions, the Mid-Ulster Championships, the UK Championships for the third year in a row, and now the World Championships in Glasgow Green. With their recent win in Glasgow, this also means they have finished the year as Grade 2 Supreme Champion of Champions Band in both Scotland and Northern Ireland. I'd also like to give a special mention to Ravara's drum major, Jamie Couples, who came second in the adult drum major final at the recent World Piping Championships in Scotland, adding again to the remarkable list of prizes from this season. The extent of Ravara's success this summer is nothing short of phenomenal, and I want to put on record my congratulations and express on behalf of the wider community in my home village of Ballygowan how proud we all are to be able to say that we officially have the best Grade 2 pipe band in the world. Thank you.
Jerry Carl.
Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the recent work of pro-Palestine activists across this country who have taken action to say we shouldn't normalise apartheid and we shouldn't normalise genocide. In recent days, these actions, Mr. Speaker, targeted the US company Red Hat, which has strong connections with the Israeli military and the Israeli occupation. And despite all the attempts on this island and across the world to mischaracterise the BDS movement, these actions with regard to Red Hat show what this movement is all about. It's a peace, justice and a solidarity movement at its heart. Mr. Speaker, in the face of GAA upper management wanting to put their heads in the sand in the hope that they could get away with hosting this company, this organisation, activists importantly got organised online and also out in the street outside places like Casement Park in my own constituency. I want to commend, Mr. Speaker, those activists in the IPSC, the Ireland Palestine Solidarity Campaign, the Gaels Against Genocide, and every individual and organisation who came out to take a stand against this company. There must not and cannot be business as usual while companies profit and are connected to the Israeli war machine with its ongoing killing and slaughter. More important than ever, Mr. Speaker, we need to keep up our activism as we approach a year of the genocide, a year of scholasticide. Despite the brutality of the war launched by Israel and the estimated 186,000 people killed, that is reported by the Lancet journal, Palestinians will not disappear. The Zionist project is fracturing as the myth of Israel being a democracy and liberal has been exposed as a lie in front of the whole world. The UN Special Rapporteur Francesca Albanese has rightly said it is unavoidable for Israel to become a pariah state. Our job, Mr. Speaker, in Ireland is to say that loud and clear, to expose the true nature of the apartheid state and its war machine. And my message to the activists is to keep being active, keep marching, keep protesting until Palestine is free. Thank you.
I received notice from the Minister for Communities that he wishes to make a statement. Before I call the Minister, I remind members that questions should be concise, not an opportunity for long introductions. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission and compliance with Section 52 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998, I wish to make a statement regarding the North-South Ministerial Council Language Body meeting, which was held at the NSMC Joint Secretariat offices on the 29th of May. The Executive was represented by myself as Minister for Communities and by Junior Minister Riley as accompanying Minister. The Irish Government was represented by Thomas Byrne, TD, Minister of State with responsibility for the Gaeltacht. This statement has been agreed with Minister Riley, and I'm making it on behalf of both of us. The meeting dealt with issues relating to the North-South Language Body and its two constituent agencies, the Ulster Scots Agency and Force na Gaeilge. A number of topics were discussed, with decisions being taken where appropriate. As part of opening remarks, ministers acknowledged the work of the language body and the positive impact the agencies have had in the language and culture sectors on both sides of the border. Following opening remarks, I, as Chair, introduced a number of items which form the basis of this statement. The first item to be discussed was the Language Body Progress Report. The Council noted the progress reports for the period 2020 to 2023, which were received from the Chairs and CEOs of the Ulster Scots Agency and Force na Gaeilge, along with the key achievements of the language body since the last sectoral meeting. These achievements included the forging of Ulster Scots links with the international diaspora through the Ulster Scots Agency, welcoming over 3,000 people to view the Declaration of Independence exhibition at the Public Records Office, Northern Ireland, and this featured an original Dunlap broadside. The distribution by the Ulster Scots Agency of more than 900 funding grants to help with COVID safety and to mitigate the financial impact of the pandemic. The continuing work of Force na Gaeilge in partnership with its lead organisations to deliver language planning initiatives in both jurisdictions, including in Gaeltacht Service Towns, Irish language networks, and the considerable progress in dictionary and terminology work, including the launch of Force na Gaeilge's new dictionary project in 2022, with the ambitious target of publishing both a single language Irish dictionary and a new Irish English dictionary online by 2027. The second item to be addressed was corporate governance matters. The Council addressed a number of governance issues, including the approval of the language body business plans and budgets for 22, 23 and 24, which have been completed in accordance with guidance issued by both finance departments and which have been agreed by sponsor departments and finance ministers. Ministers also approved the language body 23 to 25 corporate plans, which have again been completed in accordance with the guidance issued by both finance departments and which have been agreed by the sponsor departments and finance ministers. The Council then noted the language body's consolidated annual report and accounts for 2018, 2019, 2020 and 2021, which have been certified by the Comptrollers and Auditors General and laid before the Houses of the Oireachtas and in the Northern Ireland Assembly. The NSMC also noted that the audit of the 2022 accounts is near completion. The next item to be addressed was the climate change and loss of biodiversity in the language sector. The NSMC noted that both agencies of the North-South Language Body have had statutory climate change and biodiversity obligations as public service bodies. Ministers also welcomed the drafting by the agencies of climate action roadmaps to meet targets in both jurisdictions. We noted that both agencies will continue to engage with relevant departments to identify opportunities to address climate change and loss of biodiversity from an operational perspective. The NSMC then received presentations by groups funded by the language body. The presentations by Gail Lynn and the Ulster Scots Community Network illustrated the key achievements of the organisations as a result of working in partnership with agencies of the language body. The Council welcomed the successful engagement with schools in both jurisdictions to deliver programmes and schemes to improve Irish language skills and to create natural opportunities to speak Irish outside of the formal classroom setting. The North-South Ministerial Council also welcomed the raising of awareness of Ulster Scots identity among individuals and over 100 voluntary and community groups. This included the provision of policy support, assistance with adherence to safeguarding standards, and the encouragement of wider involvement in Ulster Scots activity by groups and individuals through the delivery of over 30 cultural events in 2023. The final issue to be addressed was the date of the next NSMC language body meeting, with the Council agreeing to hold the meeting in autumn 2024. Mr Speaker, that concludes the statement.
McGlone.
Thank you, and I thank the Minister for his statement.
Is
there any progress being made?
I'm
asking the Minister this question about the language legislation. Has there been any cooperation in achieving this?
It's been made on legislation around the language legislation, and has any cooperation been carried through or fulfilled at the level of both governments to help achieve this?
No, Mr Speaker, the issue wasn't raised at the meeting because that's a responsibility solely for the Department, and I'm currently considering the next steps in the development of those strategies.
Colin McGlone.
I got Cancholia and thank the Minister to Gormagat Moran statement. I thank the Minister for the statement today and for coming to the Chamber. Can I ask, Minister, could you outline the steps that you're taking to address the vacancies within Forest na Gaeilge and the Ulster Scots Agency?
Yes, there are obviously a number of vacancies in terms of appointments. The executive will need to work through those. They're considering appropriate nominees, and once I have those, I will seek NSM agreement to make those appointments at the earliest opportunity.
Kingston.
Speaker, and I wish to ask the Minister for an update on when will the chair of the Ulster Scots Agency be appointed?
The member will have been aware that that vacancy has existed for some time now. And as I said in my answer to Mr Gilden, there are a number of executive nominated vacancies on the language body boards, and it will be up to the executive to decide those. And then I will be able to take those to the following meeting of the North-South Ministerial Council. But unfortunately, because that's dependent upon executive agreement, I don't have a time frame yet for when that will be in place.
Kelly Armstrong.
And thank you to the Minister for your update on your statement today. Minister, I wondered during your conversations, has there been any consideration about standardisation of both Irish and Ulster Scots? I know it's talked about a dictionary coming forward. It's just that the wealth and the generosity of language comes from the variations. We know Thran and Ulster Scots means something very different in different parts of the country. What input, therefore, are you aware of native speakers?
Minister.
Well, Mr Speaker, that's not something that was discussed at the meeting. However, it would be the responsibility of those bodies to bring forward what it is that they would like to see happen. If the member has individual issues she would like to see one of the agencies take forward, I'd be more than happy to pass that on to the relevant agencies and see what, if anything, would need to be discussed at further meetings.
You're Armstrong.
The Minister for his update on the North-South Ministerial Council meeting back in May. Can the Minister outline what engagement he has planned with both the Irish language and Ulster Scots communities ahead of the next North-South Ministerial Council meeting, which you say is in autumn?
Minister.
I would need to check my diary on that one. Obviously, there's regular engagement with these bodies, always at official level, which is on an ongoing basis, and then also at ministerial level as well. I would need to check and to see what is coming up in the diary, but it's certainly right that we have close cooperation. In particular, there will be greater collaboration with the Ulster Scots Agency as a result of the Northern Ireland US Cultural Working Group, which they are a part of, and in other fora, if not directly meetings, we also meet with the agencies of the language body.
Samuel Holland.
Thank you, Minister. Yeah, it was just that collaboration, I suppose, with the Ulster Scots Agency around that cultural piece. It was just if you could give us a wee bit more detail about what was discussed or what initiatives are planned going forward.
Absolutely was something that I had raised at the last plenary meeting, as well as the sectoral meeting that we had. I do believe there's huge opportunity, as I said in the chamber yesterday, to develop those links, in particular with the United States, as I had mentioned, and there's a number of ways in which that I think that I can do that. And again, if the member has any particular issues that she thinks that the working group should be looking at, I'd be happy to engage with her on that.
Melissa McHugh.
Agus buíochas leis an éire.
Thank the Minister for his statement.
And thanks to the Minister as well for his statement. Minister, could you outline what the language planning initiatives, including Gaeltacht services towns, are?
Minister.
Although I don't have the detail on that, as it's the responsibility for the body, I'd be happy to ask them to provide an update to them.
Following on from my colleague Shan Mulholland's question there, Minister, in the summer I had the great fortune of visiting the Ulster Scots Agency and hearing about that exhibition in Pronay. So given the 250th anniversary of the signing of the US Declaration of Independence, was that discussed, and is that something that you could take forward as a department with your Irish counterparts in terms of tourism potential? Thank you.
Obviously, issues of tourism are primarily under the purview of the Department for the Economy, but yes, absolutely, I want to make sure that I play whatever role I can in this. I think we do have an opportunity to promote Northern Ireland in the United States through the cultural connections that we have. I think it was a very useful exhibition of the Declaration of Independence, and I'm pleased to be able to tell at the House that I have made progress in our conversations with both the Smithsonian Museum in the United States and the National Archives about how there can be greater collaboration with Museums NI and the Public Records Office. That's something that I would like to develop, and ultimately I think one of the best outcomes that we can get from that is letting more people in the United States, especially those with that Ulster Scots background, for example, to be aware of what it is that we do here in Northern Ireland, and hopefully get them over to visit.
Michelle Guy. Timothy Gaston.
Thank you very much. Minister, later on today this Assembly will debate pressures on the health service. Yet you have brought a statement to the House here today in which you tell us that in May 2024 the Council approved the North-South language body business plans and budgets for 2022, 2023 and 2024. And you say that the audited accounts for 2022, which is some 2 years ago, are near completion. No business could operate in this fashion. Why is it thought acceptable when it comes to the sacred cows of the North-South bodies that this is acceptable? And what are you doing to ensure this issue doesn't arise again?
Minister.
The member will be aware that when the Assembly and the Executive were not in place, that there were no meetings of the North-South Ministerial Council at sectoral, institutional or plenary level in order to allow these to go through their proper processes. If the member has any particular concerns in relation to those, I'd be happy to hear them, and I will take those up directly with whoever is responsible.
Jerry Carl.
There was any discussion of expanding the Gaeltacht bursary scheme, especially given the budget surplus in the south and the Apple billions are likely to come through. It's an important scheme, but I'm concerned that with the rapid increase in Gaelgory, particularly in working class communities, many people in my constituency and beyond will be denied the undeniable benefits of immersive learning that a Gaeltacht course and visit provides.
I can inform the member that it was discussed during. You will be aware in terms of budgets that in Northern Ireland we have many public sector organisations that are facing into real term budget reductions with rising costs and standstill budgets. So if there were to be a proposal from the Irish government to increase their budget, that then would have implications for ourselves. So we need to be ensuring that the funding level is kept the same. It'll be difficult for us to be in a position to increase that if the Irish Government had wanted to, because we need to be aware of the budgetary situation that we find ourselves in.
Speaker, Minister, in answer to my colleague Patsy McGlone, you said the Language Act had not come up, but obviously when the Irish Language and Ulster Scots Commissioners are appointed, they will have to work on a cross-border basis, because the languages are cross-border and the sectoral bodies are cross-border. So can you please give us an update as to when those commissioners are going to be appointed? We first heard about, we've been talking about this for years now. When are they going to be appointed?
Well, the commissioners are not the responsibility for my department, but in terms of the strategies and the action plans, I'll need to consider those, consider the next steps, engage with executive colleagues, and only once we are in that position will I be able to bring forward a timetable.
That concludes questions on the statement. Next item of business is the introduction of the Justice Bill. I call the Minister of Justice to move the first stage.
Justice Bill.
Clerk, please read the long title.
A bill to amend the law about the retention and destruction of fingerprints and DNA profiles under Part 6 of the Police and Criminal Evidence, Northern Ireland Order 1989, to amend the law about the release of children on bail and about their detention, to permit the use of live links for the exercise of certain police functions, to make other provision in connection with the administration of justice and for connected purposes.
That constitutes the bill's first stage and it shall now be printed. Next item of business is a motion from the Committee on Procedures to amend the standing orders. Clerk, please read the motion.
The motion to amend Standing Order 30, as detailed on the order paper, be agreed.
Thank you. I call the Chair of the Committee on Procedures to move the motion.
So moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour for this debate. The proposal of the motion was up to 10 minutes to propose and a further 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. I call on the Chair to open the debate.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On behalf of the Committee on Procedures, I am pleased to bring this motion to amend standing orders to the House today. The Committee is considering a range of issues to improve the effective and efficient operation of both plenary sittings and committee meetings, and this is the first of a number of changes and additions to standing orders we hope to bring forward over the coming months. This motion proposes an addition to Standing Order 30 (brackets 2) to provide for a final deadline for a private member's bill to be introduced to the Assembly on the last sitting day in June of the penultimate season of a mandate. While providing for a final deadline for introduction, the Speaker continues to retain considerable discretion to set deadlines for completion of other key stages of private members' bills, including the opening and closing of the submission window to gain access to PMB support, and deadlines for completion of key stages such as the final proposal. Mr Speaker, this change to standing orders originated from the work of the previous Committee on Procedures in the last mandate. In 2020, the Speaker asked that the committee consider a review of the private members' bills system to enable any changes or improvements identified to be put in place after the 2022 election. While this work was delayed due to COVID, and the committee completed the review and reported to the Assembly in March 2022. The review identified a number of refinements and improvements being made to the process, and the Assembly approved the committee's 7 recommendations on the 14th of March 2022. Several of which require changes to standing orders. The Committee on Procedures is now considering these changes as one of our priority areas of work. During the review of private members' bills, while acknowledging the unique nature of the last mandate, the committee noted that the high volume of PMBs during the busy end-of-mandate period was far from ideal, and to stand a more realistic chance of completing their passage through the Assembly, a priority for PMBs should be to avoid the significant pressures on plenary time at the end of a mandate, given that executive business takes priority when scheduling business. The committee received considerable evidence to suggest that the existence of a firm deadline for the introduction of a PMB may help the scheduling of plenary time, allow committees to structure their forward work programme with greater clarity, and provide MLAs with more confidence in relation to the timelines for their PMBs. The Speaker at that time, Alex Maskey, MLA, the Business Committee and the Chairperson's Liaison Group all supported such an approach, with the Speaker stating that if such deadline was to be set out in standing orders, any milestones set out in the guidance for PMBs would have more force. Having considered the evidence, the committee recommended that to prevent congestion in the latter stages of a mandate, meaning that PMBs are stalled in order for executive legislation to be prioritised, a final deadline for a PMB to be introduced to the Assembly should be set in standing orders for the end of June of the penultimate session of the mandate. And this is what we are bringing forward today. Members will be aware that the Speaker published the Handbook for Members' Bills that sets out the arrangements for the development of a Members' Bill during this mandate on the 7th of May. In drawing up the guidance, he reflected on lessons learned from the last mandate, including the findings and recommendations of the review conducted by the previous Committee on Procedures. The handbook also references the planned introduction of a deadline and standing orders for private members' bills and notes that, in practice, this will be the final sitting day of June 2026 for this mandate. The Speaker has also indicated that this date should not be seen as a target, and members should aim to achieve introduction of their bills as soon as practicable. From my personal experience, I would echo this advice. Mr. Speaker, it is important that all bills introduced to the Assembly should stand a realistic chance of completing their passage before the end of a mandate. Likewise, it's important that the Assembly has the opportunity to produce effectively scrutinised and quality legislation. The motion brought by the Committee on Procedures today provides for an amendment to standing orders that will support the achievement of these aims, assist PMBs in avoiding the significant pressures on plenary time at the end of a mandate, and implements the recommendations of the previous Procedures Committee as endorsed by the Assembly in March 2022. In closing, in my capacity as chairperson of the committee, I would like to thank the Deputy Chairperson, Sinead Ennis, and all the members of the committee for their constructive approach and detailed input to this issue and to the work of the committee more generally. I would also like to thank Assembly Legal Services for their assistance in drafting the changes before us today. I hope members will view this proposed change as a constructive and useful addition to standing orders to manage the flow of PMBs during the mandate, and I look forward to the debate. And just as a private member, I would like to say, as someone who has brought through a private member's bill, that was the Integrated Education Act, I welcome this clarification. At the end of the last mandate, it was extremely busy. There was a risk after working for 6 years on a bill that the time, expense and effort could be wasted if space was not available in plenary, and thank goodness it was. When you invest so much of yourself, your staff and resources into legislation that you're committed to deliver, it is right that members give themselves and the rest of this House time to bring their legislation forward so that due consideration and scrutiny can be completed. Bringing forward a deadline when the first stage, the introduction stage, has to be completed, as the Speaker has already said, should not be seen as a target. In my experience, the earlier you can introduce the bill, the better the PMB system will work for you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Jerry Carl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to raise to oppose this change to stand orders, Mr. Speaker. It's already difficult for smaller parties or independent voices to get a private member's bill completed or passed in this House. And this proposal, Mr. Speaker, makes it more difficult for those to complete the process, and they obviously limit the time when people can bring that forward. I mean, you could have, if you think about it, Mr. Speaker, the absurd situation where something new occurs or there's groundswell for movement on a particular issue in June 2026, but no private member will be able to bring legislation or be able to act on it until June 2027 if they're re-elected. And that's what this proposal would effectively do, and limit the voices of, like I said, smaller parties, independents or parties outside the executive. So I think that's really, really damaging for democracy, damaging for what this building should be about, and damaging the people outside there and those parties who are outside the executive. And again, I think it's an attempt to stifle a democracy. You think about the legislation that came through in the last few months of the last mandate. Obviously not all of it perfect, not all of it we agree with the full aspects of it, Mr. Speaker. But if this bill had been in place, you wouldn't have had any climate legislation, no trade union bill from myself, no period poverty legislation, no Private Tenancies Act, and the list goes on and on. So I would implore people, we'll give way.
I sympathise with some of what the member said, but I think he will acknowledge that some of the bills he's talking about made it to the statute book because they were introduced at a time when there was a realistic prospect of them getting onto the statute book. I mean, I as the Leader of the Opposition, I'm very keen that we have as much... first of all, I want the Executive to bring forward legislation. We have to debate and scrutinise. That's their job. They have the resources. But also, I think, realistically, we do have to be... Like, things being introduced a few months from the end of a mandate are not going to pass. And I think it's a bit disingenuous for us to pretend that they are.
Member, I mean, you should be doing a bit more opposing here. You're meant to be a Leader of the Opposition to the Speaker. And you're saying to your members who come to you in June 2026, you're saying no chance of a new private members bill if something changes in society, if something changes in the real world, which happens on a regular basis. You're saying if you vote for this standing order, members, you have to wait another year at least till this private member bill can be heard on the floor of the House. I'll go away, yeah.
Just for clarification, we currently have a deadline by which you have to submit a private member's bill through to the Speaker's office for consideration. This piece of legislation, or this standing order change, basically says that once you've got the go-ahead for your PMB, you have until that last sitting in June 2026 to submit it to the House. It doesn't stop someone from taking forward a private member's bill, it just helps to confirm the last date by which you can expect this House to have the time to scrutinise.
The member for giving way, I think it doesn't change a substantive point that is still restrictive, and it prevents people from bringing forward legislation a year before there's a stormont. Again, if people are re-elected or not, that's obviously up to the electorate. So I think it's restrictive, Mr. Speaker, and I think people in this House, especially people who are supposed to be in opposition, should oppose this.
Well, it's needed to wind.
Last Concorla. As the Deputy Chairperson on the Committee for Procedures, I welcome the opportunity to conclude on today's motion to amend standing orders to provide a final deadline for a private members' bill to be introduced to the Assembly on the last sitting day in June of the penultimate session of the mandate. I would like to thank the Chairperson for opening the debate and to the members that have contributed to it so far. It is worth noting that in committee there was unanimous support to bring forward this change. There doesn't quite seem to be unanimous support in the House today, and I hear what Mr Carroll is saying, but I think at the heart of all this comes down to us. It's not the volume of legislation we pass, it's the scrutiny role that we provide when we're passing it. And nobody's going to pat us on the back for the amount that we pass. It's how good the legislation is that we when we pass the end product, and how that benefits society. And I think it's incumbent on us to make sure that we have rules and regulations in place that allow us to actually do that in a way that benefits society. As the committee chairperson outlined when she opened the debate, this motion is being considered today as the previous Assembly endorsed the recommendations of the review of the private members' bills in March 2022. Concorla members' bills are a valuable and effective way of achieving considerable change. The amendment to standing orders to provide a deadline for the introduction of private members' bills that we are bringing forward today achieves a balance between setting standards and procedural requirements to ensure the development and scrutiny of legislation is rigorous, as I've said, and thorough, while not restricting a member's right to develop and bring forward a bill. As the Chair has outlined, it is also the most realistic deadline to achieve the aim of ensuring private members' bills introduced to the Assembly stand a realistic chance of completing their passage before the end of a mandate, and should assist in the scheduling of plenary time to prevent congestion in the later sessions of a mandate that could result in PMBs being stalled in order for executive legislation to be prioritised. Finally, Concorla, I want to thank the Chairperson and those who have contributed to the debate. I want to thank the members of the committee for the constructive and diligent approach they have taken in considering not just this change to standing orders but others that the committee intend to bring forward in the near future. And with that, Concorla, I commend the motion to the House.
Before we proceed to the question, I would remind members that the motion requires cross-community support. The question is the motion standing in the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary if any, no. Aye. Do we have tellers? Question will be put in 3 minutes. Order. Order. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. Do we have tellers? Order. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Sinead Ennis and Kelly Armstrong. Tellers for the noes are Jerry Carroll and Claire Sugden. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clear the doors. Order. Order. Clerk, read the result.
70 members voted, of which 66 voted aye, 94.3%. 23 nationalists voted, of which 22 voted aye, 95.7%. 31 unionists voted, of which 29 voted aye, 93.5%. 16 others voted, of which 15 voted aye, 93.8%. The motion is carried by cross-community support.
The motion is carried. Unfasten the doors. Please take your ease while the Principal Deputy Speaker takes a seat.
Okay, members, the next item of business is a motion on funding for health service transformation. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly acknowledges the deepening crisis engulfing the health service, believes current hospital waiting times are unacceptable and must be urgently and sustainably addressed, notes with particular concern the 9.4% rise in the number of patients waiting for a first consultant-led outpatient appointment in the Northern, Southern and Western Health and Social Care Trusts between June 2023 and June 2024. Reiterates support for the full and timely implementation of the Systems Not Structures report by Professor Rafael Bengoa in order to deliver a more effective, efficient and responsive health service. Recognises the importance of transformation being clinically led, as well as the need to value and reward our dedicated frontline health professionals. Expresses concern that the stabilisation package agreed with the Government in December 2023 is insufficient to enable the immediate sustainability of public services or to take forward the much-needed transformation agenda. Further believes there is a need for a new long-term financial settlement with the Treasury. Calls on the Minister of Health to work with executive colleagues to strongly make the case for additional funding from the Treasury, and further calls on the Minister to prioritise and allocate additional resources to tackle the backlog in hospital waiting lists in the delivery of the Executive's forthcoming programme for government.
Thank you. I call on Diane Dodds to move the motion. Thank you, Diane. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the marshalled list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Dan, please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you. I think that this is one of the most important motions that we could bring before this Assembly, and it certainly is a motion that will have a resonance in every family across Northern Ireland. We all know someone who is on a waiting list. We all know someone who is in pain, and we all know someone who, in that waiting list, will be diagnosed with a more serious illness than had they been seen earlier. So it is a significant yet difficult issue, but it's an issue that I believe that the Minister and this Assembly must grasp in order to make life better for people here in Northern Ireland. Now, I know that waiting for treatment has kind of been a fact of life since the inception of the NHS, with statistics going back to, believe it or not, 1949 on the number of patients waiting for routine treatment. And the NHS's founding principle of care being largely free at the point of use means the length of time we wait tends to serve as an indicator of the state of the service overall. And I think that we should reflect on that point, because it is significant that so many people are waiting because so many elements of the service needs fixed in Northern Ireland. And I'm using this word advisedly, but in Northern Ireland, those waiting times have become obscene. Growing demand, funding constraints and staff shortages have contributed to none of the departmental waiting lists targets being met since 2014. That's 10 years. And those are the ones that I could verify. The result, tragically, is that people will have much poorer outcomes, and many will die because their diagnosis or treatment is delayed. I had a look for this debate again at the Northern Ireland cancer waiting times. Patients starting treatment following an urgent GP referral. There's a 62-day target for that particular area. Only 29.8% of patients who have been urgently referred by their GP will start treatment for their cancer within that particular time frame. Imagine the terror and the anxiety of a woman who discovers an issue in terms of breast cancer, and to realise that in Northern Ireland, that patients seen by a breast cancer specialist following an urgent referral, we're supposed to have a 14-day target for that. Only 34.1% of women will be seen in the appropriate time. That is obscene, and it is shocking, and it is to our shame, and it is something that needs fixed. And Minister, this is not a get at the Minister issue, because we want to work to make sure that all of us collectively fix these particular issues. Last year, there was an increase of 9.4% in the number of people waiting for a referral following an appointment with a consultant following their referral by a GP. And in many specialities, that actually is a much, much longer waiting time than in others. We need to address these issues. They are very, very significant. We have heard for a long time that Northern Ireland has the worst waiting lists in the United Kingdom. But has the approach that we have tried so far brought us any closer to significant progress? We have made progress at the margins, but not significant progress that will help us to address this issue. Does anyone in this chamber have confidence that we will see significant improvements if we continue to do the same thing that we are doing? So I would say to the chamber today that simply doing a little more, investing a little extra, won't make enough of a difference. And continuing in the old way with small contracts at the end of the year for the private sector, or when money becomes available, will only have minimal impact. Staff busy in their NHS jobs doing a little extra at the weekend or perhaps one day through the week is actually only playing at the margins, and we do need a fundamentally different approach. Officials have told the Health Committee that we are not that far off having the appropriate capacity to be able to deal with regular anticipated workload of routine and emergency cases year on year. That's good. And it is the backlog that is the massive challenge. And we need to answer a better answer than simply give us more money, or we can't fix this until you give us more money. This motion specifically addresses the issue of money, and I hope that money becomes available. Although I must say that as devolution was restored, we were the only party that said we had insufficient amounts of money. But we can't just simply sit about and do nothing until more money arrives. We need to look at the alternatives. I have suggested before seeking to partner with large national or international providers. There are renowned US non-profit organisations who should be encouraged to take an interest in Northern Ireland. Some already operate in the United Kingdom and in the Irish Republic. And our political relationship with the United States should be able to assist us in trying to interest those people in helping us address the crisis in our health service. But we would need to be willing to offer large enough bundles of procedures to actually release the efficiencies and ensure that these people would come. Other areas which should be pursued, including organising our waiting lists on a regional Northern Ireland-wide basis to permit same-time access, regardless of where anyone lives. There are far too many inconsistencies in the wait times across the different trusts in Northern Ireland. And I know our Minister speaks about inequality in health service provision, but this is a structural inequality that needs to be addressed. And we could include in this province-wide centres of excellence for rapid diagnostics or scopes, and understand that the really expensive equipment that we use for this should not be simply switched off and shut at 5 o'clock. And one of my local hospital, Daisy Hill in Newry, that is a classic example of where we need to ensure that we actually sweat the asset that we've actually got. For many more years now, more and more staff have been added, but the number of appointments and procedures haven't increased. I don't actually believe that's the fault of the staff, but the system is far too inefficient. And that inefficient emphasis continues, or insufficient evidence continues, emphasis continues to be placed on prevention, leaving too many people with preventable illness ending up requiring treatment. 1 in 4 adults in Northern Ireland are living with 2 or more long-term health conditions. And when patients require treatment, they aren't flowing through the system as they should. Staff can't see as many patients as they like, and they end up operating old and clunky technology that is unfit for the 21st century. If there is a problem at the front end with too many patients, there are also problems at other parts. Hundreds of patients today, fit to leave hospital, are having to stay there while taking up a vital bed. In mid-March, I asked the Minister in a written question for the figures of those fit to leave hospital but unable to do so. And in mid-March, it was over 600 people. That's the equivalent of Craigavon Hospital and another of our smaller hospitals being consistently out of use. That is, we cannot create an efficient system if that is the situation in our health service. And I presume that during the winter, that might have been much worse. So fixing waiting lists is a complicated issue and also requires us to fix social care. Lord Darcy's report last week stated that 13% of beds in England were lost through delayed discharges. What system can operate under that level of delayed discharge? But in England, the number of delayed discharges are published each day, and we should do the same in Northern Ireland. Thank you for listening to this. apologies I didn't get finished, but this is something I'm absolutely passionate about, and I hope that the Assembly can support the motion today.
Thank you. I call Nuala McAllister to move the amendment.
Thank you, Deputy Principal Speaker, and thank you.
Sorry, Nuala, just moved and then I go through the rest.
Move.
Thank you. So, Nuala, you'll have 10 minutes to propose your amendment and 5 minutes to wind, and all other speakers will have 5 minutes if you'd like to open a debate on the amendment. Thank you.
Principal Deputy Speaker, always keeping us right. I rise, like you said, to propose the Alliance amendment to the motion and to thank my colleague from the DUP bringing forward this motion to debate today, which is of vital interest to absolutely everyone in Northern Ireland who is either waiting for treatment or has a loved one who is receiving treatment or waiting for treatment. It's important to all of us as elected representatives. It's important to the sector, and of course must be important to the Minister and his department too. I'm going to focus a little bit more within my speech today on areas that haven't been touched on, and that's the collaboration. But whilst we do support the motion as it stands, we hope to highlight a number of key specific issues that we believe were omitted from the original wording, and so we hope that people can support us on that. And it is important to acknowledge that if any progress is to be made on transformation, it must include partnership working across the health and social care, and that means proper engagement and consultation with the relevant allied healthcare professionals, the healthcare workforce, the community and voluntary sector, who all have a role to play in supporting the department in its public health goals, both of preventative health, diagnostic, treatment, and ensuring that we can tackle the waiting lists. But whenever I speak about that issue of engagement and consultation, too long in Northern Ireland have we really relied on just consultation as a box-ticking exercise. What we mean when we talk about health transformation is that true engagement with the sector, a clinical-led, evidence-based policy to transform our health service. And unfortunately, through our engagement with both the Health Committee and the stakeholders that we meet with on an individual and private basis on parties, I don't think that that's something that we are getting truly from the department. And too often this collaborative approach to transformation is lacking. And in recent months, it has come up many times at the Health Committee with many officials, both from the department and trusts, coming forward, in particularly on the issue of transformation and tackling waiting lists, where they have failed to engage with the relevant stakeholders. Now, just to be clear and frank, there is some level of engagement across all sectors here in Northern Ireland, but if we are truly to listen to those who are working on the ground, then we would see a much greater level of transformation. We can all agree that the surgical hubs, for example, are working. They are doing a fantastic job, and the department must be commended for taking their lead on that. But many times there are many Royal Colleges who have said to us that they have proposals that could actually make those more efficient, but unfortunately they aren't being brought to the table on that. There is a difference between having someone sit in a collaborative forum as a box-ticking exercise than actually listening, engaging and responding in good faith on that. We have seen it through the Health Committee from the Royal College of Surgeons around the development of the reconfiguration blueprint. When we asked about this at Health Committee, there was many MLAs across all political parties who just directly asked the question, has there been a level of engagement? What level of engagement has there been? And unfortunately, in short, the answer was essentially no. But it's very important, if we are to truly all get behind every single party, this reconfiguration blueprint. And as my understanding is, I believe that some organisations already have that blueprint, but us as MLAs don't have it. But my understanding is that it's out there and that there are many that have it, have seen it. My only hope is, in the point in doing that, was for true consultation, was to listen to those clinicians, experts, those who run it on the ground, the management who are overseeing the service across all trusts in Northern Ireland. The reason for that reconfiguration to be put out towards those stakeholders is for that feedback and engagement. So I hope then, when it comes to us as MLAs and the Assembly brought forward here, that there perhaps are positive changes within this. It's not the only example. I know that the dental access scheme, and we are waiting further detail on that, was developed without engagement from the British Dental Association. it doesn't really weigh up. We need to hear further information on how the Health Minister is truly going to collaborate within the sector. But to be fair to the Health Minister, and I know he's new into the job, and the UUP too, in them also taking up the health portfolio, it's not just one single party. We need to ensure that there's actually true political leadership on this issue. And we can all stand in the chamber, we can sit in our committees, and we can talk about the need for health transformation. But far too often here, what we see are the same parties standing at local picket lines, writing articles for local media, and parroting misinformation when presented with transformation proposals in their own backyard. And so, to be honest, I will stand with the Health Minister whenever he does tackle on that issue, and I know there are some even within the Health Minister's party who do the same when it comes to actually arguing against proposals. We all need to get behind it, whether we're a member of my party, of the UUP, Sinn Féin, DUP, SDLP, or the smaller parties. We need to ensure that we're all speaking from the same hymn sheet. I am proud to say that the Alliance Party is an evidence-led party in all aspects of our policy making, and this includes health reform. And we will continue to listen to that evidence that comes from the health and social care sector on the advice on necessary changes, and our policy on this area will be taken in by those clinicians and professionals and stakeholders who are listening to this. Another aspect that we touched on within our amendment is around multi-year budgets. We understand that if we are going to truly tackle waiting lists, that you cannot do this just solely on a year-by-year basis, and we do need those multi-year budgets to ensure that we actually have that long-term sustainable plan. So we do support the Health Minister and all ministers within the Executive to ensure that we do have multi-year budgets in place in Northern Ireland. We also need political stability. We can all talk about health transformation, but we cannot see health transformation if we have this continuing start and stop government here in Northern Ireland. We need to reform our institutions to ensure that we can actually honestly hold our hands up and say we're going to do it. We're going to transform the health service, but we cannot expect one minister or all the ministers to do it if just one party pulls the system down. And I'll say it not just to DUP but also to Sinn Féin to join with all the other political parties today in committing to never again collapsing these institutions so that we can actually move forward collectively and truly transform the health service in particular. I hope that all parties can get behind the amendment that we've put forward today. It was not to detract from the original motion, but to add further lines to it. And I look forward to hearing from the Minister in his response as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Nuala. I call Liz Cummins.
I rise to speak in support in both of both the motion and the amendment. As 8 years ago, Professor Bengoa launched his report, Systems Not Structures, which signified a turning point in this Assembly's intent to transform our health and social care system with a clear focus on creating a safe, high quality and sustainable service for people living right across the north of Ireland. And I recently refreshed myself on the findings and the content of the report, particularly as I know Professor Bengoa is due to visit here again next month. And despite almost a decade having passed since its publication, it could have been written yesterday, except the key challenges have significantly worsened. We are now in a situation where our health service is undoubtedly in a very fragile state, and had the transformation been implemented as outlined in the Bengoa report, and indeed Delivering Together, which was introduced by my colleague the First Minister and then Health Minister Michelle O'Neill, we would not be witnessing the impact of the burning platform that Professor Bengoa rightly predicted in 2016. We have not moved on from the reactive, acute-centred model of delivery that was operating back then, and this is clearly not delivering for patients and service users. In fact, it's contributing to increasing higher costs with an over-reliance on short-term solutions, including expensive agency and locum staff, not just in secondary and tertiary care, but in primary care as we continue to struggle to attract GPs into our local surgeries. So we're at a point that this is no longer a tenable position to be in, and maintaining these existing models is having increasingly negative impacts on the quality and experience of care for patients and service users. Over the last decade, we've seen the symptoms of inaction, which the wider public have often felt was what was meant by transformation. But let us be clear. The removal of services such as emergency surgery in Daisy Hill and from the SWA is not transformation, it's service collapse. I will, yeah.
Gormayagat for my colleague for giving way. Will the member agree that transformation can only truly be achieved in consultation with communities?
The member's an extra minute.
I thank the member for intervention, and I think that's an important point and something I will discuss in more detail later on. We cannot impose decisions on the community or on our staff and all of those sectors that are critical components of our health and social care service. We must do it in genuine partnership, in co-design and co-production. That is the only way we are going to deliver, by listening to the people who are using the services, who are delivering the services every day, and know what the changes have been, whether it's societal changes and what the needs of patients are. And that leads into my other point then about the importance of proper workforce planning. As they talked about service collapse, and my colleague will be aware of the impact of that in the SWA, in order to avoid further service collapse like this, we need to ensure that we are properly planning in terms of our workforce, because we have seen where this has not happened, our highly skilled workforce has continued to see diminution and dilution as a result. So I think this must be a starting point, and this is inevitably our biggest challenge if we want to see proper transformation that we all agree is required. And in the course of this year alone, we've seen some of the dire consequences of a failure to invest in our workforce, and this is failing all of our citizens. Delivering Together envisioned the health and social care system as an attractive employer, one which will enable staff to develop their skills in a working environment that allows them to do what they do best. And that needs to be our focus now. Staff are burnt out, and being able to do the job they want to do is prevented by the constant firefighting and crisis management they're required to do every day. In 2016, Bengoa also highlighted the disproportionately high use of emergency and urgent care by people in the north, and this has undoubtedly increased significantly as we see week in, week out the huge pressures on our emergency departments, with some of the longest waiting lists in Western Europe, as others have said, extremely long waits for access to GP services and treatment. This points to the need to turn this ship around, from a focus on the latter stages of a patient's journey in acute or emergency care to a strong focus on primary care and early intervention, where preventative and proactive care will ensure that our population will not only live longer, but will live a healthier and more active life with better outcomes. Primary care is undoubtedly the bedrock of a properly functioning health and social care system, and we therefore need to see concerted efforts to tackle the existing challenges that we see right across primary care, so that patients can see the right person at the right time. But as others have said, this work cannot occur in isolation. We need to see deliverable actions to tackle our waiting lists. Not an easy task given the current financial climate, but that does not mean we do nothing. These are just some elements of what we need to do to transform our health service, and I'm under no illusion that there are so many components required to fully deliver what was envisioned by Delivering Together and the Bengoa report. And we have seen some chinks of light with the implementation of elective care hubs and partial rollout of MDTs, but we do have some way to go. But as others have said, we cannot do this without genuine partnership working, co-production and co-design with the people who use the services and those who deliver the services. Our communities are anxious and fearful that they're going to lose services, that things are being removed, and we cannot do business like that anymore. Staff must not be the last to know about service changes. We must work together, and we are committed to working with the Minister to ensure that happens in the time again.
Thank you. I call Mark Durkin.
We also support the motion and the amendment. Years of inaction, underinvestment and political paralysis have pushed our health service into a state of emergency. For 5 out of the last 7 years, we've been without a functioning government, unable to drive or fund the transformation our health system so desperately needs. Yet instead of facing that truth, those in power attempt to obscure the harsh realities and shift the blame solely onto Westminster. We waited last week, or for some time now, with bated breath for a programme for government. We knew it wouldn't fix the crisis in health, but hoped that it would at least provide a costed framework with measurable and specific targets. Not only has the draft PFG not offered solutions, but executive parties couldn't even get the detail right. with the Health Minister subsequently forced to clarify that the purported £76 million investment to address waiting lists this year was in fact old money to address critical categories and won't make a dent in the current waiting lists. More smoke and mirrors. What is glaringly absent here is accountability. The constant reference to budget pressures attempts to gloss over negligence and lack of duty of care of previous and current leadership parties. The need for transformation is more obvious than ever, but Bengoa can't be, and sometimes you get the sense that it is being used as a fig leaf for every collapse and closure across the health service. People want transformation that will mean they can access treatment sooner. So, as I said, we support the motion and we'll do all that we can to ensure that transformation is funded. We need to invest to save. Bengoa, upon publication, as was Transforming Your Care years before that, was heralded as a roadmap to better health care. At the time, I did warn that a roadmap to a better destination is great, but it's not much good if you don't have the money to put petrol in the tank. So it is important that we do get the funding to fund actual transformation. The Darwinian approach to transformation and health needs challenged. Recent cuts like those to phlebotomy and vasectomy services, procedures that GPs were delivering at a snip of the price, demonstrate a worrying trend, and while I appreciate that some of those cuts have been reversed, the underlying issue remains. Newer, actual, transformative and cost-saving services that truly make a difference are being sacrificed due to an apparent last-in, first-out approach. It's actually the enshrined services and that the way we do things, policy, being retained amid budget pressures. On enshrined policies, if I just be a wee bit parochial, the Western Trust is valiantly served by super health workers who are awfully served by the current capitation formula, which must also be reviewed before it becomes a formula for capitulation. The current system is perverse, with patients crossing the border from the south in busloads for procedures in the north, such as cataract surgeries, while patients here can't access the same treatment in a timely manner. Would you rather travel 2 hours or wait 2 years for healthcare? That's the question we need to be asking. And clearly, a more strategic, all-island healthcare model would benefit everyone, ensuring quicker access to vital treatments and better health outcomes across the board. The success of the ROI reimbursement scheme is testament to the need to drive cross-border solutions, and I'd very much welcome its return as an interim solution or assistance to the agonising waits for elective surgery. People want an executive that doesn't just say it'll do what matters most, but it actually does it. That means transparency around monies invested, budget cuts applied, and a workable framework that offers a ladder for our health service to climb out of the dark depths to which it's been consigned. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call on Chambers.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the fact that this Assembly has this chance to discuss one of the most important issues in Northern Ireland right now, and that is the unacceptable health waiting times. Whilst there have been enormous advances made over recent decades in terms of health treatments and technologies, we must be honest and accept that too many people in Northern Ireland aren't receiving the quality of service that they need and deserve, and indeed what they are entitled to. And whilst for some people waiting longer lengths of time for treatment may still be okay, for others we know that with every excessive wait, the risk of people coming to further harm increases. And in cases such as cancer, for instance, we know that it is a disease that doesn't wait. Instead, it often thrives in any period of delayed interventions. Whilst there may be many things that divide this chamber, I do think there is political unanimity that patients and health workers deserve better. Lengthening waiting lists may be the current problem, but it must be recognised that they have developed due to over a decade of underfunding, reduction of training places and closure of hospital beds. Whilst for some treatments have been so long that individuals and families have been left feeling that they have no choice but to pay often huge sums of money to the independent sector. And whilst I still want to stick by the mantra of our health service being there for everyone based on need and not the ability to pay, that is a sentiment that has been increasingly strained. And through all our offices, I'm sure we know of cases where people have borrowed money just in order to try to claim back some quality of life. It's only been in the last couple of years that we've been able to get sufficient numbers of staff into the workforce, but unfortunately, however, the damage had already been done and there was a huge waiting list backlog. It is over 3 years ago when Robin Swan published the Elective Care Framework, a detailed and a realistic roadmap for tackling Northern Ireland's appalling hospital waiting list. At the time, there was political unanimity for it. The framework had 55 clear action points. It was endorsed by all executive parties and commitments were made to allocate the 700 million funding it required. Yet, within less than a year of it being published, the executive collapsed and deadlines to set an overall multi-year budget were missed, and the damage and mistakes of the past were soon repeated. So instead of health being prioritised, its opening allocation was cut in cash terms. And so whilst parties can call on the Minister of Health to invest in waiting times, they're effectively doing so whilst also having tied one arm behind its back. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Alan. I call Linda Dillon.
Privilege Can Corlia, thank you, and I want to rise today to support the motion and the amendment regarding the deepening crisis in our health service. This is not just about numbers, it's about real lives, real communities and the future of healthcare across the north. The cracks in our system are most visible in social care, which forms the foundation of our healthcare services, and we know that each and every one of the chief executives when they came to the Health Committee said that was their single greatest challenge. Without a well-supported social care system, our entire health service will continue to buckle under pressure. Carers who tirelessly provide essential services for our elderly, disabled and vulnerable citizens are facing increasing challenges. They are undervalued, they are underfunded and too often under-supported, carrying the weight of a broken system on their shoulders. Many of these carers, as we all know, are women, and women make up the backbone of both paid and unpaid care in our community. And it's high time that these women, and indeed all carers, are fairly compensated and that their work is recognised and respected. The situation in rural areas such as my own constituency of Mid-Ulster is even more dire. The inequality of healthcare access between urban and rural areas is stark. People living in rural communities face a healthcare system that is harder to access with fewer resources and longer waiting times. The distance to services and lack of transport options creates additional barriers, leaving rural residents to struggle for the care they deserve. This inequality is unacceptable. Everyone, regardless of where they live, must have equal access to healthcare services, and that needs to be part of the transformation process, ensuring that we have infrastructure and accessibility. But solutions are available if we begin supporting, funding and using our primary care sector, our GPs, our community pharmacists, specialist nurses, and vitally our community and voluntary sector, which is being underfunded already and having its funding consistently reduced. Many of the answers and solutions are being pointed out to us every day, as has already been alluded to by Nuala McAllister. The Minister needs to work with clinicians, staff and, importantly, communities to implement the solutions. There is also a need to seriously look at real and meaningful cross-border healthcare collaboration with the rest of Ireland. And I don't mean people heading in buses to private hospitals. I mean serious cross-border collaboration. Sharing specialised services and creating joint facilities along the border could significantly reduce travel times for rural patients, alleviating the burden on our local services while increasing access to much needed care. And we know that that is a real possible solution for residents in places like Fermanagh and Derry and right along our Western Trust. Initiatives like Cooperation and Working Together COT programme have already proven how successful collaboration can be. Expanding these partnerships isn't just an option, it's a necessity if we are serious about addressing the healthcare crisis, especially for our rural communities. In the context of social care, the cross-border cooperation is equally critical. Many of our carers live and work in isolated areas and often lack the support they need. By working across the border, we can ensure that carers receive better training, resources and support. Carers are the lifeblood of our healthcare system and we must do everything we can to support them. We have a blueprint for change in the Bengoa report, Systems Not Structures. The report provides us with a clear roadmap for making our health service more effective, efficient and responsive to the needs of our people. But, as the member alluded to, you cannot do this without funding. You cannot take the car down the road without petrol. We all understand transformation cannot happen without proper funding. The stabilisation package agreed last year was a step in the right direction, but it does fall short of what is needed. We need a long-term financial commitment from the British Government to fund us to secure the future of healthcare in the North. And as I have said before, the British Government must step up and properly fund the North. Because if we do not act now, we do not secure a long-term financial settlement from the British Treasury, we will see our healthcare system continue to deteriorate. The British Government must recognise its responsibility to ensure that the North's health service is adequately funded. We're not asking for special treatment. We have been underfunded by the previous British Government, and this now has been acknowledged and accepted by the British Treasury. So we cannot expect healthcare professionals to continue working in hospitals that are understaffed and do not have the proper facilities and resources.
Time's up.
This can only be done with proper funding, and we understand and accept that.
Thank you. I call Alan Robinson.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I rise today again to address the growing crisis in our health service, a crisis that touches every corner of Northern Ireland and affects every one of us in this Assembly, and more importantly, the people that we all represent. Our health service continues to be at breaking point, and as has been said ad nauseum, urgent action and financial resources needed to address it. The current state of hospital waiting times is simply unacceptable, and we have reached that critical juncture where thousands of patients are being forced to wait far too long for a first consultant-led outpatient appointment. Between June 2023 and June 2024, we have witnessed a staggering 9.4% increase in the number of patients waiting for such appointments across the Northern, Southern and Western Health Social Care Trust. This is a reflection of not just of the strain on our health system, but of the human toll that is taken on our people. More than 340,000 people are now on a waiting list to see a first outpatient appointment, and that is just 4 of the 5 health trusts. Families are being left in limbo, patients are left suffering, and our healthcare professionals are left with an impossible task. We have been told at the Health Committee that one of the most difficult issues a GP must face is referring someone onto a waiting list, knowing that their patient will be on that waiting list for many years to come, and that they will be helpless to improve their chances of an urgent appointment. Just recently, we received correspondence from a representative of a large group of parents and carers from across Northern Ireland who have children with complex medical needs. Those children are awaiting a surgery called PEG insertion surgery that can only be done at the Royal Hospital for Sick Children. That waiting list now has increased to 5 years. There are approximately 90 children in the province awaiting this same surgery. So many of those children are suffering the consequences of long-term nasogastric feeding, and the reality is that they might not survive 5 years to get this particular surgery. The stats on cancer care are equally concerning. As of the first quarter of 2024, the percentage of patients starting treatment following the decision to treat was 86.5%, which is significantly below the target of 98%. For urgent GP referrals, only 29.8% of patients began treatment within the target of 62 days, a stark contrast to the 95% target. The percentage of patients seen by a breast cancer specialist within 14 days was 34.1%, far below the target of 100%. These figures are not just numbers. They represent patients and our constituents who are waiting just far too long for critical treatment. And yet, despite the urgency of the situation, we are all concerned that the stabilisation package provided by the government in 2023 falls way short and will not take forward the transformation agenda that we all need. And that has been borne out by the Fiscal Council, who have said that the package will be swallowed up by public sector pay rises. The DUP are on record as saying that it fell short and it did not provide for a long-term outcome. While all of us want to see a long-term and fair funding plan, we also need to see a detailed plan from a Health Minister on the future of our hospitals, including the Causeway Hospital, which in the face of it looks like a case of managing downgrade. Our health service has always been the pride of our nation. It has been built on the principle that no one should suffer because they cannot afford care. But that principle is now gone. I said in a previous waiting list debate back 6 months ago that all of us could give accounts of people who we represent having no other option but to part with their life savings or to borrow many thousands of pounds for urgent treatment and forcing themselves in a world of debt. Good, decent, salt-of-the-earth people who may have worked themselves to the bone all their days, who paid into the NHS, only to be let down. Some part with money that they cannot afford, but many others cannot. They descend into greater ill health, which ultimately becomes more complex and expensive to treat. Some even die. That's the stark reality, and it has got worse since I said those words 6 months ago. And I've also talked in this House about my own personal health issues. I suffer chronic pain. I've been in and out of hospital constantly. I'm on multiple waiting lists. And today's motion is timed because I stand here in extreme levels of pain, even with potent tablets. I'm on a waiting list for treatment. I've been on that waiting list so long that I can't even remember how long ago I was referred. It's now into years. But I stand here with a condition that isn't going to kill me. But there are thousands of our constituents who are on waiting lists with a condition that ultimately, without timely intervention, they will die. We must turn this tide. And I look forward to the Health Minister.
Thank you, Alan, for that. I call Orlia Flynn.
And I'd like to just thank Diane and Alan for bringing today's motion and also for the amendment that's been submitted by the Alliance Party. Tackling hospital waiting times and the backlog of patients awaiting care, as we know, does require long-term solutions, including the training and the recruiting of more doctors, more nurses, more specialists, and most importantly, tackling health inequalities and helping people to live healthier lives. But how are we going to do this when essentially at the moment the entire health budget is spent on acute services and time-critical cases? If we want to move towards preventing illness rather than treating illness, we need to invest in primary and community care. And Minister, we did hear from your officials at the Health Committee last week about some really great examples of transformation that are in action at the moment, including the elective care centres, the rapid diagnosis centres and the mega clinics. But the longer term reform, like these clinics, must continue. And I do believe that central to all of that reform is addressing the health inequalities and trying to improve our health through our primary care and care in the community. Again, I'm really pleased that the Minister has stated previously and publicly that his prime area of focus is health inequalities. But again, we need to try and see additional investment and physical interventions that are going to really help tackle this. And we do talk about health inequalities very often in this chamber. But the one shocking example that stuck out for me that the Minister himself recently gave of what a health inequality actually looks like and what it actually means in reality to our constituents and the people we represent. It's the unacceptable fact that women in our most deprived communities can expect to live 14 fewer years in good health than those in the least deprived communities. And I'm sure that we would all wholeheartedly agree with the Minister for Health that a quarter of the way into the 21st century, that this really is not acceptable. And this is what transformation needs to be about, not to sort of box it into this one issue around the fact that women in the most deprived are living 14 years less in good health. I know that it's all of the issues that we're talking about, but this is what transformation and health inequalities is about. So what more can be done in the immediate future with the limited resources that we'll have available to us from the British Treasury to try and stop this depressing reality? I again welcome the Health Minister's announcement in July that covered the planned initiatives that we're going to see hopefully over the next few months around the Live Better initiative, which is going to try and bring more targeted support to communities in terms of screening, vaccination, mental health, emotional wellbeing support, blood pressure and cholesterol checks. But again, if we're not moving forward in tandem with trying to support our primary care in the transformation process, then how are we going to really fully, genuinely implement all of those great initiatives around the screening, the vaccination, etc.? And the point was made to me by a GP in my local area recently that again, if we try and put in place additional screening, mental health supports, additional services, targeted services, they still need backed up with the staff and the personnel to try and meet the people who need the help and need the follow-up support. GPs in primary care must be supported to lead on health reform and health transformation. And I believe that one way to accelerate this change and this transformation is to deliver on the multidisciplinary teams for all GP areas across the north. At the moment, only 7 out of 17 have access to the MDT teams. And again, we were made aware at the Health Committee last week that there is a transformation bid that's in the making or that's going to be submitted to try and hopefully extend those MDTs across all areas. That is true transformation, and it's a good start to transformation. And the Minister, it was already alluded to, the Minister will be aware that the Health Committee has put in a request to try and get sight of the proposals for the hospital reconfiguration. Again, it's going to be a massive step forward in terms of transformation. And I just want to end my remarks then in what my opinion is one of the biggest missed opportunities around transformation, around dealing with health inequalities, and around really trying to help people live happier and healthier lives. And that is the continued and stark underinvestment in mental health and suicide prevention and in addictions. And I'm not trying to, bring a negative to the conversation because I know that this has been a legacy issue, over many, many years in terms of our underinvestment in mental health. But again, it's when we're talking about trying to prevent harm, prevent ill health, support people. I think those issues really, really need looked at, and within the constrained finances, if we can get an increase in that budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Earlier I called Timothy Gosson.
Thank you. I cannot but begin by noting the irony of this motion before us. Here we have a motion brought forward by one of the lead parties in the executive, which tried just last week to sell us a programme for government as a great plan for the future of Northern Ireland. Yet what do we find when we look at the glossy document when it comes to waiting lists? I'll say one thing for it, it's great at identifying the problem. On page 27 we have a wonderful graph which shows us year on year the waiting times for a first consultant-led outpatient appointment have increased under successive health ministers. Does this sound like delivery? I look at North Antrim, where we have the failure to reopen Dalriada out of our centre in Ballymena after COVID, meaning that urgent cases have to go to Antrim Area Hospital. Does this sound like delivery? Launching a further consultation aimed at stripping away general surgery from Causeway Hospital. Does that sound like delivery? Why should we believe that this executive made up of the same parties will do any better than the last, or indeed the executive before that, or indeed the executive before that? We have endless millions for North-South bodies, an Irish Language Act, and many in this House just yesterday were demanding another 400 million from Westminster, not to fix the waiting lists, but to build the GAA Stadium. And what is the solution proposed here? It's a demand for yet more money from London. If you're going to constantly argue that we are a special case which needs additional money for this, well, then please build a rational long-term case for doing so. Otherwise, you make Northern Ireland look like the Oliver Twist of the UK, always just asking for more. However, there is a rational case for arguing that long-term Northern Ireland is underfunded. As I told this House last week, back in 2007, the Welsh Government appointed Professor Jerry Hotham to review the impact of the Barnett squeeze and to develop a metric for measuring what Wales needed in order to justify intervention to make sure that the squeeze did not take Wales below the level of service expected in the rest of the UK. Professor Hotham found that because of a higher need in Wales, they needed to spend £115 per head for every £100 spent in England. The equivalent figure for Scotland was £105 per head, and in Northern Ireland it was £121 per head. Why didn't the executive parties push for that before returning as protocol implementers? That was the time to agree a new long-term financial settlement with the Treasury called for in this motion. Professor Hotham even provided you with an off-the-shelf model, but the truth was that the rush to get back here was more important than the waiting lists. I want to raise an area where urgent attention is needed. Back in July, I was contacted by a parent in my own constituency whose young child with severe additional needs was sectioned earlier that day due to concerns for their safety and those providing care. No spaces were available at the Ivy Centre, and the initial response from the Belfast Trust was this was likely to be the case for several weeks. Social workers were deployed to the family home, where they had to provide round-the-care clock for 8 days until a space became available. The staff in the trust were helpful, but their hands were tied due to a lack of facilities and indeed psychiatrists at the Ivy Centre, and in general within Northern Ireland for children with this child's needs. No family should have to go through the trauma of their child having to remain sectioned in their own home for a period of 8 days. Members throughout this House, I'm sure, can cite examples from their own constituencies. Simply throwing money at the problem without a plan to fix it won't cut it. There's no point grandstanding demanding additional money without having first made a long-term financial case to Westminster, along the lines that Professor Jerry Hotham made regarding Wales.
So I'm now asking the Minister of Health to respond to the debate. And Minister, just advise you that you have 15 minutes. Thank you.
Perfect. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, thank you very much, and thank you to the members who brought the motion, the amendment, and indeed to everyone who spoke. This is not just important, we should be really, really passionate about this issue. So I welcome the opportunity. What I want to do is outline for you the current position on waiting times, the actions taken and the actions ongoing to address the issues, including service transformation, of course, the importance of an appropriately qualified and structured workforce, the complexities of working within a highly financially constrained and challenging environment, and critically, what we need to do going forward to ensure we can deliver effective and sustainable health and social care services for all. And can I say from the outset, I fully acknowledge that the people of Northern Ireland are not receiving the care they deserve on a timely and an effective basis. Far too many people are waiting far too long. It is quite simply unacceptable that our waiting times are lagging so far behind the rest of the United Kingdom, and it is incumbent upon me and collectively upon all of us to ensure we're doing everything within our power to address that. Principal Deputy Speaker, I don't intend to rehearse at length my position on the budget, but suffice to say, the budget has imposed severe pressures on all parts of health and social care. And you don't have to take my word for it, the programme for government, the draft, approved by all executive parties, explicitly states, and I quote, "It will not be possible to reduce our lengthy waiting times within the funding currently available." I welcome that candour and the de facto acknowledgement that the health budget passed by this Assembly is entirely inadequate. My immediate predecessor as Health Minister remarked previously on the irony of members repeatedly demanding more health investment, having voted for that budget. And I won't labour the point, but the irony klaxon has been sounding quite a bit in this debate. Can you really demand more health spending when you personally endorsed a budget that gave health less than it spent last year? Now, we're all aware elective care waiting times in Northern Ireland have significantly increased in recent years, and I have been clear this is entirely unacceptable. There are many factors contributing to this, not least the overall financially constrained environment, but also the scale of the gap between funded health service capacity and patient demand, and the residual effects of the impact of COVID-19, which had a devastatingly disruptive impact on our health and social care system. So, in that context, I'm very mindful of the fact there's been a rise in the number of people waiting for a first consultant-led outpatient appointment within the Northern, the Western and the Southern Trusts at the end of June. And while I don't want to bombard members with figures, I believe it's important to be clear about the full extent of the problem. So I'll draw on the March 2024 statistics that include 4 out of 5 of our geographic trusts. So at the end of March 2024, there were 356,000 patients waiting for a first consultant-led outpatient appointment. 95,000 patients were waiting for inpatient or daycare treatment, and just under 165,000 patients were waiting for a diagnostic test. Of the total number waiting, almost 50,000 patients were waiting longer than 52 weeks for treatment. These are eye-watering and frankly wholly unacceptable figures for a population of our size. In addition to the growing backlog of patients waiting, new patients do of course continue to be added, and inevitably the gap between demand and capacity exacerbates the problem and waiting lists continue to grow. So whilst I recognise fully the severity of the situation and do not want to understate this in any way, I'm encouraged to note that in overall terms we are beginning to see small but tangible improvements to the waiting list position. At the end of March, there was a reduction in the numbers waiting for inpatient stroke day case treatment for the 7th consecutive quarter, with a 14.3% decrease in the numbers waiting since the same month last year. And while this is good news, it's only beginning to scratch the surface of the problem. These figures, of course, aren't just numbers on a page. They represent individuals, family members, friends, who are often waiting in pain for life-enhancing, life-changing, or life-liberating treatments. And it's understandable that there is a sense of urgency about this, and also a sense of frustration, deep frustration. But the reality is that the health and social care system is hugely complex, consisting of a wide range of varied and interdependent elements. Members will be aware that in May of this year, my department published an updated elective care framework plan. This framework built upon the lessons learned from the first framework published in 2022. It sets out a clear plan to address waiting times, with a focus on areas where the impact would be the greatest. For example, areas where there are a high volume of patients waiting on treatments that are non-complex. And I'm fully committed to delivering that plan and building on the good work that's already being done across health and social care. It's important that I make it clear, however, that delivering on that plan will require sustained investment. And the scope to do this has been severely hampered by the belt-tightening constraint of the current financial environment. As always, we strive to do what we can within the limited resources we have, and since publication of the initial framework in June of 2022, we've seen the successful implementation of a number of initiatives which have led to benefits for patients, and as I mentioned earlier, the small start, but tangible start to improvements in waiting lists. Notable achievements include 2 dedicated day procedure centres at Lough Valley and Omagh hospitals, elective overnight stay centres at Daisy Hill, Mater and South West acute hospitals, the introduction of medical clinics to maximise patient throughput, the expansion of post-anaesthetic care unit beds across the region, an orthopaedic hub at Musgrave Park Hospital, 2 rapid diagnostic centres, and a programme of outpatient modernisation. It's important we acknowledge and build on these improvements to ensure this momentum is not just maintained but increased. It will only be through a continuous and sustained focus on ensuring effective implementation of all these arrangements that improvements will be secured. But these alone will not address the backlog, and we need immediate and sustained investment in securing additional capacity in the short to medium term. The reality is that improved outcomes will only be achieved with significant recurrent investment to transform the delivery of elective care on a sustainable basis and address that demand capacity gap. Although the current financial position is extremely challenging, we must continue to do whatever we can within the budget available to improve the waiting list position.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Thank the Minister for giving way. He did mention the South West Acute Hospital there, which has the facilities actually to develop further and help decrease those waiting lists, and will he ensure that it's utilised to its full potential in any future plans?
For his comment, and I can certainly assure you that will indeed happen. Mrs McAllister talked about the plan for hospital reconfiguration. It is at pre-consultation at the moment. I have asked officials if it would be possible to bring that plan to this House as early as Monday week, and I await their response on that. I'm certainly keen to do it as soon as possible, and I can assure the member that the reconfiguration will be clinically led in terms of its assessment. Now, in tabling this motion, the members asked that I work with executive colleagues to make the case for additional funding for Treasury. And I can tell the House that I have made this point to the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care in London, and the Prime Minister himself, that mental health, poor mental health and well-being, is a legacy issue of our conflict, and therefore, should the government in London decide to invest in tackling that issue here, there's no repercussive effect for England, for Scotland, or for Wales. It is only a population health issue here in Northern Ireland. So please be assured I'm fully committed to making the case for additional funding. 76 million has been referenced, has been invested this year for waiting lists. It matches the additional investment of last year, but it is significantly less than what is required. It will be used for those with red flag or time-critical waits, that is, those with cancer or with life, limb or sight-threatening issues. But the bottom line is 76 million is not sufficient to do any additional work on those waiting for long periods of time. It will simply help us to stand still. So we need a long-term, collective effort with sustained and substantial investment through multi-year budgets, workforce development and system-wide transformation. And I know Mrs McAllister mentioned multi-year budgets. It is my expectation that when we get to financial year 2026-27, we will finally reach that point where we have a multi-year budget, which itself will be transformational for the delivery of public services. My department estimates that in addition to the 76 million I referred to, there's a further requirement for 80 million per year to support elective care and to reduce the demand/capacity gap, and another 135 million per year for up to 5 years to remove the waiting list backlog, as well as investment across diagnostics, imaging and pathology. Members will recall my department submitted a bid for some or all of that 135 million earlier this year. That included a reinstatement of a form of the cross-border reimbursement scheme, something I'm regularly urged to do, but in the end, not a single penny of that bid was met. The Erne klaxon sounds daily in departmental headquarters. In terms of staff, the importance of an appropriately qualified, well-equipped and fit-for-purpose workforce to underpin all aspects of continuity and change in service delivery cannot be overstated. This is not just about numbers, it's about different ways of working to get the best services for patients from all available resources and having the right staff with the right skills in the right place at the right time. Work continues across the system to stabilise, expand and develop the workforce and to support more effective use of staff across different specialties. However, progress in these areas has been hampered not only by the continuing pressure on the service, but by the current uncertainty about funding. And we used to worry about losing staff to Australia. Today we worry about losing staff to Athlone. Turning to transformation, the motion tabled today stressed the importance of the need for support for the full and timely implementation of the Systems Not Structures report by Professor Raphael Bengoa in order to deliver a more effective, efficient and responsive health service. One of my first actions as Minister was to meet the Professor over a Zoom call and to ask him if he would travel back to Northern Ireland for one day. Not to rewrite his report, but to reboot and remind us and share his impression of the positive international initiatives that have occurred in the last 8 years. And I hope the whole of the Northern Ireland Executive will again meet and endorse the Professor's views when he is here on the 9th of October. What I expect is that he will acknowledge what we have done and that the report has not gathered dust on the shelf, and I refer to some of the advances I mentioned earlier. My key areas of focus for the next 3 years include delivering reform, tackling waiting lists, improving cancer services, addressing mental health and confronting persistent health inequalities. This is where we deliver better outcomes, saving money, saving the health and social care system and saving lives. I will shortly be launching a public consultation on that hospital reconfiguration framework towards a Northern Ireland hospital network. I understand, Principal Deputy Speaker, that like politics, all healthcare delivery is local. But healthcare has made magnificent advances, and it seems to me if I need a procedure that my local facility delivers once a day, or I can travel a lot further to a facility that does it 10 times a day, 5 days a week, I know where I want to go for that procedure. But to be honest, I think we have to acknowledge that when it comes to community consultation, co-design, co-production, when it comes to MLA's natural desire to preserve and promote local services, and when it comes to clinical advice, there is a tension. And I think we have to acknowledge that tension and work to overcome it. So as I close, if it's brief.
Given way, but on that point, I think it is very important because proper consultation and engagement is vital to bringing communities with us. And if people understand what to expect and what the outcome will be, they're more likely to appreciate the reason for change. So would the Minister agree that given this recent visit to Daisy Hill Futures Group and seeing the impact of that proper co-design, that it is very valuable?
I agree with the member. I'm simply acknowledging that it is something that needs to be worked through, but I am very heartened by the tone of this debate and look forward to working with members over the next 3 years to deliver better outcomes.
Thank you, Minister. So the Business Committee has arranged to meet at 1 o'clock today, and I propose therefore by leave of the Assembly suspend the sit until 2. This debate will continue after the urgent oral, after question time, and Donnelly will be the next speaker to wind on the amendment. So the sitting is by leave suspended.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber. Sound.
Members, the sitting is resumed. It is time for questions to the Minister of Education, and I call Declan McAleer.
Question 1, please.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Dean Maguire College was one of 28 schools announced under the Major Capital Works programme in March of 2022. Due to the extremely challenging capital budget, all of these projects were put on hold in April of 2023. In February, I was pleased to announce that 7 of these projects were to proceed immediately with the appointment of integrated consultant teams. Due to ongoing budget constraints and the need to prioritise capital works for special educational needs placements, the remaining projects remain on hold. I will continue to keep these projects, including that for Dean McGurk College, under review. In addition, the Council for Catholic Maintained Schools, as the planning and managing authority for the school, has indicated that it will seek to increase the admissions and enrolment numbers at the college through the development proposal process, and this will be key to informing a future major capital works project.
Declan McAleer for supplementary.
And I thank the Minister for his response. And the Minister will recall at the meeting on the 9th of May, which included himself, representatives of the school, the MP, and myself, and the CCMS, it was CCMS undertook to begin the development proposal to reach a situation where the approved enrolment reflect the actual numbers of pupils, which is 678 this year. Does the Minister have any update on the progress of the development proposal as agreed?
Sure.
Thank you. So in terms of the update for the development proposal, the member has rightly outlined that the approved admissions and enrolment numbers of 80 and then 440 in total. But in terms of the earlier response, CCMS are seeking to increase these numbers. That will be through the development proposal process. But and when that works its way through, it'll come to me then for a decision to be taken. But in the interim, the school can continue to request additional places on an annual basis through the temporary variation process until that DP is brought forward, and then a decision can be taken.
Supplementary from Jonathan Buckley.
Minister, you will know that school capital investment is crucial not only to local schools but indeed also those local communities. My own constituency in Upper Bann has a large section of schools much needed for this investment, but the Minister will know in particular Portadown College has been of particular interest to me. Is the Minister in a position that he can update me as to progress in relation to that school capital investment?
Minister.
Well, Deputy Speaker, the member and colleagues have had me in Upper Bann on quite a number of occasions, and Portadown College is one of the schools that I was able to visit. It was one of the 7 post-primary schools that I announced could proceed to having an integrated consultancy team appointed in respect of that. So within coming weeks, the appointment of that ICT should take place, and that will then allow the planning for this project to commence.
Owen Tennyson.
Minister, can you provide an update on the Special Schools Extension and Refurbishment Programme which you announced earlier this year?
Well, in terms of the special schools, there's work ongoing around all of the special schools estate, auditing them to identify what capacity issues there are, how do we enhance them, and there has been really good progress coming through in respect of that, but I'll be more than happy to provide a further update in writing to the member where I'll detail how that work is continuing to progress.
Matthew O'Toole.
Speaker, Minister, earlier this year £150 million in capital spending was withdrawn from integrated schools who had been promised it under the Fresh Start agreement. Now, I welcome the fact that money was allocated to Millennium Primary School. That was able to proceed in my constituency, but has he had any further contact with those schools, and is the department making any plans to make good on the promises that were made to them? Thank you.
Minister.
Well, thank you. I know we're well off the topic of the first question now at this stage of the process, but nevertheless I'll do my best to provide an answer. This is an issue that members have raised in terms of the funding. I moved quickly to secure funding allocations for integrated schools. We moved them into the main capital projects of the department, and we've been able to advance a number of those school projects. So to reassure the member, those schools are being taken forward as part of my main capital project team, and obviously funding for shared education we were able to secure for the facility down in Oma, where I was able to visit just last week, as we've now moved into contract, and that construction phase will able to be commencing in due course.
Diane Dodds. Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I am committed to ensuring that young people with statements of special educational needs are supported in their transition from school into adulthood. My officials are working closely with colleagues across the Departments of Economy, Health and Communities as part of the end-to-end review of special educational needs to develop and enhance clear and appropriate pathways for young people transitioning from education into adulthood. Transitions is one of 12 work streams within the end-to-end review, and to further this work, my department and the Department of Health jointly chair a transitions working group which specifically aims to understand the experiences and perceptions of the transitions planning process. The Transitions Working Group includes representation from the Education Authority, the Public Health Authority and officials from the Departments of Communities and Economy.
And Dodds for supplementary.
Thank you, Minister, for your answer. Over the last number of weeks, I've been contacted by a number of parents of young people with special educational needs. They have problems in getting into courses in SRC. They have problems with transport, and courses moved and no one knows what's going on. There may be many different pathways for young people with special educational needs, but do you agree with me that rather than working groups and so on and identifying pathways, that it's the legal entitlement that is the most important thing, ensuring that we are responsive to the needs of young people with special educational needs? And will he work to ensure that that legal entitlement in legislation is brought forward?
Sir.
Speaker, well, The member highlights the issues that have been presented from constituents. Certainly I have met and she has met as well, and I absolutely recognise the concerns of receiving that support as you've came through the education system, of which there is a legal entitlement up to the ages of 19. And then the responsibility legally is for the Department for Economy in terms of further and higher education, and various supports come about through different schemes into the workplace, trying to help people into employment. And I know some projects in Lisburn, like Stepping Stones and others, who do excellent work, and they link in with the Department for the Economy in respect of that. So what is absolutely important is where legal responsibility rests, whether it's in my department up to 19 or in other departments post 19, that transition process should be seamless. It should not require a legal responsibility on my department to make sure that other departments are doing the job that they need to do. What the public expect, particularly children affected and their families, is that all of the departments in this executive collectively make sure that we can help throughout that years up to 25, which I know in other jurisdictions there's a legal right in respect of that up to 25. So I can assure the member I'm very much committed to working with my colleagues, and I've highlighted how we're doing that, so that whenever it comes through those transitioning years, the appropriate support is being provided by those who have responsibility to do that.
Nina McAllister.
His answer so far, and the Minister will recognise that there are many instances in which there have been stakeholders who have taken the Department of and that he will support and put into legislation that right for children up to the age of 25. Can he outline that today?
Minister.
Well, Deputy Speaker, the member rightly highlights how some parents have had to very much robustly challenge the support or lack of it that they receive whenever statements of educational need are provided. Part of the outworkings of the end-to-end review that the Department's taking forward, and I hope to be able to outline some further progress on that, is to try and get to the point where people don't need to receive a legal statement, which then they can go to court and challenge and hold to account those authorities responsible. We should be providing that support without the need for statements to be provided, and that support isn't being provided. That's why people then go down this route of receiving a statement. There are thousands of children who don't have a statement, and we have a responsibility to make sure that we provide for them. So I think it's important that post-19, legal responsibility sits with the Department for the Economy. I appreciate, and in one respect, I think it's a compliment to the Department of Education that members believe that we are best placed to provide that support to people post-19. But we shouldn't get lost in the debate around Department of Education or Department for Economy. There is legal support that should be being provided by both departments at the appropriate points in which people reach that age. And I want to make sure that the transition process is working properly, and I don't believe that it is working as best as it should.
Linda Dillon.
Apologise to the Minister for not being in here for the start of your answers to this question, but just based on what you've just said around the transition process, I mean there is a real problem there, and that is maybe where the Education Department could do some more work and do better work in terms of, I suppose, giving that information and ensuring that the Economy Department has the information for what they need to have in place, because it is very important. Every single young person has value. They can all do something, and sending them to day centres that are completely inappropriate for those young people is not the answer. They need to have value, and they need to feel valued.
Deputy Speaker, I agree entirely with the member, and as part of the end-to-end review into special education, we've identified a number of the key challenges relating to post-school options, and that includes the lack of available places, the imperfect planning, complexities that are around individual needs, and these responses will inform the future direction of the transition planning process to ensure that we are best supporting children and young people's statements of saying. So again, I highlight this is an issue for my department, it's an issue for the Department for the Economy, it's an issue for the Department of Health. So there are three key departments that are involved, and they all need to be moving in the same direction and providing the support at the right stage. It doesn't rest exclusively and entirely on my department. it sits with other departments, and so there's a responsibility for all of us to be getting this right for those who need it most.
Call down. Philip Rep.
Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I am aware of the continued challenges around underachievement associated with Protestant boys entitled to free school meals. My department is supporting working class Protestant boys in a variety of different ways. As part of the investment made in schools via the Common Funding Formula, excuse me, £75 million is provided via the Targeting Social Need, which is based on the number of free school meals entitled pupils in a school. This significant investment provides for literacy and numeracy support across all key stages and addresses complex and challenging needs. FSME boys are one of a number of targeted groups that are benefiting from this substantial investment. In North Belfast, the full service programme involving both model post-primary schools has been operating since 2006 and is an integral part of how these two schools support their learners from Year 8 onwards. The work involves support at transition from Year 7 to Year 8, support for attendance, emotional health and well-being, parental engagement, revision classes and much more. Other examples of support include the actions within the A Fair Start report. These actions include the Horizons programme, which is a 2-year developmental youth leadership programme for boys and girls. To date, over 400 young people have engaged and completed vocational development through the Horizons programme. The Extended Schools programme is continuing to support disadvantaged pupils both before and after school, and I have recently announced that funding this year will continue at the same level as last year at £8.1 million. More recently, my announcement about the RAISE programme in May this year is focused on raising achievement and addressing educational disadvantage. Shared Island funding of £20 million over 2 years is enabling this work to continue at pace across 15 areas. The engagement process involving all stakeholders in each locality will begin this autumn.
Philip Brett for a supplementary.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for an update on his ongoing work on this issue. Does the Minister agree with me that vital to tackling underachievement is the leadership role that our teachers and principals play within our schools? And I know that the Minister will be meeting with the North Belfast Principals Forum next week to discuss the issues they face, but also the vital work that our non-teaching staff do, and that's why it was vital that the Minister was able to secure a proper pay settlement for our non-teaching staff.
Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the member for those comments in terms of the successful negotiation that settled the pay dispute for our support staff, because he rightly acknowledges the critical work that they do, and they are invaluable within our schools and right across our education system. And it's a result of the work that we were able to take forward in this department, supported by executive colleagues, that a fair settlement has been reached, which will lead to a significant pay rise for all of our support staff, and then a lump sum payment of £2,550 for full-time equivalents in April of next year. He highlights the issue about the leadership of our principals, and I see that now in the countless schools that I have visited, not least in the member's own constituency, where he's had me out meeting a number of different schools, and they do incredible work. It's my job as the Minister of Education to support them, and I will continue to champion their needs around the executive table.
Pat Sheehan.
The Minister has rightly identified educational underachievement as a major issue, and he mentioned in his answer there the RAISE programme. However, there seems to be an anomaly in the RAISE programme insofar as some of the big grammar schools, the well-known grammar schools in the leafy suburbs, can access this funding, but Bunskull and Clevagive in Ballymurphy, Gaelskull and Namona in Turf Lodge, and John the Baptist in the middle of Andersonstown cannot access this funding. Would the Minister care to comment on that anomaly?
Sure.
Well, I'll take away the schools that he's highlighted and look into the issue. Obviously, we have 15 localities across Northern Ireland that are taking part in this project. I think it is a really good opportunity for not just Belfast, of which there is significant support in Belfast, but for every part of Northern Ireland to be benefiting from this scheme. And I would hope that we'll be in a position to formally launch the programme within the next number of weeks. I look forward to doing that, and the work to set up the infrastructure around these different working groups are being established. A number of appointments have already been made, and we will get on with taking this forward, because we do need to hit the ground running in respect of this, because there is funding that is available to us. But of course, on the particular issues that the member has raised, I'll come back to him in writing about that.
Holland.
Answer so far, Minister. You referenced a fair start in some of the recommendations held within that portfolio, but I'm wondering, there was a targeted developmental programme for 2-year-olds at risk of educational outcomes, poor educational outcomes, and I'm just wondering, does the Minister intend to bring that forward as part of the early education and childcare investment?
Sure.
Well, can I thank the member for raising that issue, because obviously the executive did agree the £25 million for early years education. We have been able to roll out the Northern Ireland Childcare Subsidy, and that has been an excellent initiative, where we are now already providing support to those hard-working families. But I want to take forward the wider work of developing that comprehensive strategy, looking at from ages 0 and what support can be provided. So we are collecting data and information that will inform that longer term strategy. So of course that is one of the areas that I want to see support, but I am delighted that we have been able to stand up a scheme and to provide that critical support to those hard-working families.
Lord Elliott.
Sir, just wondering, he mentioned a number of projects and programmes that are underway, and I'm wondering, are there targets built in within those projects and programmes, and if so, how is it going at the moment to meet those targets?
Minister.
Well, obviously in respect, Deputy Speaker, to the RAISE programme as one of these areas, we will want to measure the interventions so that they're effective. There'll be a role for the inspectorate to do that. So as we stand up these programmes and develop them, then we will need to assess them. So in identifying areas, the key component and the criteria used was educational disadvantage and outcomes, and that was the basis upon which then areas were selected to take those forward. So we're always measuring in terms of the output. We're looking at academic achievement in schools, and that is information that we are able then to look at. So I am keen that we can provide greater assessment levels, not just on qualifications and results, but also when it comes to teaching that's taking place in our schools. We need to be getting back to a place where we're able to assess that and provide that support to our teaching profession for that continued professional development.
Carol.
Agree with me that economic class is the determinant factor rather than religion, whether young people are regarded as a failure or not. The segregated education system hasn't helped either, and budget after budget after budget cuts has made working class people of all stripes haven't had the education system that they deserve, despite the best efforts of people working in education.
Minister.
Well, Deputy Speaker, there are many factors, and social disadvantage is one of them, but I would say to the member, there's indisputable evidence that Protestant working class communities are more educationally disadvantaged than any other community, and therefore the member would be wrong to infer that somehow there isn't an issue when it comes to community background, because there is, and that's why we need to make the appropriate intervention. But those interventions will take place in all communities, and it's important that when we get these schemes in terms of the RAISE programme up and running, it will benefit everybody in Northern Ireland.
Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The curriculum provides opportunities to educate young people to develop healthy relationships. Pupils have the opportunity to explore their management of a range of feelings and emotions and those of others, initiating, developing and sustaining mutually satisfying relationships, explore the qualities of a loving, respectful relationship, and develop coping strategies to deal with challenging relationship scenarios. The Council for the Curriculum Examinations and Assessment RSE Hub ensures that schools have access to a range of up-to-date relevant resources. Teachers can download guidance documents and existing resources, as well as new RSE resources that SIA has developed to help teachers address sensitive issues with their pupils. The resources provide content that can be used or built upon and are designed to offer schools flexibility in their approach to the delivery of RSE. This approach is intended to enable all schools to deliver effective programmes in line with the particular ethos and RSE policy of the school, and to ensure that the wide-ranging needs of our young people are met. Schools are, of course, free to use materials from other sources, and some schools have developed in-house resources together with pupils. The Department would encourage schools to consider this model, provided they are satisfied that the materials support teaching of the minimum content. Beyond that, the flexibility in our curriculum empowers schools to tailor their approach to teaching and the use of resources to meet the needs of their pupils.
McLaughlin for supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. The strategic framework for ending violence against women and girls was published yesterday and was very much welcome. Your department has a key role to play in the prevention pillar, in educating our young people on healthy relationships and comprehensive sexual education. How much money are you putting in your budget to align to ending violence against women and girls?
Well, Deputy Speaker, can I thank the member for raising that, because this was an executive policy and strategy that I was pleased to see come through and I supported, and particularly the component part that relates to education, because there is a responsibility across many different aspects of our society to engage on this issue, and certainly I will ensure that my department engages in it. So as we welcome the approval of the strategic framework, obviously then there's a need to take forward the action plan. It does bring into sharp focus my department's responsibilities, and we will be considering how the curriculum can support the wider strategy, because schools do have an important role to play in addressing these particular issues. So my department is establishing an oversight group with key partners to respond to the Year 1 action plan, and we'll also engage with the Gillen Review implementation group in developing the strategy in respect of domestic and sexual violence. So of course, as we do that, it'll be important that resources align as part of that work.
Stephen Dunn.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Agree with me that schools are in fact best placed to determine how RSE, relationship and sexuality education, are best placed to determine how it is taught in schools rather than through a standard curriculum?
Sure.
Well, Deputy Speaker, can I thank the member for that question, because RSE is a compulsory element of the curriculum, and in post-primary schools it is covered under the personal development aspect of learning for life and work. But the member does highlight that there's no evidence to suggest a one-size-fits-all approach delivers a more effective curriculum. That's why we have flexibility in our curriculum, so that schools can reflect the issues that are current and which their pupils will want to engage with. And RSE helps children and young people to acquire the age-appropriate knowledge, the skills, developing attitudes, beliefs and values. And the member rightly highlights that it is within the RSE policy developed by the school, and the school can discuss those issues in a way that reflects the ethos of that school.
Cathy Mason.
During our recent committee meeting, the Education Authority stated that they provide very little support to Board of Governors when it comes to designing their schools' RSE policy, which of course can be difficult. Does the Minister think that this is acceptable, and what support will the Department provide?
Well, obviously, as schools develop their proposals and policies in this area, I've highlighted a number of ways in which they can do that. There is guidance provided by EA, there's guidance provided by my department, and I intend to update that guidance. And also there is material available from SIA. So the principal of the school should be capable of navigating this area and making sure that they are teaching the subject, including the minimum requirements that are set out in the curriculum, and boards of governors very much should be able to do that in conjunction with their principal, but also engaging and listening to the pupils, so that as it is delivered, that it reflects the issues that those pupils want to be able to discuss.
Butler.
Speaker, thank the Minister for his answers. Can the Minister outline what steps he is taking to ensure that students and pupils with a learning disability or physical disability will receive the same level of support and content in regard to curricula and other matters of support to develop healthy and respectful relationships?
Minister.
Well, Deputy Speaker, I certainly wouldn't make any differential treatment irrespective of the type of school. So whether it's a special school or for those who have additional educational needs within mainstream education. They should all be receiving the appropriate support, and again the minimum curriculum content is an entitlement, and therefore I wouldn't expect there to be a differential in approach when it comes to these issues.
Call Mark Durkin. Question number 5. Minister.
My department is in daily contact with the Education Authority through the school's admissions process to ensure that all parents nominate a school for their child and places are available for these children. Fewer than 5 preschool target age children whose parents fully engaged with the admissions process have not yet secured a place. Sufficient funded places remain available though for these children. No child whose parents applied to P1 remains to secure a place, whilst there are 9 children who applied to Year 8 remaining to secure a place. Parents of these children were advised at the end of the admissions process in May how they could nominate further preferences, and they were directed to a list of schools with places available. The EA has written to these parents numerous times in an attempt to seek further preferences, and staff have contacted the parents by telephone to offer advice and guidance. Given that these parents have still not nominated alternative preferences, their cases have now been referred to the Education Welfare Service, which will engage with the families and pursue any further action that might be appropriate. Finally, in terms of children with a statement of special educational needs, the SEN Placements Task Force Group, chaired by the Chief Executive of the Education Authority, meets weekly to discuss progress. My department is represented on the task force group, including senior officials from Inclusion and Capital. The Education and Training Inspectorate also attends. In addition, the Director for Inclusion attends a weekly update meeting with the EA's Director of Children and Young People's Services. 6 children with a statement of special educational need remain to secure a place. However, I can update the House that I am confident that we will be in a position to confirm those places very soon.
Mark Durkin for quick supplementary with less than 1 minute.
Thank the Minister for his answer. Is work already underway to avoid a repeat of this situation that has caused huge stress, trauma even, to some of the most vulnerable members of our society next year? These children don't just fall out of the sky in May or in August, yet year after year this problem becomes even more pronounced.
Sure.
Well, Deputy Speaker, what I can say to the member that whenever I came into office, I said back in March that there was a need to create an additional estimated 1,000 specialist education places for this academic year. I immediately got to work in resolving these issues and providing clear leadership in respect of this by establishing a task force. And so I can confirm that there has been a total of 183 new specialist provision classes. They have been stood up for this academic year. That has created more than 1,450 new places for children with special educational needs. This includes both special schools and specialist provision in mainstream schools. So, Deputy Speaker, there has been an absolute prioritisation to invest through tens of millions of pounds, which I have not received adequate funding for from the Department of Finance, but I have prioritised it within my capital budget. We have put the processes in place and created those 1,450 additional places. But the member is right. This is anticipated to continue year on year for quite a number of years. So I've already reconfigured the work of the task force so that they're starting now, not waiting for a number of months, so that we don't have a repetition. But what I would say to the House, we need to get the appropriate support for new capital, because we have flexed what is there in terms of spare capacity in schools. So we need to develop new infrastructure. That will require additional investment to do that if we are to avoid this problem next year.
Members, that ends the period for listed questions. We now move to 15 minutes of topical questions, and I call Matthew O'Toole.
Speaker, Minister, notwithstanding some of the commentary around magnetic pouches, I welcome the fact that you are looking at the issue of phones in schools. Lots of parents are concerned about this. So you have rolled out what I take it will be ultimately uniform guidance for schools in Northern Ireland. But can I ask how you square rolling out uniform guidance for schools in Northern Ireland on phone usage, but you say that when it comes to RSE, relationship and sexual education, that it should be left up to individual schools?
Minister.
Speaker, the member isn't comparing like with like. One relates to curriculum. But I do appreciate and thank the member for his support and that of his colleagues for the initiative in terms of mobile phones. A very clear evidence base has been established around the detrimental harm that mobile phone technology causes and the distraction that it causes within schools. And so this is an evidence-based policy. In terms of that, it highlights in guidance a number of options by way that schools can implement now the clear position that the department takes, that mobile phones should not be used when you go into school until you leave school in a post-primary setting and should not come into school at all in primary. I can assure the member that this initiative has been overwhelmingly welcomed by those in the teaching profession. The number of school principals who have contacted me, including to pilot the scheme in members' constituencies, some of who maybe haven't been that supportive, want to come forward and actually be part of the piloting of a strategy to inhibit these devices. So this is the right thing to do, and schools have my support in taking a very robust approach when it comes to the use or inappropriate use of mobile phone technology in schools.
Supplementary from Matthew Till.
Deputy Speaker, Minister, I appreciate the answer, and I'm glad you're taking action in this area, albeit that you didn't quite touch on the contradiction between those two policies. But I do want to just ask a related question in relation to the programme for government. You talked earlier on about the importance of tackling educational underachievement. You specifically mentioned working class Protestant boys. Can I ask why there isn't a specific target or intervention in relation to educational underachievement in the programme for government?
Minister.
Obviously, the draft programme for government highlights a number of key high-level objectives, and education does feature in that, particularly children with special educational needs. And now is a welcome time and opportune time for the public to have their say on that draft programme for government. But what I would say to members, I didn't need a programme for government or a draft one to get on with the job of delivering new capital programmes for special schools, the mobile phone policy that I've implemented, resolving teachers' pay, and taking forward a huge range of initiatives, including the childcare strategy, which I stood up and have now been able to put money into the pockets of hard-working families. I didn't need a programme for government to do that. I would welcome other ministers getting on with the job of delivering in their departments if they were able to do it as well as I've been able to do it with the support of my colleagues.
Maurice Bradley.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers. Minister, can I ask what you're doing to improve the support for control schools?
Minister.
Well, can I thank the member for the question in terms of the controlled schools. This has been an issue which I have felt for a number of years, but having taken up this role, I've become acutely aware of. And I do regret that I believe in many respects the Education Authority has failed controlled schools. As a result of the structures that exist, they have become the poor relations within education, and that needs to change. They need equitable, effective support. I pay tribute to the work that the Controlled Schools Support Council has provided with limited resources and with no statutory powers. The recent independent review of education report highlighted the complicated systems for school management, which are in particular suboptimal for the controlled sector, and proposed that sectors should be supported with greater consistency and equity. I am committed to working collaboratively with schools, the Education Authority and the Controlled Schools Support Council to identify immediate solutions to provide the sector with effective and equitable support and management in both the short and long term. I can advise the House that I have commissioned a task force to progress this work. This will be chaired by Mark Baker, the Chief Executive of the CSSC, and include senior representation from my department and the Education Authority. It will also engage with representatives from controlled schools as part of this work.
Mr. Bradley.
Thank you, Minister. I couldn't agree more with your statement. But what is the expected timeline for decisions concerning control schools? Is there a timeline that the Minister is working to, or his department?
Thank you. The task force will develop a proposed model for controlled schools support, including a dedicated body to include managing authority responsibility. For the shorter term, it will also identify key performance issues and required improvements for controlled schools within the controlled model. The task force has been asked to report back to me by December of this year. So, Deputy Speaker, this is an issue that I expect to have the report before the end of the year, so that we can establish the next stage of this process in creating a managing authority for the controlled schools. That will ensure equitable treatment. Where other schools have got their own managing authorities, the controlled sector does not, and we need to change that inequality.
Michelle Guy.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for the answers so far. Can the Minister provide his assessment of nursing provision in our special schools across Northern Ireland?
Sure.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and can I welcome the member to the Assembly. I haven't had an opportunity to do that, so you're very welcome, and I look forward to working with you, not just as a Lagan Valley constituent, but obviously with education as a key interest of yours. The member rightly raises the issue around the support from other allied health professionals, including nurses, for those special schools. And it is a concern of mine whenever I've been out with special schools that we've seen services withdrawn, because I've always been of a view that the best place to support the medical needs of those children and young people is in the setting where they already are. That reduces travel, inconvenience, and I want to see better support taking place in our special schools. Rather than having a withdrawal of services, I would want to see an enhancement of the medical services being brought into our special schools.
Okay.
Thank you, Minister. I'm reassured by your answer that you are understand the need for this provision within the schools. Is the Minister aware that the South Eastern Trust intends to withdraw nursing support from special schools within its catchment area, and would the Minister agree to an urgent meeting with principals of schools impacted by that, with myself and my colleague Nick Mackleson, to discuss that decision by the Trust with them?
Sure.
Deputy Speaker, I will be more than not just happy, but very much determined that I would take that meeting. I will also undertake to formally raise this with the Minister for Health, because it is important that there is the support being provided in our special schools, and so I've highlighted my concern about a withdrawal of services. I will engage with the principals involved in this and to enable me to make clear representation to the Department of Health so that this provision is supported rather than withdrawn.
Stephen Dunn.
Minister set out the latest position with regard to his capital budget going forward?
Well, Deputy Speaker, in terms of the capital budget, the opening provision that the Department received was $254 million for this year, including $20 million of earmarked funding for the Strual Shared Education Campus. As part of the June monitoring, my department made a bid totalling $114 million for high priority requirements, which were not funded by the initial capital budget allocation. In that monitoring round, an additional $15 million was allocated to meet SEN and statutory minor works requirements. My department continues to face significant capital pressures, and difficult decisions will continue to be required around prioritisation. I will continue to bid for additional capital budget to provide additional much-needed funding across many of the department's capital programmes, including the ability to release further much-needed major works and school enhancement projects to construction, ICT programmes, providing end-user devices for schools across Northern Ireland, which would leave many without the computers needed to deliver the curriculum, but particularly to our most vulnerable students, and a range of other key programmes such as bus replacement, land purchases, youth capital provision, and a range of other smaller projects.
Done.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answer and indeed his ongoing efforts to secure the investment that education really needs right across our country. Could the Minister update me, please, in relation to the new school build at Crawfordsburn Primary School?
Minister.
Well, Deputy Speaker, the member had me visit the school very early on in taking up office, and I am pleased to confirm that since my announcement in May, the technical designs for the major works project for Crawfordsburn Primary School have been approved by my department, and construction procurement is now ongoing. The project will provide a new school building on the existing and extended site at an estimated total investment of £7.3 million.
Charlotte Brownlee.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for his answers so far. Could the Minister detail some of the implications of the Government's plan to introduce VAT on private schools in Northern Ireland?
Sure.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. I have significant concerns about the wording of the draft legislation, which will capture all schools, whether private or not, that charge a fee. In Northern Ireland, this will include 21 grant-aided grammar schools which charge capital, boarding or preparatory prep department fees. And whilst grammar schools in Northern Ireland are grant-aided for their day-to-day running costs, they are likely to be treated by this Labour government as private schools by HMRC for VAT purposes if they charge fees. Impacted schools will be compelled to register for VAT and to charge VAT on their fees. So my officials and I have been engaging with the HM Treasury in respect of this issue to highlight our concerns around the draft legislation, and we will continue to make representations on behalf of schools.
Brownlee.
Thank you, and thank you to the Minister for his answer. Has the Minister made any assessment as to what the implications of this additional burden will have on the affected schools in Northern Ireland?
Well, Deputy Speaker, undoubtedly it will have a significant increase in cost to those families whose children will be impacted by this decision. It also may have an impact on the public purse, because there is evidence that shows where private schools, of which there are a number, but also within preps, there has been reductions in the number of preps in Northern Ireland, and where the private fee-paying parent withdraws their children from those establishments, it is the public sector and the taxpayer who then has to make sure that there is provision for those children and young people. So there will be implications for this, but again, I assure the member I am making representation to the Labour government about this particular issue, but I am very concerned about the travel of direction, and to date our representations are not being received effectively by London, and so I would encourage all members where they can raise these issues to join me in making the case for those schools that will be negatively impacted by this change.
Call Lord Elliott for a quick question. We're almost out of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Speaker, just quickly to ask the Minister for an update on the new build Enniskillen Royal Grammar School proposals.
Well, Deputy Speaker, I know it is one of the schools in terms of subject to funding, and that's always an issue around getting the appropriate capital. So I continue to make the case, as I outlined earlier, for increased capital resources to be made available to my department, and then I will be able to provide more positive responses to those members who are campaigning on this particular issue. But can I take this opportunity to congratulate the member on his elevation to the House of Lords? Very much deserved, and I commend him as he takes on that particular role as well.
Okay, members, time is up. Members, order members, David Brooks has given notice of an urgent oral question to the Minister for the Economy. As the Economy Minister is not available today, the Minister for Infrastructure will respond on his behalf. Order members, I would remind members that if they wish to ask a supplementary question, they should rise continually in their places. The member who tabled the question will be called automatically to ask a supplementary. Clerk, please read the motion or question.
To ask the Minister for the Economy for an update on his engagement with Harland and Wolff following the announcement of the holding company entering administration to help secure a positive outcome for the Belfast Yard.
Call the Minister for Infrastructure.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and apologies from Minister Murphy, who's currently in North America promoting the benefits of the local economy, has provided me with the following information. The financial challenges facing Harland and Wolff have been well published and publicised in recent weeks, and it's disappointing news that the company has now been placed into administration. Minister Murphy is aware of the news reports that a number of parties have expressed an interest in the company, with submission of first bids to close this week. The company has stated that the administration process will not have any immediate impacts on the Belfast Yard, and it will continue to operate as normal. Minister Murphy has written to the British Secretary of State, Hilary Benn MP, and spoken to a number of UK government ministers and senior officials to highlight the importance of Harland and Wolff to the region and the importance of the British government's continued support. Departmental officials and InvestNI continue to engage with the company and the British government to keep abreast of the situation and are committed to maximising the benefits, where possible, of our local economy. Thank you.
David Brooks.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for coming to the House on behalf of his colleague today. He will know that Harland and Wolff is not just a large employer within my constituency, but also an iconic industry for the whole of Northern Ireland, and it will have caused some disquiet, albeit among the workforce, even though they know that there has been trouble for some time. Has he had any engagement with unions in this since this announcement, or has his colleague had any engagement with the union since this, to see if workers have been properly kept abreast, and that those concerns can be allayed so much as possible when an announcement like this has been made?
Sure.
I confirm that Minister Murphy has had engagement with the unions in regards to this matter, and while it's quite clearly concerning to the workforce at the Yard, who have been dutiful and loyal to the workforce over many, many years, and as the member will only acutely well know, campaigned for to save it a number of years ago. So our first thoughts are with the workers and their families in this regards, and I can assure you that Minister Murphy and his department are focused on doing everything they can to secure the future of the Yard.
Thanks very much for your questions, our answers so far, and I suppose it's following on from the last contributor. Obviously, the unions are there to represent the workers, and just would the Minister agree that any future decision around Harland and Wolff must involve the continued engagement of the trade unions who are there to represent the workforce?
Sure.
Certainly in the modern era, the success of Harland and Wolff and the continued existence of Harland and Wolff is down to the dedication of its workforce. And as I mentioned to the previous member, we've seen and witnessed the campaign a number of years ago where they successfully campaigned to keep the Yard open and secure their jobs, and indeed since then there has been a significant increase in employment at the Yard. So yes, I have no doubt that Minister Murphy will be keen to ensure that there's continued engagement with the unions, and hopefully the new buyer will come forward as soon as possible, that there will be a continued working relationship with the unions.
McReynolds.
Can the Minister outline what recent conversations have taken place with the Department of the Economy regarding Harland and Wolff and the Department of Business and Trade in Westminster?
There has been conversations. I think Minister Murphy is in a better position to outline the detail of those conversations, but I am aware, with engagement with Minister Murphy officials today, that they have been actively engaged in discussions over this period of time, because while news has come that Harland and Wolff have went into administration, it has been well publicised. There has been issues in regards to the parent company, and there has been ongoing discussions between the Department of Economy here and other key stakeholders, including the British Government.
Steve Aiken.
Thank you very much indeed. I must make a declaration of interest as the Chair of the All-Party Group on Aerospace Defence and Space. Minister, one of the big questions is around about the Fleet Solid Support Ship contract. That's the £1.6 billion contract that Harland and Wolff was part of, with £77 million allocated to Belfast. And more importantly, the ships themselves were going to be built and completed in Belfast as well. I note that you've made comment that Minister Murphy has already been in communication with the Secretary of State, but we've already seen in the last week that the Secretary of State is not necessarily that well connected with the rest of the British Government. Could the Minister then make an approach through the First and Deputy First Ministers to go directly to the Prime Minister to ensure that the Fleet Solid Support Ship contract does come back to Belfast and stay in Belfast? Because without that, shipbuilding is finished.
Sure.
I don't think we should be as definitive around, maybe as the member has pointed out in terms of the finishing of shipbuilding in Belfast as a result of A, B or C, but I certainly will make sure that his comments and call are passed on to Minister Murphy for him to engage as he feels fit with the First and Deputy First Minister.
Matthew O'Toole.
Deputy Speaker, Minister, thank you for coming and giving us this update today. I would echo what others say around the importance of trade unions. Trade unions are always important to successful, in terms of the successful operation, particularly of a manufacturing business, but especially in this case because they've really kept Harland and Wolff going in the most difficult times. Harland and Wolff has the opportunity, as well as some of the contracts that Mr. Aiken talked about, Dr. Aiken talked about. Harland and Wolff has the opportunity to be right at the nexus of the key things happening in not just the regional economy but the world economy, frankly. Green growth, which we're debating later today, in terms of its manufacturing and maintenance of, for example, turbines, but also our dual market access. Can I ask that he passes on to his ministerial colleagues the urgency and the necessity of placing Harland and Wolff as a particular manufacturing hub and right at the middle of those plans, those ideas?
Myself and Minister Murphy actually recently engaged with Belfast Harbour in regards green growth and their plans, working in conjunction with Cork around those matters. And we also recently met with the Transport Minister in the South, Minister Erne, to discuss those very issues. So, Minister, I can assure you, just from personal experience, Minister Murphy's acutely aware of that, and we have done some work in that regard. But again, I'm sure your comments will be passed on to him.
Joanne Bunting.
Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful to my colleague for securing this urgent oral question today. It seems as though the workers in Harland and Wolff are in a perpetual state of flux, and it's very difficult for people. So I note that the Minister mentioned immediate employment, but could I ask him then what is being done to secure their employment going forward? What is being done to support them in this time of further instability? And what is being done to secure further government and other contracts around shipbuilding to secure the future of the yard?
Mr.
As I've previously said, Minister Murphy has engaged with all the key stakeholders in this, in particular the unions, about moving forward. The yard is currently going through a sales process. I think that the quicker that is resolved, the better for all, particularly the workers, in ensuring that they know their futures moving forward. So that's key to all of this. But all of the flux, and I think the member will agree with me on this, all of the flux that has happened of recent times is not the fault of the workers. The workers have shown true dedication and skills, and the member's nodding her head in agreement, as I thought she would. The workers have shown great dedication and skills to Harland and Wolff and developing a skilled workforce there. So I can assure you my thoughts, and I've no doubt Minister Murphy's thoughts, first and foremost, are with the workers and securing their futures.
Jerry Carroll.
As a member of Unite the Union, and I reiterate the need to protect jobs at the site. Minister, can you expand on any worker conversations that have taken place to try and ensure that jobs at the site aren't reliant on the contracts from the MOD or the British government, but are connected to the industry to enhance life, provide cleaner and green jobs, and to me and many others, that's fundamental to not just only keeping jobs, but also ensuring that there is a safe and sustainable future for the site. So just expand on that earlier point, please.
Minister.
I will understand that I am not able to reflect on conversations I haven't been directly involved in, but I will assure his comments and questions are passed on to Minister Murphy, and he may be able to respond in more detail. But the point in relation to the potential for diversion of work streams at that site is immense. And as I mentioned to one of the other members, myself and Minister Murphy have already had discussions with the Harbour around that issue in itself, and I have no doubt that moving forward, Harland and Wolff will play a key role in that.
Sinead McLaughlin.
For your answer so far. Obviously, it's a very deeply concerning and evolving situation in Harland and Wolff. The rumours are that there's a healthy portfolio of potential buyers for that are looking at this company. Can you assure us at the very highest level that the Minister will be engaged with these buyers and selling and promoting the Northern Ireland plant in particular, and will they be engaging at the very highest level with the UK Government?
Minister.
Well, you understand that in terms of the buyers and the number of buyers involved is a commercially sensitive issue, but media reports do reflect that there is significant interest in the purchase of Harland and Wolff Belfast operation, which is a good thing. And as I've said, the Minister Murphy is engaging. He's currently in the US, promoting the benefits of this local economy, promoting the excellent workforce we have and the potential there is here for not only investment, but also our companies from here doing business in the US as well. So focus is on this as all the key stakeholders are involved and briefed and engaging with each other around this. There is a commercial process that has to go through, that has to be completed, and the quicker that is completed, the better for all, particularly the workers.
All Andy Allen.
Constituency colleague for bringing forward this important urgent oral to the floor of the House. Minister, and perhaps it may be that it has to be done in writing, but can the department set out the support that is provided to the shipyard in the last number of years, and indeed what the department is doing to support manufacturing as a whole in Northern Ireland?
Sure.
As Mr Allen said, that question is probably best answered in writing from the Minister himself.
Members, that concludes this item of business. Could I ask that you take your ease for a moment or two before we move on to the next item? Thank you.
Okay, members, we're going to return to the motion on funding for health service transformation, and I call Danny Donnelly to wind on the amendment, and Danny, you'll have up to 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I thank all members for their contributions to this debate, and I would say that the tone of the debate, I think, was quite right. And I would thank my DUP Health Committee colleagues, Mrs Dodds and Mr Robinson, for bringing this debate forward to the Assembly today. We proposed this amendment for the reasons outlined by my party colleague, Nuala McAllister, and in the winding remarks I will refer to them, and I'll refer to some of the comments that we've heard through during the debate. The first addition to our amendment was to agree that delivering the ambitions of the health and social care transformation will require political leadership and an emphasis on service quality. This was referred to by Mark H. Durgan as he alluded to Northern Ireland not being a very big place, saying that you could travel for 2 hours or wait 2 years, I think was the quote. And we do have to focus on quality over geography. I think that is very, very important. Our services are provided by specialist units in one hospital will deliver higher quality outcomes, and we know that, and that prevents unnecessary duplication. So that is something that we will going forward. Sorry, one of the second comments then was Liz Kimmins. Liz referenced Professor Bengoa's burning platform analogy from 2016. Now, it's notable that Professor Bengoa will be returning to the Northern Ireland Assembly within a couple of weeks, so it will be very interesting to see what his consideration of our current situation is 8 years on. Obviously, there's still a lot of challenges, and I think the platform has burned quite significantly since then, but that's where we are, unfortunately. Alan Chambers referenced the elective care framework, which obviously has begun to show some success, and we are starting to see waiting lists come down in certain areas of care delivery in Northern Ireland because of the implementation of those. Alan also mentioned the inability of this Assembly to deliver a multi-year budget. Now, I was very encouraged by the Minister's comments when he was talking about his hopes for a multi-year budget in, I think, 26-27, and I would hope those ambitions will be realised, and certainly we will do what we can to support the Minister in that. Linda Dillon mentioned shared services on the island of Ireland, and certainly Linda will be aware that the Health Committee had a meeting with the Health Committee from the Oireachtas, and I think you were there, Linda, and we discussed a lot of the shared services that would be available, particularly around cancer, and certainly that's something that we are working together on, and it is very, very good to see. Yep, certainly.
As the members are aware, we're also going to Dublin to meet with the Oireachtas Committee there, and I think it is something that would definitely be worthwhile us raising when we're down there. But I think it is important, particularly as I said, on those border areas where we really could have better access, particularly in the likes of Fermanagh, where you could have a difference of 2 hours between somebody being able to access emergency surgery.
Members, an extra minute.
Thank you, Principal Speaker, and I certainly agree with that, and it's something we can work together on. Alan Robinson then reiterated the failure to meet treatment targets, and yeah, it's an appalling, obscene, I think it was referred to by Mrs Dodds, and I would agree. He highlighted that these people that we're referring to in the targets aren't just numbers, they're our constituents, and certainly I have personal experience of constituents of mine who are spending their life savings and borrowing money even to pay for surgery and to go into the independent sector, being forced into the independent sector to buy surgery that they should be getting on a timely basis within our health service. So that was a very well made point. Orlia Flynn then was talking about the health inequalities that women, and the shocking statistic that women can expect to live 14 fewer years in good health than those in more prosperous areas. That is a very, very shocking statement, and certainly I think she made the point very strongly. So thank you, Orlia. Timothy Gaston then referred to the growth of the waiting lists during the years of the stop-start government, and he's been right. You know, Timothy's not here, but he was right that we have went on and off, and that is something that we should be very aware of in this chamber, that on-off government actually makes delivery of transformation in the health service impossible. You know, if this assembly isn't functioning, we cannot deliver transformation, and we certainly cannot deliver multi-year budgets either. The Minister then highlighted that the health service should be effective and timely for all, and absolutely, but obviously the gap between funded capacity and demand that we are seeing at the minute is being exacerbated by problems within the health service, and we are seeing things getting worse in some areas. Now, there are some areas where things are improving and people are getting more treatments, and certainly that is to be welcomed, and we would want to support the things like the rollout of MDT services within GPs, within GP practices across Northern Ireland. While they're not a silver bullet for GP practices, they are something that eases the burden on GP practices, and certainly I know GP practices have been very happy to hear the extended rollout, and obviously with the surgical hubs as well. So for those reasons, I would encourage all members to support our amendment and approve this motion, and to state that this Assembly will provide political leadership to deliver the best outcomes for our health service, to work with relevant local sectors, and to seek to progress agreed multi-year budgets. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. I call on Diane Forsyth to conclude and wind up on the debate on the motion, and just to advise Diane you have 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. And to reflect on how my colleague Diane Dodds opened today's debate, let us just remember that we're talking about real lives here, real people, our families and our friends. And Diane brought this motion, which she feels so passionately about, to rightly open this debate on the floor, and I thank everyone for their contributions. The stabilisation package offered by our UK Government, whilst welcome, does not provide the space or financial firepower to take forward the public services transformation agenda in a meaningful way. While we are right to highlight the cliff edge perpetrated by the Government's short-term stabilisation package and the benefits that extra funding could achieve, a lack of money cannot be an excuse for inaction. When devolution was restored in 1999, health received 1/3 of Northern Ireland's block grant. Today, it consumes more than half. We already spent more per person on health than any other UK region. This shows that it's not just about throwing money at the problem. And I thank all contributors today on something that everyone feels strongly about. Nuala McAllister, in bringing her amendment, spoke strongly on cooperation, engagement and consultation, which I think everyone wants and recognises we need to move forward here. Liz Kimmins spoke to the fragility of our health system, referenced our own local A&E department in Daisy Hill, which we feel strongly about, the struggles to attract GPs and workforce planning leading to crises across service delivery. Mark Durkin rightly said we need to invest to save and agreed on the need to fund the transformation. Alan Chambers noted how it was unacceptable that we are dealing with these waiting times and how people in Northern Ireland are just not getting the treatment that they deserve. Linda Dillon highlighted the challenges in particular of the social care system, who, she said, carry the weight of a broken system, and particularly the challenges in rural constituencies. My colleague Alan Robinson rightly said how our health service is at breaking point, and it's one of the most difficult tasks a GP has to refer a patient onto a waiting list where they know they will not be seen for some time. A very real and very concerning statement. Alan also rightly highlighted how the Fiscal Council said that the stabilisation package offered by our UK government will largely be used up by the recurrent public sector pay packages. And this is why the DUP insisted it did not go far enough last December, when others claimed that we should not look a gift horse in the mouth. Arlea Flynn talked to the tackling health inequalities. She spoke strongly on, in particular, issues affecting women and the need to invest to prevent rather than just to treat illnesses. Timothy Gaston spoke on the need for a long-term funding package like Wales. And I thank our Minister for Health for being here throughout the debate. I welcome his invitation to Professor Bengoa for the 9th of October. But I have to say I'm somewhat disappointed to feel that I've heard more of the same from him today, saying that the health budget's inadequate, listing the details of the existing waiting lists. And we know this and we've heard it before, but we do need to see more, and we want to offer that support through this motion and encourage the Health Minister to take more action. We welcome the £76 million additional, but we acknowledge that we need to see more. But we also call on the Health Minister to publish a transformation plan with degrees of aspirations as to how the allocated funds would support the delivery of this transformation, and to be able to report these outcomes. We need to see transformation because we all want to see lives saved. We need to stop treading water and managing this decline. And I would like us to join and make the case for fair funding today, but see the Minister of Health set out a clear and ambitious plan to invest that money in the right place at the right time with the right results. He has the support of all of us. We just want to see the detail and a plan going forward. And we ask through this motion that we can unite to see delivery upon that. Lives depend on it.
Thank you, Diane. So the question is that the amendment standing in the names of Nuala McAllister, Donny Donnelly and Owen Tennyson be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary of any noes. So the question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary of any noes. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, just take your ease to change the personnel to top table.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's settle down. David, you ready? Philip? Minister? Ready? Excellent. Thank you very much indeed. The next item on the business is motion on removing the barriers to the green growth. Clark, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly recognises that fair and just growth in the green economy is vital for securing Northern Ireland's economic future and delivering on our net zero commitments, welcomes work from the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to bring forward a green growth strategy, recognises that this strategy is an important precursor to the delivery of a wider Green New Deal that will decarbonise our economy and create sustainable green jobs in existing and emerging industries, agrees that the major delays within our planning system is one of the greatest barriers to green growth, inward investment and delivery of vital renewable energy infrastructure, further recognises that without fundamental reform of the planning system, the ambition to harness the potential of a green growth economy as set out in the draft programme for government will not be possible, and calls on the Minister for Infrastructure and the Minister for the Economy to work together to deliver fundamental reform of the planning system in order to deliver green growth and maximise renewable energy.
I call on David Hunterford to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you. David, the Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the Marshall list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. David, please open the debate.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. A Green New Deal is our future. For the economy to grow at a faster pace, we need to develop and scale our indigenous businesses, but helping them develop products for export. But we also need inward investment to help create jobs and bring in capital investment here in Northern Ireland. That work needs to be focused rather than having a shotgun approach, and I and others in the Economy Committee have welcomed the Minister's economic vision as he attempts to shape the future. And again, I just want to put on record, I look forward to, I know Minister Murphy isn't here, but I look forward to working with him on the Economy Committee as we try to drive the economic future forward. This place works best when we all work together. Alliance has our economy delivering a Green New Deal and working towards the green transition high in our priority of issues. Minister Muir is leading the way with a green growth strategy, which will help deliver a Green New Deal that will decarbonise our economy. An alliance will not be found wanting in support for transformation across all other departments when it helps to deliver a vision towards a greener, cleaner environment. And that sets aside our core values of equality and prosperity and reconciliation as we move at pace towards a shared and integrated and united community. But when you meet with energy experts, the industry representatives, the same issues causing delays come up again and again and again. It's like Groundhog Day of every meeting you go to. Top of the list is planning system reform, yet frustratingly it doesn't seem to be any movement there towards trying to fix that. And this costs our constituents, all of our constituents. And I note last week the utility regulator in GB has said the price in there for electricity will rise by 10% this winter. And I welcome that our own regulator has said that will not be the case here in Northern Ireland. But let me spell out in real terms what this costs, delivering our net zero commitments delivering our net zero commitments. Because delays cost all of our constituents in their pockets. For example, the lack of the North-South interconnector is costing all of us here in Northern Ireland £55,000 per day. That's the latest figure from Sony, and that works out at approximately £100 per person annually on their bill. We made a good start towards renewables, but the lack of reform within our public sector has caused a complete halt to growth of the renewable energy. The Assembly being down for 5 out of the 7 years is a large part of the problem here. And I appreciate the Minister of Infrastructure is with us, and in no way am I trying to point that we're not looking backwards, we're looking from this point moving forwards. This Assembly hasn't functioned and our public sector hasn't reformed.
Delivering new wind and solar infrastructure is now at a practical standstill, with little hope of any progress in the near future without planning reform. Investments is moving to Scotland or moving south, and that delay to deliver the transformation to renewable energy will further cost each of our constituents, and Sony have measured this in real terms at another cost of approximately £100 per person annually. The delay has been caused by two things. And it isn't with a lack of interest, it isn't with a lack of capital, it isn't a lack of companies wanting to invest, but a lack of reform within our public sector. And I've said so many times, it's our role in this House to lay the pitch for others to play on. But our planning system urgently needs reform, and I want to make it really clear that the need for faster decision making should not be at the expense of quality decision making. We need a planning system that delivers sustainable development, that protects our environment and also works to help our economy move forward and protect society. But we also need a blueprint plan where renewables are to be situated. Literally a map, an architect's plan, where zones of what works where. This would give direction to the market, and it would make it easier for planning authorities to make quicker and better decisions. It would also give direction for network providers to know where they can connect easily to the infrastructure, and for the main infrastructure to be developed. And I really welcome that the economy and green transition sit so prominently within the programme of government, yet we can't sit back and cross our fingers for the outcomes to happen. We need to take action, making the changes that we're in control of, creating the conditions for others to deliver. Unless we work hard and reform our systems that will enable those outcomes, the programme of government is nothing more than words on a page or a pipe dream. Far too often in this place we've worked to get to a strategy, and the strategy is the goal, where the strategy should be the starting point for us to move and make changes. The foot comes off the pedal once we get the strategy, and we celebrate the strategy rather than that being the basis of which we work and we have to achieve and deliver the outcomes. It should be the starting point, and we need to work to delivery. So simply, the issue of delivering renewables here is the money being invested in this region has been restricted, simply because energy providers can't navigate our current planning system, which they pay heavily for, because our planning system isn't fit for purpose. And we need the Minister of Infrastructure to bring forward a plan to reform the planning system as a matter of urgency. I say again, we haven't had this Assembly for 5 out of the 7 years, and we are only 8 months in, so I appreciate that he isn't long into office, but this needs to be brought now as a matter of urgency. Talking of planning being delayed, and we've heard at times of blaming the applicant for not supplying enough information. And when you talk to the applicant, the frustration that brings them, because it's simply not accurate. When they're spending 30, 40 and more £1,000 on applications, they bring everything that's there. The difficulty, and all of us that have dealt with planning will experience, once it goes in, it gets stuck in systems, and they want consultations, and they want more consultations or reconsultations. This needs to be developed and sorted. So I was really pleased to represent Alliance recently alongside Matthew from the SDLP and the DP and Sinn Féin. We were there, bar the Ulster Units, at a recent roundtable from the Northern Ireland Chamber to hear and discuss the problems directly from the industry. And I think we'll all agree, and we all agreed at the time, it was a really useful meeting to hear firsthand of the frustrations of wanting the simple plan, a master plan that could develop, of showing us where wind would be, where solar was more appropriate. And so this motion is calling for ministers to act, that we can develop this sort of plan together and develop it quickly, that will allow the main infrastructure to be developed to match what needs connected, and would also help in the planning process and make it easier, and also reassure local communities. But again, I want to stress that this place works best when we all work together, and it takes all of us here to buy in and to help bring this along. So thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. And I call on Philip Brett to move the amendment. Okay. 5 minutes to wind. All our speakers will have 5 minutes. Over to you, Philip.
Speaker, and can I start by thanking the proposers for bringing this motion to the Assembly today. It's an important topic. This Assembly, since its reformation, has rightly focused on the issue of planning reform, and I know it's something the Minister worked on quite considerably before being appointed to office, and I know it's something that he will continue to work on because it is something that requires urgent attention, but also the focus on ensuring a just and also an achievable transition is also vitally important. So thank you to David and others who brought this forward. Green growth is something the proposer of the motion and I have discussed on numerous occasions along with colleagues on the Economy Committee, and we are particularly focused on the £150 million investment zone that the Minister continues to progress, and I know that all parties will work together to ensure that all sections of our society in Northern Ireland benefit from that fund, and we look forward to the Minister bringing forward the proposals for consideration by committee and by this House. The Democratic Unionist Party is committed to ensuring the Executive seizes the opportunity associated with green growth. Across Northern Ireland, we are proudly world leaders in business in the way we manufacture low-emission vehicles and infrastructure, the production of energy-efficient products and lighting, energy monitoring systems and renewables, to name but a few. And this is something that we should continue to be shouting about and advocating, not just locally but on the international stage. And I know it's something that Minister Murphy on his current trade mission to Chicago is currently engaged in, and something in which the committee 100% support him in doing. We stood on a manifesto, Mr Deputy Speaker, of trying to double the size of Northern Ireland's low carbon and renewable energy economy to more than £2 billion turnover, whilst recognising that the transition to net zero needs to be fair for everyone in our society. A greener, more sustainable economy can create jobs, increase prosperity and lead to stronger and healthier communities, all while protecting our natural environment. And this builds on the work that Minister Dodds and Minister Lyons did in their 10X vision and continues to be worked upon by Minister Murphy in his economic vision. That is why the previous DAERA Minister brought forward his draft green growth strategy, because this was all at the heart of what he was proposing. The plans, as I said earlier, to use the £150 million enhanced investment zone here in Northern Ireland is to be welcomed, but I think this House is very keen to see those proposals as soon as possible. But I must say politely to the proposer of the motion, it is unclear as to why they have chosen to bring forward this motion without the DAERA Minister first presenting his own proposals on green growth to the Executive for consideration. Mr Honeyford spoke articulately about how we need consensus and all to work together on these issues. So why the Minister hasn't brought these proposals forward, first of all, does slightly fly in the face of the comments he has made. Our amendment seeks to build and helpfully critique the Alliance proposals, which are useful, but I think our amendment strengthens what has been brought forward. Given the fact that the Minister has not brought forward his proposals to the Executive or to his DAERA committee at this stage, I think it would be unwise for this House to endorse those proposals or plans, given the fact that we have not yet seen them. There needs to be a political consensus on this issue and how we move forward, just as Mr Honeyford has said, and not least given the hugely constrained public finances and cost of living pressures on households and businesses right across Northern Ireland. For the same reason, we also don't think it's prudent to include a reference to the wider Green New Deal in this motion agreed today. We recognise that this is established Alliance policy and they are entitled to that position, but it goes far beyond what was agreed in the draft programme for government at this stage. And if we are to take forward the warm words that Mr Honeyford said in relation of moving forward together, I think he will and his colleagues will hopefully support the amendment that we have before us today. We should not use this as an opportunity to divide the House, as Mr Honeyford articulated, but something that we can all unite behind, and hope that proposals come forward from the DAERA Minister to the Executive in which all colleagues can support, and indeed even our friends and colleagues in the official opposition. Mr Deputy Speaker, turning to the issue of planning reform, as I said earlier, it's something which this House has discussed on numerous occasions, and I know something in which Minister O'Dowd has engaged with the industry before and since taking office.
in planning, as already has been articulated, the precautionary and very slow time in which we take to process applications in many of these sectors actually contribute further to the delay in decarbonisation. Many of the applications that are coming forward for decision would actually improve our environment and improve our emissions, but as we continue to delay making those decisions, the issue of our just transition continues to be delayed. It is notable, and in fairness to the Minister, he previously consulted on revised regional strategic planning policy in this regard just last year, and I'm sure when he's summing up he will update the House as to where that consultation currently sits and further proposals he may have. As I said at the start, Mr Deputy Speaker, this motion is an important one, focuses on issues in which I believe all members should support, but I think the amendment that we have set forward ensures that these measures will come through the rightful channels, that the dear Minister will bring forward his proposals to the Executive, and that this Assembly will continue to work together to grow our economy, to ensure a Green New Deal is just, and ensure that we continue to achieve great things on the world stage. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call on Nicola Brogan.
This Assembly has a duty to ensure it does everything it can to assist a just transition to a net zero society powered by clean, renewable energy. This is not just a legal commitment, but a moral responsibility we have to ensure that we protect and preserve our environment for future generations. We should not, however, allow a narrative to develop that portrays this transition as something that challenges economic growth. The development of a green economy here is a huge economic opportunity for this generation, and the importance of harnessing a green growth economy is one of the 3 missions set out in the Executive's draft programme for government. As an island, we are in a unique position to take advantage of our abundant natural resources, ending our reliance on the volatility of the fossil fuel market that has caused financial distress for many families and ushering in a new era of energy stability and energy independence. Right across the island, we are seeing the development of state-of-the-art renewable technologies, such as the offshore wind projects being developed in conjunction with Denmark, or the innovative work being carried out in hydrogen-powered transport. By ensuring a just transition, we can not only create new jobs and industries, but through upskilling initiatives, we can maintain and repurpose the expertise people have acquired in carbon-intensive industries. The Economy Minister, Conor Murphy, has made decarbonisation and green growth one of the central pillars of his tenure in the role, whilst the Finance Minister, Kiva Archibald, despite an extremely challenging budget, has sought to ensure that there is funding in place for green growth and other environmental projects, such as the rescue and restoration of Lough. There's no doubt, that there are challenges ahead, but we will continue to work with others to harness the potential of a green growth economy.
Thank you very much indeed. I call on John Stewart.
Very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the proposers for bringing forward this motion today, and also for the amendments, which does help it as well. And I want to thank the Minister for Infrastructure for coming along today. I know this straddles 2 or 3 different ministerial responsibilities, but I'll be speaking today, Mr Deputy Speaker, from our infrastructure point of view in terms of planning reform. And the Minister will know we've already had a successful and I think very balanced debate in planning reform. We all know the impacts it will have. Our party fully supports a green growth agenda and moving towards net zero, and undoubtedly, Mr Speaker, that's already been benefited by legislation that we've had in place, but I think it's been hamstrung by two key areas, that being the lack of funding, which we all know is hamstrung in many areas of development in Northern Ireland, but secondly is around planning reform. And how difficult it is. I know Mr Brett referred to that, and David Holleyford in his proposal as well, of how difficult that is. We'll all be aware, Mr Deputy Speaker, of many people, either locally grown businesses or outside investment, who have finally pulled the plug on major infrastructural investment projects here because they are so frustrated with the delays and the bureaucracy that they see in the planning system. And that is lamentable. It really is, and everything must be done, Mr Deputy Speaker, to reform that. There have been a series of reports so far, and we waxed lyrical about those in that debate previously. I know that the Northern Ireland Chamber of Commerce produced a very important reform report, and also the Northern Ireland Audit Office did the same in 2022, and I say that as a member of the Public Accounts Committee. That report is hugely beneficial, and I want to thank those for providing those reports.
some significant points that come out of those, Mr Deputy Speaker. First of all is the delays. Statutorily, planning committees and planning procedures should be 30 weeks. Unfortunately, over 1/5 of those are extending that, and this is more impacted on the major significant projects that are most effective within green growth, and it'd be interesting to hear from the Minister in terms of what he thinks about that. Secondly is the impact of the silo mentality. It's nearly a decade now since planning powers were handed down to local governments. And unfortunately, we still haven't seen a situation where, even though they were statutorily required to have local area development plans in place by 2019, many still haven't got those published. And that is not only frustrating, it is leading to a silo mentality happening. And just to quote the Public Accounts Committee, in our view, the planning system in Northern Ireland is not currently operating as a single joined-up system. Rather, there is a series of organisations who do not interact well, and they aren't often delivering an effective service. This has the potential to create economic damage to Northern Ireland. Ultimately, as it currently operates, the system does not deliver to customers, communities and the environment. I think that point is well made and should be remembered. The second, as I go back to, is the local area development plans. Not only have they not been finished, but there doesn't seem to me to be an overarching Northern Ireland theme to them. We have almost got 11 different strategies. But when it comes to green growth and identifying these major infrastructural projects, we are falling between the cracks. We often see talk about the variances in terms of delivery and the process, but we're also going to see in the back of these reports variances in how processes and policies have been implemented. When it comes to major significant policies, that is obviously going to have a major impact on those, Mr Deputy Speaker, and that's something that needs to be looked at as well. Just to finish, I want to agree with and echo the points that were made by the Northern Ireland Chamber of Commerce and Industry in terms of their feedback. They put forward 2 or 3 significant proposals, and one I'd like to agree with and my party agrees with is reconstituting the Regional Planning Commission. I think that would be significant, particularly bringing on experts in the field to contribute to that. And the second is a reform of the Planning Appeals Commission. The Northern Ireland Office report was very talked about this significantly, and I think we need to see it moving from the Department of Justice to within the remit of the Department of Infrastructure, and also seeing it recasting in terms of a similar vein to the way England and Wales has done, with full operational independence, with top-level accountability. That would be key. Yep, absolutely.
Thank the member for giving way. You mentioned local development plans. What would you say it says about the planning system and about the efficiency of the departments that local development plans are now generally 10 years out of date?
And the member has an extra minute.
Valid point, one that I was trying to get to. From memory, the department required all those development plans to be ready by 2019. It's now 2024, and we're still significant amounts are still only at draft stage. So I think that is hugely frustrating. It's 10 years next year since RPA began, and those powers were handed down. I think now is the time to see that happening. But it also needs to happen as part of a joined-up strategy to make sure that areas and applications don't fall through the cracks, so we don't have a geographic lottery depending on how different councils are bringing those reports together. So yeah, that concludes my remarks, Mr Speaker, and thank you.
I call on Patsy McGlone.
Thank you. And I also welcome the motion and the amendment here today, and its focus on fair and just growth in the green economy. Also welcome the work from the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to bring forward a green growth strategy. Indeed, I look forward to seeing more meat on the bones of that particular strategy. And I was listening very carefully to the proposer of the motion as he spoke there, and his emphasis on the process, on the planning process itself. Yes, of course, and all of us who have been involved in planning applications have seen delays after delays, and that can be through consultation with NIEA, it can be through consultation with Road Service, it can be through consultation with NI Water, and it can be through lack of proper process by agents, which all contribute to that. Now, that's the actual planning process. I think this green growth strategy goes further than that, insofar as there may well be required some... Sorry, okay, just again.
Would the member also recognise that planning departments are on their knees? Hard-working staff who have caseloads which are out of control. Staff are voting with their feet. They're going down south. They're getting jobs in planning offices with much lower caseloads and much higher salaries, which has to be a huge blockage to planning systems, to our planning system in the north.
And the member has an extra minute.
I do understand that, and that's one element to it. But the point I was just about to make was, in regard to any green growth strategy, there may well need to be changes in actual policy. And so therefore, before the department can go ahead and say we look at processing, which should be done at all stages. Whenever the green growth strategy eventually emerges in whatever shape or form it does come in order to accommodate development of that strategy, to my mind anyway, there may well be projects that don't nicely or neatly fit into any policy niche. And that could be something that the department will itself have to review in order to accommodate that. The Executive's draft programme for government has already claimed the proposed strategy as their own, so hopefully the Minister will be pushing at an open door. Decarbonising our economy and creating sustainable green jobs is a vital part in achieving the ambitious targets of net zero. From the SDLP's point, we are proud of our role in helping to secure the Climate Change Act that set those targets. But the elements required for fair and just transition are absent from the motion today. We had an amendment. Had it been selected, it would have sought to put those elements into the debate as well. The Minister has said he hopes to have the Just Transition Commission in place next year. He has also stated that he has made the case to the British Government that there should be a separate and additional capital fund for Northern Ireland for a Just Transition Fund for agriculture. And again, in that Just Transition Fund and the projects that it will be needed to help, which are hopefully are innovative, are new, are creative, as agriculture itself adapts to the changing environment, will require accommodation, at least within policies developed by the department. And indeed, local development plans may well have to accommodate certain projects and capacity of zoning lands to accommodate that too. The Minister has also, the Executive's draft programme for government talks about supporting the cost of a just transition. It doesn't, however, provide any details how they plan to do that. And the details will be vital. The detail for planning policy, for planning processes, for local development plans, all of that will be vital. Both those provisions are key elements in a green growth strategy, and the longer those elements take to be established, the further behind we fall on the schedule to achieve net zero. It's important that all these elements are in place before a fundamental reform of the planning system, because any reform must also consider the need for that just transition and how it will impact upon the policies and the practices within the councils and those policies that are handed down from the Department for Infrastructure as to how that just transition may be accommodated within policies and practices. And there's no doubt that there is planning reform needed. Our report on the implementation of the Planning Act with recommendations was waiting on the desk of the Infrastructure Minister when he took office, I'm sure with plenty of other things, Minister. But despite an 11% decrease in the number of planning applications compared to the previous year, in 2023-24 there was a 10% decrease in the number of actual decisions made or issued. The average time for a decision on local applications was 20.8 weeks. Major applications took an average of 46.5 weeks, both well over the target times. So reform as to how things are done is definitely needed. It is also worth noting that an important part of the previous draft Green Growth Strategy was to publish our first Climate Action Plan by the end of December 2023. We are now approaching a year on from that date and there's still no sign of that Climate Action Plan. So I definitely do welcome the efforts of the Minister to bring forward a Green Growth Strategy, and I look forward to those efforts bearing fruit in the just transition elements required by the Climate Change Act, because it isn't enough to simply bring forward that growth strategy, nor to call it green. A fair and just growth strategy needs careful governance and regulation. We would argue it requires the oversight of an independent environmental protection agency. It does require agreement by the Executive. And as we have already seen with the Lough Action Plan, that can take time, and it might not survive engagement with the Executive in the manner intended or required. Perhaps that's why the Minister's party colleagues are calling on his Executive colleagues to work with him to deliver green growth and maximise renewable energy. And the SDLP wishes the Minister well in that regard. Thank you very much, Lough Concordia.
Thank you. Can I call on Catherine Boland, please?
There is no doubt that the planning system is not operating at its fullest potential, causing delays in the planning applications. No one could argue that the planning system doesn't need change. However, it seems to me that fundamental reform would be a process that takes a huge amount of time, energy and resources, and would ignore the good review work that has been done, which has offered recommendations to ensure the planning system operates in an effective and efficient way. In addition to that, the recently published programme for government, which was agreed by the Executive, already commits to improvement in our planning system, and I too welcome that focus. Like all public services, funding is an issue which is impacting delivery within the planning service. The lack of funding is, in many ways, the chief cause of the issues being faced by applications. Instead of a complete overhaul, which would be costly, interventions such as the Planning Improvement Programme provide the opportunity to apply existing recommendations from the various reports and get on with the job of improving the system. Doing what is best for the planning system going forward should be informed by experts who know the issues and, more importantly, the solutions that will allow for a more efficient service. I welcome the interim Regional Planning Commission signed off by the Minister to support the wider Planning Improvement Programme and to provide an independent voice on what the issues are within the system and how best to make improvements. The efficiency of the planning system can also be hampered by the introduction of poor planning applications. Indeed, the need to improve the quality of applications was highlighted in existing reports. I understand that the introduction of statutory validation checklists will give applicants clarity around the planning application process and in turn assist in creating a more efficient system. Lastly, on Collier, it is important that applications which will have the benefit of renewables progresses efficiently to assist in achieving important climate change targets. The need for delivering renewable infrastructure which has community support, particularly in rural areas, cannot be delayed. This again reiterates the need for changes in the here and now, which does not rely on timely and costly reform. While we all can agree that long-term reform of planning is needed, our focus is in the here and now and should be to focus time and resources on getting existing applications progressed, getting more renewable applications on stream and meeting our climate targets. In conclusion, last Collier, I know that the Minister is committed to ensuring that the planning system operates in an efficient and effective way, and therefore the Department must swiftly get on with the job and improve the planning system for all applications.
I call on Gary Middleton.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the members for bringing forward the motion today. Indeed, my colleague Philip Brett has outlined our party's position in terms of the amendment as well. A greener economy and a more sustainable economy is something that we can all embrace and should all embrace. It is not only good for the environment, which in itself is vitally important, but it is also good for our communities in terms of job creation and better and healthier communities. Progress toward net zero cannot be treated in isolation from an economic programme focused on green and inclusive growth. A couple of weeks ago, I joined with other political members from other parties in meeting with the Northern Ireland Chamber to hear from some of the industry leaders involved in renewable energy and those involved in bringing forward applications which would help us to meet our net zero targets. Whilst there were a number of areas of concern for them, one of the key areas and stumbling blocks that they see is around the issue of planning. It is something as constituency MLAs that we hear regularly of the challenges that people have in terms of getting applications through in a swift manner, ensuring that the consultees and the statutory agencies come back in a timely manner. And I don't lay the blame at the members of staff involved in our planning service. In fact, many of them go to long and hard efforts to try and get applications over the line. It is the system that needs reform. It is the system that we need to move forward and try and address. As my party colleague Philip Brett articulated, our party is committed to ensuring that the Executive seizes opportunities associated with green growth. It is worth acknowledging that in Northern Ireland there are many businesses that are leading the way in the manufacture of low-emission vehicles and infrastructure and the production of energy-efficient products. I will indeed. Yep.
I don't argue that there's an issue with the system in the planning ways, but certainly there's a personnel issue. Talk to the planners in Newry, Morndown office, planning office in Newry, and they'll tell you about the over workload, the over expectation in terms of caseload for each of them, and they cannot keep up with the demand on them on a daily basis.
And the member has the next one.
I thank the member for his intervention. That's the point. I completely agree with that point. The point that I was making is that in terms of the staffing, it's not an issue of competency, it's an issue of stress and the burden in terms of the applications that are in and the backlog. And I think that that's something that we can recognise in all of our constituencies right across Northern Ireland. But it is also important to recognise that the public sector has a crucial role, and it's sometimes overlooked in terms of the role that they play in realising Northern Ireland's green growth potential. The transformation agenda in health and education and infrastructure affords us opportunities to do things differently, more efficiently, and of course that should mean ensuring that green, clean technologies are harnessed in the delivery of vital frontline services. I want to also pay tribute to TransLink for leading the way in terms of my own constituency in Foyle. The first ever fully electric metro service is within my constituency, and I think that's an example of leading the way, and hopefully others will follow. Inevitably, the transition to a greener, more sustainable economy will cause a level of disruption and change. But in all of that, we must aim to ensure that as we try to improve people's quality of life through creating green jobs, it would be counterproductive for government to seek to do this by levying costly requirements on business. But I think most importantly, we must ensure that as we go to this and transition towards a more green economy, that our ratepayers do not suffer, that those who can least afford it are expected to pay more. So I think that as we go forward in doing this, we must do so in a way that is fair to all and fair to everybody who has a part to play as well. So I just urge people to support our amendment that we've brought forward today and help us obviously to deliver on the many targets that we have set. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call on Andrew McMurray.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I support today's motion. Green growth must be a priority for Northern Ireland. I was glad to see this recognised in the draft programme for government. An economy based on green growth will be good for Northern Ireland and for the planet. It will benefit us all in many ways. It will help our economy, our environment, our health and our climate. I look forward to the Green Growth Strategy, which will see an important step on the way to achieving this goal. There are many challenges to overcome. One is our planning system and the barriers it presents to developing the renewable energy infrastructure we urgently need. We currently get about 45% of our electricity consumption from renewable sources, and we have a statutory target of achieving 80% by 2030. We made good, strong progress between 2005 and 2016, helping us exceed the target of 40% by 2020. But since then, we have really slowed down. In fact, in the 8 years since 2016, we've only added 5%. We now have only 6 years left to make up the remaining 35% that we need to meet our target. This is concerning. Recently, the Infrastructure Committee heard evidence from Renewable NI and 2 renewable energy companies in June. It was very eye-opening. There are a number of key barriers. One is the sheer amount of time it takes to get renewable applications over the line, and major planning applications have a 30-week target, but applications for wind farms actually take 3 years on average to be processed, and waiting times are increasing. This affects the grid infrastructure too. My constituency, South Down, does not currently have the grid infrastructure by which to take on renewable energy sources or start operating existing ones. As one engineer put it to me, it could take 4 to 5 years to sort this out. This needs address in any strategy forthcoming. Why are these planning applications taking so long? Staffing in the planning departments is an issue. I would hope that the Parliament would look at how existing planning officers can be trained and upskilled. Another reason is that some statutory consultees take a very long time to respond. They technically have a target of 3 weeks, but often take over a year to respond, and all struggle to provide responses within 21 days. Again, lack of resources and specialist staff who can assess these complex applications contribute to this problem. We also lack hard deadlines to hold statutory consultees to account. Scotland and the Republic of Ireland do have clear timelines and hard deadlines, and they don't see the same delays. There are other statutory constraints. Planning departments cannot take into account the climate crisis when processing an application. We should consider prioritising applications that help increase our renewable capacity, not to approve them at all costs where valid environmental concerns and reasons tell us otherwise, but to give them a fair chance of making it through the system within a reasonable time frame. Referrals to the Planning Appeals Commission can lead to further delays. Since planning was devolved to councils, 100% of major planning applications for renewable energy infrastructure have gone to the Planning Appeals Commission. By the time an appeal is decided, the technology is often outdated. The application needs to be amended, goes back to square one, and further consultation. It's not surprising that these delays are putting developers off. Renewable NI find that 82% of renewable energy developers now think that Northern Ireland is not an attractive place to invest. We need to take note of this alarming statistic. I want to end on a hopeful note. There are enough onshore wind proposals in the planning pipeline to meet 80 by 30 target if they can be processed in time for connection by 2030. Reaching this target will be key to our goal of achieving a thriving green economy. We need a Green New Deal and fundamental reform to create a planning system that delivers for all three pillars of sustainable development: the environment, society and the economy. And there's a few more asks. Pre-application discussions and checklists for all major applications will help waiting times, and these are already underway. Introducing statutory timeframes for determining renewable energy applications will be another avenue to explore. And finally, the process for developing local development plans needs to be streamlined to ensure a functional planning system. Thank you.
Thank you. I call on John Blair.
I speak in today as the Alliance spokesperson for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, and with a particular emphasis on the environment. As the motion suggests, I wish to acknowledge the work of the Dear Minister in bringing forward the Green Growth Strategy. When discussing its significance recently, the Minister stated, I think very correctly, that economic growth and environmental protection are intertwined rather than mutually exclusive. To use a very real example, the crisis in Lough and other waterways across Northern Ireland clearly highlights the impact of climate change and prompts us to find the right balance between expanding the economy and safeguarding the environment. Indeed, the sporadic nature of government and subsequently governance in Northern Ireland over the past decade has only made delivering green growth initiatives more difficult. The environmental crisis is no longer something we can brush under the carpet for future consideration, as the consequences of our inaction now are being felt and will only continue to escalate. Radical change is not just sensible, Deputy Speaker, it is critical. To be frank, the biggest barriers to green growth in Northern Ireland, in my opinion, are political will and resistance to change. And these barriers have materialised, I say so respectfully, with the DUP's amendments to the motion today, and in particular its removal of reference to reform and dealing specifically, or failing to deal specifically, with the interdepartmental aspects of a Green New Deal in particular, and why that was included in the original motion. Deputy Speaker, in history, times of crisis and great upheaval have led to remarkable change. For example, the creation of a welfare state and the NHS after World War II brought about radical and previously unimaginable changes that remain crucial to our lives generations later. Now we have a similar historic opportunity for change, the chance to develop a long-term strategy to address the climate challenge by balancing climate action with the environment and the economy to benefit everyone in our society. I have said many times, Deputy Speaker, that from every sector to every person, we each have a role to play. If anyone believes we can address the climate emergency, improve our natural environment and advance our circular economy without huge effort, then they are seriously mistaken. Examples of obstacles we face today are easy to find, such as the executive delay in publishing the Lough Action Plan and Report, or the pending peatlands and ammonia strategies. Furthermore, it's notable that the Dear Minister introduced an environmental improvement plan to the Executive in March, just 1 month into office, but this has not yet secured Executive approval. As this is a legal requirement, the Department is now facing a legal challenge, potentially diverting funds that could ultimately be used to address the climate crisis to this specific issue. If we are to seriously deliver on the three pillars of the Green Growth Strategy, climate action, environmental improvements and green jobs, we need that interdepartmental approach. There are various government strategies and plans that must be coordinated and integrated to support the goals outlined in the Green Growth Strategy. We must not see tackling the climate emergency as intersector condemnation or competition, but as an opportunity to build the future we want, including preserving our planet for future generations and obtaining economic and social transformation. And action must take place across all levels of government. Alliance remains committed to championing environmental issues by ensuring that focused action comes at every level of government to introduce a Green New Deal in each council area. However, government and industry are not the sole drivers of climate action and green growth, and neither should they be. Collective societal action through businesses, young people and the voluntary and community sectors is also absolutely vital. The DUP amendment, if I may return to it, calls for an affordable and sustainable transition for businesses and households. But let's be clear, any upfront costs represent investments in an improved society for future generations, bringing real benefits and opportunities to everyone's daily lives. Similarly, while our ministers will understandably cite budgetary pressures right now, the cost of delaying action will lead to greater budgetary pressures in the future. There is no point in holding back, waiting for an affordable pathway, because that day will simply never come, or agreement around that point will never come. Climate and economic experts are clear that we need a green recovery with huge investment and urgent radical changes to our economy. Northern Ireland will be left behind as other economies across the globe make the necessary investments in decarbonisation and broader climate action if we don't take action now. Therefore, I commend the motion, Deputy Speaker, but I cannot support the amendment.
Colin Justin McNulty.
I thank the members for bringing this motion to the floor today. I rise today to support the motion and the amendment. I think it's particularly important to speak on this issue given the events of recent days, but my support is not without reservation that there is a lot of self-backclapping and a degree of buck passing inherent within the motion. The shameful state of our environment is not something we can be proud of. In February 2020, this Assembly declared a climate emergency, and yet, since then, we have let our environment deteriorate even further. According to the 2023 State of Nature report, Northern Ireland is one of the most nature-depleted areas in the world. The abundance of farmland bird species has, on average, fallen by 43% since 1996. We have seen a 14% decrease in the number of flowering plants since 1970. 12% of species assessed across the north are under threat of extinction, and we are seeing blue-green algae blooms in several of our waterways, and the stale tasting and smelling water is being pouring out of our kitchen taps over recent weeks, which is frightening. We have some of the most beautiful areas of natural beauty, and we are allowing them to deteriorate year on year. So while work from the Minister to bring forward a green growth strategy is indeed welcome, it is also shamefully overdue. Of course.
Appreciate the member giving way, Deputy Speaker, and I understand a lot of what he said. It's not hugely different to what I referenced in my references to environmental matters. But can I ask the member if he would add to the list of environmental and nature crisis issues that he listed, if he would also consider that we should take action on sand dredging, for example, in Lough, which in my understanding is its own minister passed in the last mandate, and that what I said previously in this chamber, every policy and every practice should be on the
Could the member come to an intervention rather than a statement?
That I believe
I'm nearly going to give you 2 minutes there, but I'll give you 1.
That I believe is a question for the Minister. We have some of the most beautiful areas of our natural beauty, and we are allowing them to deteriorate year on year. So while work from the Minister to bring forward a green growth strategy is indeed welcome, it's also shamefully overdue. The delays in our planning system, as mentioned, are known to us all and pose one of the biggest barriers to sustainability and sustainable economic growth. It's shocking that provisional figures for renewable energy applications up to Q3 in 2023-2024 showed a 30.8-week processing time. I know that the Minister has spoken on multiple occasions about his commitment to improve the planning system through the work of Planning Improvement Programme, and also to publish revised regional planning policy for renewable and low-carbon energy, but it concerns me that we are yet to see concrete details on precisely what actions will be taken to reduce the processing time and to reduce the burden on overworked planners in offices who cannot cope with their caseloads. But this is not the only barrier to green growth. I welcome the work to bring forward a green growth strategy and the mention of green growth in this draft programme for government, but again, the lack of concrete action and timescales is a serious area of concern. One of the key commitments of the green growth strategy is to develop the North's first climate action plan. How come there's no mention of that in this motion? I believe that we are getting too comfortable with throwing out aims and objectives and empty, hollow motions without any actual actions or timeframes to measure progress against. This is arguably the biggest barrier to green growth. We can talk about this issue as much as we like, but without effective leadership, we still will be talking about this for years with no action, and we will reach the point of no return. Let us not look back on this moment in shame that we didn't do enough. We must take decisive action now to put the necessary measures in place to heal our environment. We must show some real ambition and not hollow motions on green growth. Demonstrate your ambition by committing to targets and timelines. Without committing to targets and timelines, it's just blah, blah, blah.
Thank you. And Minister, you have up to 15 minutes. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you, Lough. I want to start this afternoon by thanking the members for this motion on this important topic of green growth and for highlighting that we as an Assembly need to continue to work together to facilitate and indeed enable green growth for the benefit of all our people here. I fully agree with the assertion set out in the motion that a fair and just growth in the green economy is vital to secure our economic future and in delivering our net zero commitments. I also support fair and just planning system as well, and I'll return to that later. I also want to acknowledge the work that has been undertaken to date by my executive colleague, Minister Muir, and his officials to bring forward a green growth strategy. I look forward to continuing to work collaboratively on a cross-executive basis to ensure the appropriate progression of strategy, policy and legislation, not only to assist in decarbonising our economy and to create jobs, but also to support the achievement of our wider climate change commitments. For my own part, I am also committed to building on the good progress that has already been made within my own department, whether through the promotion of active and sustainable travel, the rollout of lower emission buses, as mentioned by Mr Middleton, enhancing our public transport services, or ensuring more generally that our existing and proposed infrastructure addresses the many challenges we face because of climate change. While I accept that the planning system has a role to play, I do not, however, agree that the planning system is one of the greatest barriers to green growth, and there was no empirical evidence given during the debate which would point to that statement being factual. I don't accept it's the greatest barrier to green growth, inward investment, or the delivery of renewable energy infrastructure. In fact, sustainability principles are at the heart of our planning system. The planning system has the protection of the environment, the well-being of people and society, and balanced economic growth at its core. It supports a fair and just system. Much of the commentary during the debate thus far has been on the need of developers to bring forward green energy proposals, quite rightly so. And in this instance, most of the developers will be small, medium enterprise or larger corporations, or maybe multinational corporations. But in the planning system, we also deal with the individual. But on the other side of the equation is the person or persons or community who may have strong feelings about a planning application or object to a planning application. Their views have not been reflected in this debate. And it's important to recognise that planning is literally a contested space. At times, it's a contested space. Many planning applications go through with no objections whatsoever. But where you have a fundamental change in character of your community or your neighbourhood or your environment, and many green energy projects are of significant scale, I think it's only understandable that concerns will be raised, whether it's by residents, whether it's by environmentalists, whether it's by others. And it's only right and proper that each of those arguments are tested to the full before a decision is made. So the rights of the developer, large, small or medium, the rights of the resident, the objector, for want of a better term, or the environmentalist group, they're all valid arguments that have to be brought to the table. And the role of the planning whether it be in my department, whether in council, is to decide on those points of view at the table based against policies. So, I will shortly, just on this point. And when it goes wrong, it goes terribly wrong in terms of some of these major infrastructural projects. And I think of an event in Galway a number of years ago now, and except it was at the early stages of the development of wind farms. The impact was catastrophic when it went wrong. So it's important we get it right. I'll give way.
I agree with what the Minister said, and having previously chaired our local planning committee for 5 years, I totally accept that both the proposers and those object to the process need to have their space. But is your view not, Minister, that applicants have the right to have their application decided within the statutory timeframes, and that local councils across the province are failing to do that? It should be done in a timely manner that allows all sides to have their say, but the timing issue of this is key, not trying to deny anyone their say on an application.
I'll come to the timing issue later on, but you're absolutely right. Planning matters should be settled in a timely manner. But as I work my way through my speech, we will examine where the timing delays come and how we can resolve them, but more importantly. So, quickly.
Sorry, thank you for giving way. Just when you're stopped, and just to tease this kind of out, do you agree with that? It'd be really useful to have like that blueprint. The councils have local development plans, but energy to have like a Northern Ireland and All-Island wide development plan, if you like, of where infrastructure should be built, which would then help planners make decisions and protect communities.
Who makes that decision? Do I impose my will on local councils and local communities? Does the Environment Minister impose his will on local councils and local communities? Or is that best placed with local councils through the local development plans? Currently, the legislation on the will of the Assembly and the Executive is that that's placed through local development plans. So in terms of moving forward, a report published by NISR as recently as the 5th of September 2024 shows that just under 46% of all our electricity consumption between July 2023 and 2024 was generated from renewable sources. Members will not be surprised to learn that the vast majority of this energy generation has been made possible because of permission granted by the planning system. Notwithstanding these figures, I acknowledge there remains much to be done. Since taking up my role as Infrastructure Minister, I have been engaging with a wide range of key stakeholders, each with their own perspectives on our planning system. I am also continuing to take forward a wide-ranging planning improvement programme, which has already achieved important progress, including planning application fee uplifts, consultations on and reviews of planning policy and procedures. The review of regional planning, regional strategic policy on renewable and low-carbon energy is well advanced, and a call for evidence in relation to the potential review of regional strategic policy in relation to climate change has issued. There is also the development of new and amended legislation to streamline and ensure that key aspects of the planning process are up to date and fit for purpose, including bringing forward legislation to enable local planning authorities to produce statutory validation checklists. This piece of legislation is currently with and being quite rightly scrutinised by the committee. The delivery of a comprehensive capacity building programme to planning officers and statutory consultees in the area of environmental impact assessments and working closely with local government to find efficiencies and improvements to the local development process, all of which will continue to improve the overall efficiency and effectiveness of our planning system. Integral to improving the planning system is the role of statutory consultees, a subject touched on today, and the ongoing work with my department has been conducting with them and local government through the Planning Statutory Consultee Forum. Significant progress has been achieved through the forum, including the development of quarterly and annual reports on statutory consultation performance, a review of statutory consultee advice and published guidance, and the production of a protocol for statutory consultees which sets out what involvement support is required for them to support an effective and efficient planning system. I am also delighted that my department's bid for the Transformation Board funding for planning has progressed to the next stage. A successful bid would allow the department to improve its consultee response times and to appoint independent persons to deal with major hearings and report work currently passed to the Planning Appeals Commission. So in short, I made a bid for independent examiners, and it's progressing to the next stage. It would also allow us to progress proposals for the 4 wind farm applications currently in the system and sitting with the Commission for 1 or 2 years. There is a significant delay at the Planning Appeals Commission, and I'm trying to step around that to ensure that those important planning applications that are being delayed are dealt with. In regard, I also understand that the Audit Office are undertaking a strategic review of the Planning Appeals Commission. Members will recall that I addressed the Chamber on planning here earlier this year, and I do not intend to rehearse the debate, but I do think the context of the current motion is important to remind members of some key points. As I've said, under the review of public administration, the Executive agreed to transfer significant planning functions to local government decisions. The Executive and the Assembly agreed. It allows local communities to hold their councils accountable for how they discharge their planning functions. Councils, as individual sovereign political authorities, they have hugely important leadership role in delivering the main operational aspects of the system, including taking decisions on 99% of all planning applications, producing local development plans fundamental to the reform plan-led system, and the effective enforcement of planning control. As I already said, the planning authorities also rely on the expertise of statutory consultees to ensure that important public interest issues such as road safety and environmental impact are properly taken into account in planning decisions. And many of my ministerial colleagues will therefore also be directly contributing to the effectiveness of the planning system. And that is an important point. It is often, when we talk about planning, and it can be a broad brush statement, it's often seen as we're talking about planners. And yes, planners obviously have a crucial role in the delivery of an effective planning system. But all the cogs of the wheel that make the job of the planner more effective, more efficient, also have to be oiled and turning. Within my department, as I've said, I have already made bids to the Transformation Fund around the statutory consultees, and will continue to do whatever I can to support them. I'm looking at, in terms of, through the Transformation Fund again, the Planning Appeals Commission. But the other element of this is also the effectiveness or the quality of the original planning application that crosses the desk, or in this now more often is emailed into the planning system. And this includes major green planning applications as well. The quality of them is not always what it should be. And when people say, oh, we have to consult, or we have to go back in consultations, and I find in discussions with some of my colleagues in the department that actually means that my department is going back to the applicant saying, look, this isn't right. We need this information to move this project on. And then we're criticised for delays. And what we're actually trying to do is give the applicant an opportunity to present as full a case as possible to the planners so they can make an informed decision. Now, I have jokingly said to my planners, perhaps what we should do is turn around and say, that application is not correct, take it back. My planning performance figures will go through the roof, outperforming everyone. But that's not, well, it mightn't be the way to go. But, so everyone has to, and these debates are useful, you can have an informed debate about these things, but you have to dig deep into some of these issues to fully understand the different contexts of what's going on and what causes delays and what can cause delays. And often we find it difficult to get a response when we go back to some of the applicants and say, we need you to correct that, or we need that information. It may take weeks of months for that to come back to us, but we're the ones who face criticism of it. And I've no doubt there's a similar experience in our local councils as well. So, in conclusion, Blas Concordia, I also want to make this point as well. I recently addressed the Royal Planning Institute, the Royal Institute of Planners, RPA, and I've also had discussions with them. As has been said, planners are people. They're members of our community. They work and live in our communities, and they want the best for our communities. And some of and it certainly hasn't been the case today, or I haven't never noted it in the Chamber, in fairness, but some of the criticism that they're facing, both in social media and elsewhere, is totally unacceptable, and it has an impact on them. We live in the rough and tumble of politics, and we face these things, and it has an impact on us too. So I would appeal particularly to those who feel it appropriate to make certain comments on social media and elsewhere about our planners, to desist and remember they're talking about their neighbours or their family, friends, or whatever. These people are dedicated to our community and want to do their best for the community and working to do their best for the community. and I fully support them and endorse their campaign for the well-being and support for their fellow professionals moving forward. In conclusion, Las Concordia, I don't think now is time for a fundamental reform of our planning system. I accept that the motion has come forward in good faith. They want to move forward the green agenda. Most certainly support that. They want to move forward the planning agenda, and we will work together on that. I see progress being made. I see working with councils and working with others, I see the progress being made. And we have a huge hill to climb, but fundamental reform will delay the changes that we require within our planning system. At a later date, if the Assembly or the Executive wishes to bring forward fundamental reform, it opens up a whole can of worms, and some of your council colleagues may not be too keen on you suggesting that we take powers away from your council colleagues. So maybe just be careful in terms of what you wish for. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call on Deborah Erskine to wind for the amendment, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Speaking in my capacity today as DUP Infrastructure Spokesperson, I welcome the motion which brings into sharp focus the need for planning reform, particularly in the context of green energy. And I do believe, obviously, that our amendment does strengthen the aims of it. We have very ambitious targets contained within the Climate Change Act 2022, representing a target of 80% renewables by 2030. And we currently sit, as already been outlined in the Chamber today, at 45% renewables. And without intervention in our planning system, I believe this target is far off reach. Mr McMurray must have been reading my notes before coming into the Assembly Chamber today, because he is right in saying that between now and 2016, our electricity from renewable sources went up by just 5%. So in a 6-year time frame, we do have to increase that by 35%, which is a huge challenge, particularly when we're looking at some of the issues connected to planning. Right now, the Planning Appeals is not fully equipped to deal with the raft of plan applications that there is in their system, and there appears to be a difficulty in council areas, in particular when we look at wind applications in particular. The Planning Appeals Commission has not met its self-set performance measures for several years, but I do welcome what the Minister has had to say today in relation to planning appeals. A stark reality is painted in the Accelerating Renewables report by KPMG, which surveyed developers. 82% of whom said that Northern Ireland was currently not an attractive place to invest. This was partly due to the lack of support that they felt to the industry, and a major drawback was planning, both in the policy and processes. And I've heard the Minister before in this chamber saying that we do not want to send the message out from this chamber that Northern Ireland isn't a place that you can invest in and do business in. And I fully agree with those comments, but we have to be realistic and realise that unfortunately there is a word-of-mouth nature around some of this, and unfortunately we aren't getting a good name for ourselves in relation to planning. So if we don't send a commitment out from this chamber that we are serious about sorting out the issues, particularly in relation to planning and plan reform, the downward spiral on investors could see that and see that we're not serious, and it's important that we do grasp that. The bottom line is, and the Minister today in the chamber talked about how applications are put into the system, the importance that they're tied up before they go through. But we have heard in the committee from global companies and groups that have put in carbon copy submissions of the likes of wind turbine applications, and have had them have been told that they're not up to standard, yet they're being processed elsewhere within a couple of weeks. But in Northern Ireland, they can take up to 60 weeks in terms of getting through the system. And I was informed of one that is in the system since 2019. So we do have to grapple with this. Despite the challenges, though, we can't be despondent either. There are great examples of businesses in the private sector doing their bit to create greener economies, such as NSERC in my constituency, and they have pioneered the use of biofuels in their furnaces, which reduce the carbon footprint of production by 90%. And their example points to what my colleague Gary Middleton said in relation to the public sector. It does have a crucial role to play, and it's sometimes overlooked in relation to green growth potential in Northern Ireland. Very quickly and very briefly, I want to move on to some members' comments in relation to what was said in the Chamber. I want to thank John Stewart in relation to talking obviously with his infrastructure lens as well, and he talked about that exact thing, that investors have pulled out of Northern Ireland because of the elongated planning system, and referenced, quite a few members today referenced the fact of the LDPs and our frustration, I suppose, with that too, and I know it's talked about a lot in the Infrastructure Committee. I'm running out of time.
You have run out of time.
But thank you, members, for a very good debate today.
I call on Kate Nicholl, and Kate, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Feel free to intervene if there are any points I miss. This motion that we brought today and the ongoing work of Minister Muir to develop a green growth strategy recognises that tackling the climate and nature emergency goes hand in hand with economic transformation and social justice. They are not at odds with each other, rather they enable one another. My colleague David Honeywood made it very clear that a Green New Deal is our future, and that's why we can't support the DUP amendment. We think it's so important. Philip Brett talked about the all-party commitment to the 150 million fund. Gary Middleton said a greener economy is better for people and the environment. So there's been a common agreement on the importance of green growth, though, and that's been really positive. There's a common narrative kind of in the media about how much it will cost to meet our legally binding net zero targets, but this represents a fundamental misunderstanding of the challenges and opportunities at stake, and it's so important that we consider the costs of not reaching net zero. We can already see the impacts of climate change all around us, hitting the most vulnerable. In particular, my colleague John Blair talked about this. Without a serious plan to future-proof our infrastructure and our communities from potentially devastating impacts of the climate crisis, the impacts will only worsen. Gary Middleton talked about the role of the public sector. Deborah reiterated this, and he also praised the work of TransLink in this space, which I agree with. Tackling the climate crisis and transitioning to carbon neutrality holds the key to unlocking significant job opportunities across the industries of the future. We urgently need to decarbonise our economy, and by doing so, unlock a fairer and more resilient economy filled with clean and affordable renewable energy and well-paid green jobs. Philip Brett mentioned where we are leading, and let's talk about this more. I completely agree. Nicola Bergen also highlighted the innovative work in various sectors, including hydrogen, and anyone who's visited businesses like Artemis Technologies know that there's a lot to be excited about and a lot to sell. I really welcome the Infrastructure Minister's presence here today, his response and commitment to working together with other colleagues on delivery, as has been previously outlined by the Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs Minister Muir. Economic growth and environmental protection are intertwined and interconnected. A healthy Northern Ireland is a prosperous Northern Ireland. The Minister's plans for a green growth strategy will provide a framework for tackling the climate and nature crisis in a way that enhances economic opportunities right across society. The Department are currently engaging with other departments. Patsy McGlone mentioned there may be a requirement for policy change, and this will be looked at. And I particularly welcome Philip Brett's enthusiasm and excitement at the upcoming green growth strategy, and I hope it's an indication that it won't take as long as the environmental improvement plan to make it onto the executive agenda. Justin McNulty's point on ambition and delivery is taken. I'm confident the Minister won't be wanting here. To enable transformation, we can no longer tinker around the edges of the planning system, and this was something that came up time and time again during this debate, the need for fundamental reform if we're going to deliver the green transformation that our communities and our economy require, but they also deserve. And David mentioned that, and a number of members mentioned, actually when talking to the energy industry and the experts, it's a real issue. He also talked about instability being an issue, and I mean, it's so true. A lack of reform within the public sector is a big problem. John Stewart talked a really important point about pulling the plug, people having to pull the plug on major projects because of bureaucracy, and he rightly said this was lamentable. He talked about reports which highlight planning delays and the impact of silo mentality. The NI Chamber in their 2024 report on planning reform mechanisms for prioritising renewable energy projects will be vitally important if we are to meet our decarbonisation targets, if we are to make significant progress towards the target for 80% of renewable energy consumption by 2030, then our planning system has to be geared towards that end, all while safeguarding our environment and delivering new green jobs across our communities. Cathal Boylan, who I know is passionate about planning, we've had conversations about it before, outlined the work being done, reviews that have been done, and that the programme for government has commitments, and the Minister went into detail here too. Andy McMurray talked about the 30 weeks planning target. Wind farms can take 3 years though. And the issue with staffing and how this is a skills issue that we really need to address within planning as well. Deborah touched on how planning appeals isn't fully equipped and agreed a particular issue with wind. So we need to work together for delivery. Strategies alone will not be enough. We need to deliver. John Blair, who is arguably the biggest environmentalist in the Alliance Party, talked about the consequences of inaction and how they're already being felt, and that the biggest barriers to green growth are, in fact, political will, and radical change is critical. We have a historic opportunity, he told us, and we're talking about our children's birthright, future generations' birthright. The climate crisis has the potential to devastate. It already does. And the answer to that challenge can't be to bury our heads in the sand and pretend that the impacts will never reach us. It's too late for that. We have to learn to adapt and overcome. We must address it head on in an inclusive manner that brings communities with us, delivers greater prosperity, and protects our environment for generations to come. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the question is that the amendment standing in the name of Deborah Erskine, Philip Brett and Gary Middleton be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those contrary? Okay. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Order! Order! Members will resume their seats. The question is that the amendment standing in the name of Deborah Erskine, Philip Brett and Gary Middleton be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those contrary? No. Okay. Do we have tellers? Are we ready for in the lobby, sir? Doors aren't open. Do you want to do a quick check?
Stick their head round, do you think?
Here, just want a quick check to see if anybody's in there.
Yeah, they will be there. It's fine.
No, but normally the doors are open. Order! Order, ladies and gentlemen. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Philip Brett and Harry Harvey. Tellers for the noes are Paula Bradshaw and Andrew McMurray. Clear the lobbies, the Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Order, order. Members, please resume your seats. John. I'm being nice. I'm being nice. Clerk, could you please read the results?
44 members voted, 29 members voted aye, 15 members voted no. The amendment is therefore agreed.
Unfasten the doors.
All right, there we go.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, the question is, to the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Behave. Okay. Right, next is the adjournment debate. Ladies and gentlemen, let's settle down. Deborah, are you ready to roll? Okay. Minister, you ready? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item on the order paper, item number 6, is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn, and in conjunction with the Business Committee, I have given leave to Deborah Erskine to raise the matter of pollution in Lough, Erne. Before I call the member to introduce her topic, I wish to advise you that has been notified by the Minister of Agriculture, Environmental and Rural Affairs that he is unable to be in the chamber this evening, and that the Minister of Justice, thank you, will respond on his behalf. I call on Deborah Erskine. You will have up to 15 minutes. Over to you, Deborah.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank the Justice Minister for coming to talk about this important issue which is affecting my constituency. Pollution instances in our waterways have been brought into sharp focus in recent years due to the sightings of blue-green algae in the likes of Lough. During recent summers, this has extended past Lough, with incidences being reported in Lough Erne as well. I don't need to remind anybody in this chamber this evening that Fermanagh is one of the most beautiful parts of Northern Ireland and the UK, and it is stunning in terms of its natural beauty, and tourism is a key economic driver in our area. And I'm sure the Justice Minister, who is in the chamber, will attest, if she's visited the area, that it is a hidden gem in Northern Ireland. Fermanagh has a proud, rich heritage of fishing, with hotels and B&Bs filled with tourists from the rest of the UK and Germany in the past and beyond coming to fish in our lochs. The old Fermanagh District Council slogan on the signage was "Fermanagh welcomes you naturally." However, that has been slightly tarnished with increased pollution incidents, and I am keen that our area does not become another Lough without intervention soon. Take, for example, Cash River. There's been 10 pollution incidences on that river from 2021 to 2023. There was a very disturbing major fish kill in September 2021, which killed thousands of brown trout. And over the summer, our local newspapers have carried extensive coverage of pollution incidences. I welcome that the DAERA Minister saw this and agreed to come to Fermanagh just last week with me to look and hear about the scale of the issues faced. Whilst our rural area has many farms lining the banks of Lough Erne, I want to send a very strong message today that farmers are not always to blame on this. Yes, there are those that could do much better, but we cannot tar an entire sector. We must be careful not to pit one section against another. The Northern Ireland Audit Office published a report on deteriorating water quality in Lough, which is largely due to failed and outdated wastewater infrastructure, which is trying to cope with increasing demands. Storm overflows, which we know are supposed to act as emergency relief valves during heavy rainfall, are actually frequently now discharging into Lough Erne. And in actual fact, we aren't fully aware of the rates in full because event duration monitors are not fully funded for the entirety of our shores and banks. A fact I often repeat in this chamber is that Northern Ireland has more overflows per head of population per kilometre of pipe than any other region in the UK. I can take you to housing developments and businesses, unfortunately, where overflows are a common occurrence into our waterways. And we must all do better to tackle this issue. We cannot allow any sector to hide behind the other, meanwhile knowingly acting wrongly in relation to polluting our waterways. The concern is environmental damage could be long-lasting, and algae blooms can lead to what is known as dead zones in the water. This will be devastating to our recreational fishing fraternity. I remember speaking to the Erne Anglers Association during my time as a councillor, who shared a presentation in 2019 with Fermanagh and Omagh District Council about pollution incidences and, in fact, the amount of rubbish that was dumped into Lough Erne. And it has deteriorated much more in the space of 5 years, and inaction is simply not an option. In the Chamber in July, I questioned the Minister on whether his department would also help. This is a cross-departmental issue, and considering it is cross-departmental, it's important that we all work together to try and see how we can fund and manage the scale of the problem. And I have to say the answer was slightly disappointing. We do need to tackle this issue head-on together, and surely that's what the Lough report is also all about, is that cross-departmental nature. So I'd like to find out in terms of also, and I'm not sure if the Justice Minister can maybe answer this today, but I would like to find out the progress on the sorbet arrangements and the plans to tackle the pollution incidents in Lough Erne in the frame as well of the Lough report, implementing it not just for Lough but across waterways in Northern Ireland. A worrying headline in my local newspaper in the summer read that there were no specific measures to tackle algae as toxic chemicals were discovered on Lough Erne. And the newspaper report said that DAERA had committed that there has been no specific measures employed to control blue-green algae. Now, I know that staff do monitor the levels in the water, but I want to ensure that we aren't back in this chamber with a post-mortem of our beautiful Lough Erne. And I want to ensure that we do send a strong message today, that we do want to tackle this together, and that definitely we don't pit different sections of our community against one another. It's a very vitally important message that we send today from this chamber. So I welcome and I thank the members for coming to the adjournment debate today, and I'm sure they will also discuss and outline some of the other issues relating to this. Thank you.
Thank you. All other speakers will now have up to 7 minutes. I call on Gemma Dolan, please.
The issue affects all of us who call this beautiful region home, the rising threat of pollution in Lough Erne. Lough Erne, with its stunning landscapes, historic islands and rich biodiversity, has been a source of pride for generations. Its waters have sustained livelihoods, nurtured our wildlife and offered moments of peace and reflection to countless visitors. But today, this natural treasure, like many others such as Lough Neagh and Lough Melvin, face an unprecedented challenge. Rising pollution levels in Lough Erne are no longer an abstract concern, they are a clear and present danger. We are witnessing increased levels of untreated wastewater and plastic waste that is finding its way into our waters. These pollutants are damaging not only the beauty of the loch, but the ecosystems that rely on it. The effects are undeniable. Fish stocks are declining, water quality is deteriorating, and habitats that once flourished are being destroyed. And let us not forget the impact on human health. The very water that sustains our local communities is now under threat, risking the health and well-being of future generations. If we don't act together now, the consequences could be catastrophic for our environment, for our economy and for our heritage. I recently met with Waterways Ireland in their headquarters in Enniskillen, and I was heartened by the ongoing work they are doing to protect our waterways. During this meeting I obviously raised the issue of blue-green algae, and whilst much of the issue is unfortunately due to climate change, a couple of steps were outlined to address the pollution. First, we must invest in sustainable agricultural practices. Farmers who have been long stewards of this land need our support. By incentivising eco-friendly farming techniques and providing access to new technologies, we can ensure that food production and environmental protection go hand in hand. Second, we need stronger regulation and enforcement on waste management. This means tackling illegal dumping and ensuring that wastewater treatment facilities are upgraded to meet environmental standards. This is something I've been raising since getting elected, and we need funding to ensure that wastewater treatment issues across the north are addressed. Years of underfunding by the British Government has impacted negatively on public services, and NI Water is no different. And finally, we must look to the future by embracing innovation. There are countless opportunities to invest in green technologies that will protect our water systems. This loch has been a symbol of life and beauty for centuries. Let us make sure it remains so for centuries to come.
Thank you. I call on Lord Elliott.
Deputy Speaker, and firstly I'd like to put on record my thanks to Ms Erskine for bringing forward the motion here today on the adjournment. And obviously we're always concerned about pollution at any level, and Lough Erne hasn't got to the stage I don't think that Lough has got to, but there's always a danger of it progressing that way. Of course, we have a totally different type of lough in Lough Erne, in that we have the two sections of it. We have the upper lough, which is unusually in the southern part, and then we have the upper lough. Sorry, we have the upper lough in the southern part and the lower lough in the northern part. So that's Irish, Mr. Deputy Speaker. But it is obviously a unique setting, particularly given the Ulster Canal now, which goes right down and can bring you right out to the sea from the upper lough, and it's a really good tourist attraction. So I don't want to be all negative here today, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because we have a great showcase in Lough Erne as well, but we do need to curtail the pollution. And I can recall when I was going to school, Deputy Speaker, and that's a wee while ago, that I used to read in the local press about the pollution of the sewage, the raw sewage being piped into Lough Erne. So that's some years ago, so it's been going on since that we've had difficulties with pollution. The lower lough is an extremely deep lough, and therefore I suppose it may not have as much impact as it does on the upper lough, which is much shallower, and at times of the year you could actually sometimes walk through it. It's that shallow. One of the biggest pollutants to me in it has been the zebra mussels. They have come in and cleared the platinum and the species, other species in that lough, and allowed the sunlight to get right down to the bottom, and that has caused a huge difficulty, not only in Lough Erne, but I also understand in Lough as well. So that has had a major impact on the lough itself. Also, of course, in relation to the hydro plant at Ballyshannon, that was a deal done between the Republic of Ireland government and the Northern Ireland government in the late 1940s, 1950. Which allowed them to build that hydropower plant and generate electricity, which was a good idea at the time, and it also helped to drain a lot of the areas in and around Upper Lough Erne. But it has had a huge impact on the fish stocks, particularly fish that need to get up through that power station, salmon and eels in particular. And I have visited the power station on a number of occasions, and once you see it in reality, you understand how difficult it is for those fish, salmon and eels, to get back up through it. Now, I know they've put in mitigation measures, but it's not the same as letting them naturally go up through the system. And if there's one thing I would ask around it is that there's some other system found. I don't want to stop the hydro plant in Ballyshannon, but I would like to find another system that allows those fish stocks back up into Lough Erne naturally. But before I finish, Mr. Speaker, I would like to highlight the good parts of Lough Erne. We have a really natural hinterland. We have a natural lough that brings lots of tourists into the county and into the area. So I'd want to talk it up as well. We have lots of leisure facilities there. We have abundance of hotels and catering facilities, and we have water sports activities. And I have to say it is a really good place to be and place to have in our constituency, and I would like to just praise those who do a lot of good work keeping the lough natural and providing those tourist facilities, not only for people coming into Fermanagh, but also for the local people as well. It's used very widely by the local people and has a huge benefit to the local industry. So while I appreciate there are negatives around the pollution, but I want to say there's a lot of positives as well about Lough Erne, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. And I call on Colin Gildernew.
And I welcome the opportunity to take part in another debate here tonight in relation to our shared constituency of Fermanagh South Tyrone, and to agree, I don't want to talk at length, but to agree with what all of the speakers have said in relation to the fact that Lough Erne is a jewel in the crown and a very important part of both the economy and the environment in our constituency. It provides much of the area's drinking water, and it's all of that unique local biodiversity which relies on it. So we have a very clear duty to preserve and protect and develop in a way that does protect and preserve our waters. In terms of NI Water, there's clearly a central role to play here. The underinvestment over many years is catching up to us, and is something that we need to urgently consider how we deal with all of those challenges, because it's very clear, and it's been mentioned here by speakers, it's an entirely interconnected system in terms of the waterways, but also in terms of a complex range of issues that are affecting the quality of the water. So this will obviously take a very complex and focused solution to deal with it. And finally, I suppose I just want to point the fact that we're dealing with water here in an All-Ireland context. Gemma has mentioned her meeting with the waterways, and we do need to deal with it right across the island, because there's no point in taking an approach of dealing with it here and problems remain there. So we need to see that holistic approach, both in terms of geography and in terms of the issues and solutions brought to bear.
Thank you. I call on John Blair.
Deputy Speaker, thank you. I fully understand the member's request for an adjournment debate today on this pressing pollution issue around Lough. And I too have brought up the critical issues of water pollution and the state of our waters across Northern Ireland numerous times in this chamber and at the Erne Committee in both this and indeed in the previous mandate. Lough Erne is a vital part of this region's tourism and recreation product. It's very important to the County Fermanagh economy also, of course, and it is a valued part of the Deira public Anglian estate and should be protected as such at all times. The decline, Deputy Speaker, in the quality of our waters could and has been easily attributed to executive collapse, past inaction, previous ministerial prioritisation, but I genuinely prefer to seek solutions rather than apportion blame, and I think the current Deira Minister shares that view with me very strongly. While Lough Erne may appear to be a local issue, in fact the environmental threat it faces is a grave concern that could be mirrored in any of our waterways across Northern Ireland and also our coastal waters. In my own constituency, for example, I regularly receive reports of suspected pollution or threats of pollution in the 6 Mile water and other rivers which flow into Lough. But just 2 weeks ago, I had the opportunity to visit Lough with the RSPB to witness the work they are doing to preserve the natural environment there. There is much to learn, Deputy Speaker, from these best practice for nature examples, and all of us across our constituency should be embracing these. I want to at this stage express my gratitude to the Deira Minister for his efforts to develop and deliver the Lough report and action plan. I am aware that work has commenced in line with this plan to engage communities and sectors, incentivise behavioural changes and enforce enhanced environmental protections. It is crucial that significant sustainable funding, of course, is provided to ensure the full implementation of these actions, and that this beneficial work reaches other waters across Northern Ireland also. Deputy Speaker, in a debate just a short while ago, I emphasised the crucial need for executive approval of the Environmental Improvement Plan. We must keep this as an absolute priority in the context of water pollution. This plan is not just a document, but a roadmap to a cleaner, healthier environment that we all must commit to. Now, that earlier debate also showed me that there are those who are not as environmentally progressive, or progressive generally, as they sometimes lead us to believe. But be under no illusion, that real environmental protection and improvement will be the test for us all. We must not underestimate the importance of preserving the ecosystem and living environments that have been referred to today. Their survival is essential for the health and well-being of countless species, including our own. Lough Erne, the subject of this adjournment debate, is a fantastic example of such an ecosystem, and I genuinely commend the member for bringing this debate. Thank you.
I call on Andrew McMurray.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank Ms Erskine for bringing this subject for the adjournment debate. It is an important issue which is affecting Lough Erne and many other water bodies around Northern Ireland. I welcome this debate and I associate myself with some of the previous speakers' comments about the seriousness of the pollution affecting our freshwater bodies and marine waters. As an outdoor instructor in a previous life, I carry the issue of water quality close to my heart. I've spent many a happy hour enjoying myself on our beautiful rivers, lakes and coastlines, but sadly these now are places that are increasingly becoming off limits to the public on account of public health concerns. Also, in preparation for this speech and this adjournment debate, I consulted with individuals involved in outdoor recreation in the Lough area. I wish to speak behalf on this community. While the local outdoor community are well aware of the issues faced, they want to work with the agencies to help monitor and help remedy the situation. I know the amount of recreational and commercial reliance upon Lough Erne. It is the most beautiful and scenic part of the world. So we must ensure that its ecological and environmental needs are maintained to the utmost standards, not just for our own gratification, but also for the wildlife for which Lough Erne is their habitat. The issue of water quality affects many areas across Northern Ireland, and I hear about it in my own constituency work of South Down. We recently heard about the water pollution affecting bathing waters in Newcastle and other parts of Northern Ireland, and also the same week part of the Mourne Sprint Triathlon had to be cancelled after blue-green algae was found in Castlewellan Lake. So this is a very serious issue that is affecting our environment, our economy, and all of us living in Northern Ireland in our everyday lives. We cannot be complacent. We need to do everything in our power to turn this situation around. Large bodies of water, such as Lough Erne, do not exist in isolation. They are fed by a network of streams and rivers, and while algal blooms on occasion will happen under natural circumstances, the increasing frequency and intensity and the length of the bloom can be linked to our own influences upon the streams and rivers. It is in part about our creek and wastewater system, which cannot cope with demand and ends up spurting untreated sewage into our water bodies. We recently learned that taken together, 80 pipes in Northern Ireland Water currently monitors discharge into the coastal bathing waters for more hours than there are in a year in 2023, and there are over 2,400 storm overflows across Northern Ireland, most of them unmonitored. So the situation is likely worse. And again, like Mrs. Erskine, I think we're comparing notes. Sewage discharges is also a major cause of pollution. We're now seeing in Lough Erne. Indeed, I heard reports that 250,000 tonnes of raw sewage discharged into the loch. It is clear that our infrastructure cannot cope with the demands placed on it. We urgently need a long-term funding model for Northern Ireland Water. Industry also has a big role to play. Quite simply, too much nutrients are washed into our water bodies, creating prime conditions for algae to thrive. This looming crisis has been one that has been known about for decades, if not centuries. Algal blooms were recorded in Lough Neagh as far back as 1910. Blue-green algal became a significant problem there and in other Northern Irish lakes in the 60s. At the time, the government already funded investigations into the causes and possible solutions, and yet here we are again today. I welcome DAERA's recent change of direction towards sustainable farming, and I know that water pollution is a prime priority for the Minister. I welcome the Minister's ambition to tackle this problem. It has been good to see an ambitious programme of actions laid out in the Lough Neagh Action Plan earlier this year. Many of these actions will benefit water bodies across Northern Ireland. It has also been good to see the Minister accept the findings of the recent report by the Office for Environmental Protection and his willingness to tackle the issues raised in it. The Executive will need to support the Minister in his important work. This must include adequate funding to enable DAERA to incentivise changes in the agricultural sector and to facilitate effective regulation, testing and reporting. This issue is not solely down to one polluter, one agency, one department, or indeed one quick action to sort out. It has developed over time from different sources and will require time to recover. Achieving this will require departments to work together for the benefit of Lough Erne and other water bodies across Northern Ireland. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Minister, you have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank the member, Ms Erskine, who tabled the debate today, and all of those who have participated in it. Unfortunately, due to an inescapable diary clash, my colleague Minister Muir isn't available to answer the debate today, so I undertook to do so on his behalf. It may seem slightly strange, but I actually do have an interest in water quality from a previous life, a bit like Andrew has just described, and so it is something that I have a genuine interest in. The difficulties being experienced through blue-green algal blooms demonstrate to all of us how powerfully our reliance on and connection to the aquatic environment exists. Likewise, improvements in water quality will require all of us to limit the pressures we place on that environment. Last Thursday, Minister Muir visited Lough Erne to see the impacts of blue-green algae and also took the opportunity to meet with Fermanagh and Omagh District Council and agreed to closer working on the matter of tackling blue-green algal blooms with them. Over the past 5 years, there have been 387 confirmed pollution incidents within the Lough Erne system. Of the confirmed pollution incidents, the principal cause of pollution is attributed to agriculture at around 44% of those incidents, followed by industry at around 16%, and then Northern Ireland Water at around 12%. Sources from agriculture have also attributed around 63% of all medium and high severity incidents reported in the Lough Erne catchment. Since 2019, there have been 21 confirmed pollution reports associated with Northern Ireland Water assets in the Enniskillen area. All those incidents have been prescribed as low severity. We also know that excess nutrients in the environment cause pollution in our waterways, and that the main contributing sources are from agriculture, to a lesser but still significant extent wastewater from treatment works and septic tanks. A scientific report from October 2020, phosphorus stock and flows in the Northern Ireland flood system, which is on the Agri-Food and Biosciences Institute website, AFBI, attributes high nutrient phosphorus levels in Northern Ireland's water bodies to three main sources: around 62% from agriculture, 24% from wastewater treatment works, and 12% from septic tanks. So you can see the breakdown has remained fairly static. We do need to do more to reduce the overall phosphorus surplus in the Northern Ireland agricultural system. A review of the Nutrient Action Programme is currently underway, and that review is also considering associated recommendations from the Lough Action Plan. It's envisaged that the outcome of the review will be published in November, along with a consultation on the proposed action programme for the next 4 years and the Strategic Environmental Assessment Report. It's envisaged that all measures in the current action programme will be retained for the next programme, and it's also clear from water quality data and scientific evidence that additional measures will be needed. Whilst the Nutrient Action Plan is long established, going forward we need to ensure full implementation at farm level and improve compliance. It's therefore important for people to engage in this, as it's a key tool to deal with water quality issues right across Northern Ireland, including in Lough Erne, and to ensure that the learning that the department is able to glean from Lough is then able to be applied across other bodies of water. Minister Muir is also aware of the concerns about Northern Ireland Water and the arrangements that are in place, which are known as SORPI, the Statement of Regulatory Principles and Intent, between the Northern Ireland Environment Agency and Northern Ireland Water, and I know Ms Erskine raised this in her contribution. SORPI is under review because the arrangement is not fit for purpose. Minister Muir plans to engage with the Minister for Infrastructure on the issue and has already been engaging with his own officials in that regard. He has also been on record previously stating that the situation in which Northern Ireland Water gets essentially a bye ball for the pollution of waterways needs to end. Pollution, irrespective of the source, should follow the polluter pays principle, and there needs to be fairness in that, and I think that speaks very much to what the proposer raised in terms of not demonising any particular sector. We need also to acknowledge that we have a water quality problem, but we also need to fund interventions to fix those issues, otherwise the problems with blue-green algae will continue. Minister Muir has, for example, recognised that Northern Ireland's wastewater infrastructure has suffered from long-term underfunding, and significant infrastructure improvements are required to meet current and future environmental standards. As I said earlier, while I'm acting on behalf of Minister Muir, I do understand the challenges in this space, because part of my work for a very long time as an engineer was looking at the operation of combined sewer overflows and how those were operating. With changing rainfall patterns, both in terms of duration and intensity, those storms that were statistically 1 in a 100-year events are now happening multiple times in 1 year. And so whilst the sewage that is released in those overflows is dilute by design, it nevertheless, when it is repeatedly happening, will then build up the nutrient level in the water, and that is a significant issue. To replace that infrastructure, however, requires consistent and sustained investment in our water network, and that is something that we look at in terms of the price control period, particularly around how that's funded. So wastewater reform programme is funded in full for the remainder of this price control period, and that PC21, so up to 2027, and then into the next price control period from 2027 to 2033. Because if we don't have that sustained investment, we will not be able to cope with the changes that are required in our network, and critically, we will not be able to safely and environmentally sustainably do development in key areas. The Department has also launched Phase 1 of their Blue-Green Algae Small Business Research Initiative, which is being driven and developed to explore potential solutions to treat and reduce blue-green algal blooms without impacting the natural environment of Lough and associated Northern Ireland waterways. Obviously, the outcome of that initiative will then inform mitigation measures that may be transferable to other border bodies across Northern Ireland, such as Lough Erne. More fundamental type research complementing the SBRI is currently being commissioned by DAERA from the Agri-Food and Biosciences Institute, including a project with a focus on in-lake nutrient recovery management options, which I think is a really important step forward. The main actions from the Lough Action Plan also promote a framework that focuses on 4 key pillars, which could apply as equally to Lough Erne as to Lough A robust, fair, as Lough the first is education. Empowering knowledge and skills and encouraging best practice. The second is incentivisation, so investment and innovation aimed at motivating and funding actions that will drive the adoption of behavioural change. The third is regulation, so the statutory obligation to protect the quality of our water has to be enforced at statutory level. And the last, importantly, is enforcement, taking strong, meaningful action when compliance and with the regulations fails. That sequencing, I think, reflects the importance of early intervention and starting with trying to avoid the pollution incidents in the first place and then mitigating the impact. But where we don't find that change happening, it is important that we have an enforcement process that is fit for purpose and fair in terms of how it is approached. It's very clear that the Department and the Northern Ireland Environment Agency will not hesitate to take enforcement action, and it is important that a robust, fair, proportionate and targeted enforcement regime is there to act as a deterrent and also championing that position that the polluter should pay. And I know Minister Muir is committed to delivering that and is also working with my officials in the Department of Justice to ensure that it is indeed proportionate. Since Minister Muir's appointment, he has been clear that significant action also needs to be taken to address poor water quality in Northern Ireland generally. The difficulties experienced through blue-green algal blooms demonstrate to us our reliance on and connection with that aquatic environment. Improvements in water quality will require us all to limit the pressures we place on that environment. It also will help us combat the risks of pollution and future harmful algal blooms, so everyone can play their part in achieving this. DAERA will continue to support and collaborate with all stakeholders and initiatives to reduce nutrient impacts on the water environment, whether that be in Lough Lough Erne or any of our rivers and coastal waters. Leonardo da Vinci said that water is the driving force of all life. It is not only essential for all living things to survive, Mr. Speaker, but access to it and its quality and management are essential elements to ensure that people, communities and our economy can thrive. Whether for drinking, work, sport, recreation or tourism, our rivers, our lochs, our coastal waterways are vital and need to be carefully and sensitively managed and protected. I know that my colleague is committed to that, and I hope that the members here are reassured by the response today.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you very much indeed, Deborah, for bringing this to the floor for this adjournment debate. The Assembly is now adjourned.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber. Sound.